even the motto of our faculty and the whole area of systemic analysis is bridging the boundaries, the lines. Everything, the whole is relative. It's also relative in terms of time, but when we're limited to certain components, the work or aspects, like the work of enterprises or the economic indicators, we are laying the seeds of incorrectness. But
деревянной бочкой для хранения жидкостей. У нее есть боковые...
Speaking figuratively,
их довольно много, этих граней бочки.
I would compare it to a barrel that is multifaceted. And there are a number of bell hoops that hold this barrel together. And this holistic approach concept is the return to the concepts. None of these elements, none of these components can be omitted, same as a board, as a plank from the barrel, same as this integral bell hoops holding the whole construct together. So this is a methodological proclamation that I would like to use in approaching socio-economic space issues, socio-economic domain. The second issue is very important, and I mean reconstruction. Reconstruction is not just renovation, is not modernization and upgrade. It's some core changes, even the elements of the foundation of building construct, if we use the building terminology, the construction terminology. And this is a very serious tool and a weapon that should be used with reason when there is a need and an opportunity. And it seems to me that the results of the latest reconstruction of the social economic environment in Russia, let's go back and remember our latest reconstructs. There was a reconstruct in 1917 and the following years, and I mean 1917. There was a post-war reconstruct of the post-war economy, the post-war environment, beginning with 1946. There was a reconstruct at the end of 80s and the early 90s. And beginning with this early reconstruct, I feel that the time has come for a new reconstruct. This is a very serious position, and we can either adopt it or we can say that cosmetic renovation is enough. A bit of makeup here, a bit of patch, another patch there, adjust another bolt here. Yes, there is such a view, and unfortunately it does exist.
Chaotic management of 1990s has been changed. Chaotic management of the 90s was changed by manual management of 2000s. Speaking about 2010, I would say it's a truncated management, and there is no unified vertical power, but multiple pins that are moving from top down, like stalagmites and lactites, and not so many stalagmites. And a certain truncated trajectory is going from top down. And this is the status of management, and you are aware of the situation in economy. It's difficult to characterize. I would say that's economic downturn that we are in is not only related to the measures to respond to coronavirus threats, but it's also a consequence of previous decades where we had some pluses and minuses. First, economy in some sense developed rapidly, and I would not say about hydrocarbon production, agriculture, and other industries, but where system economy was lost. So we can conclude that the main problem of socio-economic space in Russia or Russian economy today is main system problem is lack of system, this truncation in various trajectories. So, main point of my presentation is that modern condition of socioeconomic space and its space needs reconstruction, restructuring, and we are faced with a serious challenge. What are the main areas of this reconstruction? What are the purposes, methods, and ways of implementation? So first, that should be restructured here is our understanding about socioeconomic space. In general, one needs to understand that we perceive this space as we all got higher education and studied mathematics, so space is a combination of points. And what is the point? It's something invisible, which doesn't have form, dimension, or individuality. One point is different from another only because it is located in a different space. So this pointed perception of space seems to be is very detrimental to development of our economic sciences. Actually, socioeconomic space, as unlike geometrics, is not including points. But what does it include? It's an important question, and I would like to point out our position is that elements, components of socioeconomic space is socioeconomic systems. And this is not theoretical multi-dimensional, but theoretical systemic approach, fundamental changes. Systems, unlike points, have form, content, environment, and functions, and individuality. The systems can have passports. Points cannot have passports. And passport of point, it's location. System passport is going to be quite voluminous document that would characterize the point, the location, interaction with other systems, and internal content and external environment. So that way, restructuring of the notion of socioeconomic space in Russia, first of all, leads to the understanding of this space as a certain combination of systems. Next, how we can imagine this socioeconomic space. So, simple example is geometrics, as we understand the multitude of points, but it's not that mathematics. This mathematics is needed, but is not sufficient. That's how, from physical point of view, we can imagine. I see some analogies between space and socioeconomic. It's really what's in the space that we see. First of all, space objects, planets, stars, combinations, etc. And this is an analogy of economic objects, or you can say subjects. We're considering independence. These are enterprises, holdings, industries, regions, etc. Something that has certain boundaries and uncertain time, duration of life cycle. So what else we see in this space? We see interstar environment, which represents an important component. As well, we see socioeconomic environment that determines permeability and capability of interaction, of communications, of various interaction. We see various flows that infuse space, illumination, light, and nutrients. Do we see it in economics? Yes. These are the processes that cover socioeconomic space, connecting objects with one another. Besides that, we see various events in the space where one star absorbing another, or one planet touches another one, mergers, acquisitions, projects, and we see it in socioeconomic space. It seems to me that this analogy, as of course as other analogies, is lacking something, but it gives us the opportunity to imagine socioeconomic space in various aspects that usually are not considered. So cosmogony, cosmology are connected with economic science, social sciences. So how we can see the components of socioeconomic space using this analogy? We should see economic objects, systems with more or less determined boundaries and uncertain boundaries in time. We see economic processes that have boundaries in time but are covering all the space. We see economic environments, institutional infrastructure environments that cover all space and within which all the rest is located. And finally, we see economic projects or events, various phenomena that take place in socioeconomic space. So I would like to say a very important combination of discrete and continuous and permanent. We have some discrete objects. These are objects themselves, but they also have permanent function while they exist. They are permanent in time. They exist every second while they exist. On the other hand, there are components of socioeconomic space, like environments, that are continuous in time and space. Projects are discrete both in space and time. Projects that have beginning and planned and discrete, and processes that prominent in space. So this combination seems to me important methodological principle that we should take into account. And overall, combination of this discrete in time and space and continuous in time and space objects provides the foundation of our world, like space measurements, and both in economics. Now, what kind of reconstruction is ahead of us? I already mentioned that it's very serious, that should have a scientific foundation, a plan, and a sequence of actions. I don't think that this restructuring could be started now. First of all, we are in a state of economic recession related to coronavirus. Second, we are in economic degradation related to inefficiencies of economy in previous times. However, the only thing I can say is that in the good times, this restructuring is not possible. And in bad times, this restructuring is unlikely but possible. And of course, only when we are talking about that, and it is shown in the title of my presentation, that we shouldn't go down to deconstruction. As you know, in socioeconomic path of Russia as a zigzag, we bring to absurdity each trend that we start, so that to go back in another direction and also go all the way through. So it's very important for this restructuring. Why am I saying about a plan of determined purposes and soft measurements and management methods of cybernetics? It's because it should be formulated at the start, at the beginning. It's not a one-time action, but so that to avoid this wobbling and moving from one side to another. And unfortunately, this is characteristic of all the history of this country, and there is justification for that. It's not about that. The thing is to prevent it. And who has to prevent it? All of us. Nobody else. Scientists, teachers, researchers, and economists, practitioners that feel on their back all those angles, sharp angles of economy. So all these people should become the basis for discussions and planning of this restructuring. We don't like it to become destruction or deconstruction. It should be a transition from revolutionary zigzag ways to evolutionary, determined ahead way forward. So what elements of this restructuring we should take into account? First of all, it's restructuring of macro subject structure that compose four macro players: state, society, economy, and business. I will not dwell into that, but fundamental position of mine and my colleagues, that socioeconomic space doesn't have three players, as usually said: business, state, and population. It's not three, but four, because we understand very broad category under business, which distorts the vision of socioeconomic space. So the thesis that I wanted to formulate is that we have four players. Each of them is needed, required, and on their economy, I understand production processes, consumption, creation of new values, innovations, and business takes care of investments. Implementation of implementation of processes. Business invests money and requires returns. So this is his mission and function. And how this money is received, which machines are involved, and which socioeconomic mechanism is a prerogative of another system which is called economy. So from this four-element position, I would like to say that the task of restructuring is to create a holistic system out of this quarter, with actions of each element to be dedicated for development of the whole quartet. Nobody should be ahead. And now, if we look at this, cover is with the state. The state plays a huge role in distribution of property and using all these triggers, and the state is a monster. And of course it owns the rights and prerogatives for many things, which other players don't have. Like for the future, the state is responsible for the future. We need to understand it, because to put this responsibility on population, which is interested only in this generation, or on economy, is not possible. It's a prerogative of the state. But in decision-making, all these four actors, the players, should take an equal participation. Also, economy, which is tangled in business, which reduces its efficiency and efficiency of business. It should take care of its own business. So, restructuring is a main element. I would like to mention other elements of restructuring, in particular, restructuring between system structure of society, interactions between the world of socioeconomic objects, environments, processes, and projects, restructuring of the level space, between mega, macro, meso and micro and nano-economics. Here changes are required in building these subjects, the holistic space. So the whole reconstruction, where we should reconsider many values. Mass media gives us values of personal success as the main measure. It's deconstructive. And finally, I would like to say that scientific base,
I would like to note that there are no options. We have to use the systemic economic theory. In the slide, with a grid, you may see slide number 9, the correlation between the current 4 existing economic paradigms. We have conducted a reconstruct based on neoclassics. We have tried to use the theory, the next phase, that neo-institutional theory. But these are just the ways of describing reality. This construct above the theory that has to be inevitably systemic, is a goal for us as researchers. Dear colleagues, I would like to stop here. And from multiple angles, having presented the situation, the correlation between socioeconomic paradigms, its concepts, its reconstructs, and the components, the elements of this reconstruction. Thank you. George Kleiner. Thank you very much, Georgy Borisovich. Any questions for George Kleiner? Please raise your hand within the conference participant window to ask your questions or maybe a comment, suggests George. Lapidus, Vadim Arkadovich.
Добрый день, коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
Добрый день, господин Клейнер.
Vadim Lapidus.
Позвольте вас благодарить за прекрасное выступление. Оно очень созвучно очень многим мыслям, моим и коллегам.
Correlated to many of my colleagues' thoughts and ideas.
С вами обсудили вопросы, связанные с подходом системы-систем.
Also, it was a pleasure to discuss the approaches related to systemic environments. It's a new direction in quality management development.
Там будет, наверное, несколько раз подниматься эта тема. Так что у меня не столько вопрос, сколько благодарность и готовность к сотрудничеству.
Спасибо. Обязательно надо сотрудничать.
And I think today, one of the sessions will deal with this.
Элементов реконструкции социально-экономического пространства. Переход от доминирования и главенства конкуренции к доминированию кооперации.
Да, сейчас развивается подход win-win.
So now we are developing a win-win
применение в контрактах жизненного цикла и в ряде других
This has been applied in many life cycle contracts and many other concepts.
Спасибо.
This correlates to your message. Thank you. Dear colleagues, any more questions or comments? Alexander Klinsky.
Владимир Анатольевич Агафонов.
Ну, давайте начнем в том порядке, как вы озвучили. Александр Ильич Илинский, пожалуйста.
Let's go, Alexander Ilinsky.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое. Слышно или нет?
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Can you hear me?
Да. Георгий Борисович, спасибо большое за очень интересный доклад. Позвольте вас еще поблагодарить.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation.
Мне он был очень интересен.
It was very interesting in terms of systemic methodological approach towards reconstruction issues, speaking of the socioeconomic environments. Well, of course, certainly you are aware of the fact that the financial university has started a large-scale socio-economic or socio-educational reconstruction. And we know that today we are seeing processes that are related to some revolutionary changes in the educational process of organizations, also changes to university management on a whole. And in relation to that, I would like to address you, as the head of distinguished faculty of systemic analysis, economic analysis, would it be possible to involve the experts from your team into tackling some practical challenges?
Теоретическое ядро, да, вот этой реконструкции, потому что
perhaps it is worth constructing some theoretical core for this reconstruction, because of course, noting all the aspects, as you mentioned, people are trying to. I'm sorry, I have to cut you short. We are on a tight schedule today. Alexander Yurich, it is a pleasure to welcome you. It has been a long time we met, especially in the current situation. It's hard to see people in person. So, a few words, dear colleague, about the reconstruct of the financial reconstruction started at the financial university. Unfortunately, it hasn't been discussed properly by us. And the result of this, well, of course, I wouldn't want to say that it is not necessary. Yes, it is necessary. Shake-up is needed from time to time. Maybe this is the purpose. And certainly our management, as our rector says, may be over-centralized. We need to decentralize it. But I would like to know the following. And I already mentioned this to our distinguished rector, Mikhail Abdurrahmanovich, and Iskindarov. And, of course, the faculty do not correspond to systemic requirements. They're all related to certain aspects, financial, taxation, and so on. But there is no systemic approach. Not a single faculty is dedicated to enterprise, holistic enterprise, or a region, a given region. And this cross-section into separate tiles that may be used to reconstruct the whole, well, I feel that there is a barrel principle here. Again, there should be some detailized aspects, same as blanks within this.
Спасибо большое. Благодарю вас.
There should be systemic hoops. There is systemic hoops as well. Dear colleagues, I will ask you to please stick to procedure in your questions and replies. Otherwise, we may run out of time. We are on a tight schedule. Sorry, dear colleagues.
Юлия Слепцова.
Слепцова, значит, правильно.
Здравствуйте, Георгий Борисович.
Yulia Sliptsova. Hello. Yuri Borisovich, thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And I really enjoyed your analogy, your parallels to cosmology. And since you were making parallels between celestial bodies and objects and economy, so is there an analogy, an analog, a synonym in the economy for such a phenomena as black holes or black matter or dark matter? Yes, there are such objects, we are aware of them. It's not a direct analogy, certainly, but of course the stock market, for example, is able to consume any amount of monetary matter, and also is able to regurgitate a certain unlimited quantity. And I remembered a saying from the days of the Soviet Union days. A black hole was the name for our agricultural sector. It was considered that investments could be unlimited without any visible deliverables. And today, I'm afraid that digitalization may become such a dark, such a black hole. It's also necessary, the same as implementing management systems, but everything should be reasonable. Investments into digitalization, the same as Soviet Union investments into agriculture, can create black holes, budgetary black holes. The key thesis here is proportionality, being reasonable. Without that, any investment can become a black hole. And also, this question, this issue certainly requires further research. And I'm certain that we can just pinpoint the location of such black holes in the economy, highlight them. Thank you. And I think Baturin, Yuri Mikhailovich Baturin, he's an astronaut, he's a cosmonaut, so he may be able to comment well. And the last question, dear colleagues, Vladimir Anatolievich.
Еще у нас есть Роман Михайлович Качалов.
And we have Mr. Kachalov, Roman Kachalov, that also needs to ask a question. Well, that will be the second final. Otherwise, it will be off schedule. Thank you.
Так, давайте, Роман Михайлович, задавайте, пожалуйста, вопрос.
Так, слышно меня, да?
Да.
Roman
Один вопрос состоит из двух частей. Во-первых, я упустил, не расслышал вот две предпосылки, которые в самом начале вы говорили о предпосылках реконструкции. Вот одна предпосылки, ничего я никак не понял, там аспекты какие-то вот этого развития системного, или две предпосылки. Одна из них реконструкция, а вторая какая-то другая, я ее упустил. И второе, мне хотелось бы обратить внимание на ваше последнее вот сейчас замечание, которое вы высказывали здесь. Вот во всех рассуждениях про реконструкцию, мне кажется, отсутствует такой аспект, как, например, выявление каких-то возможных помех, возможных препятствий, которые нарушат путь к этой вот реконструкции. Ну, то есть я говорю о проблеме выявления факторов риска и управления риском, недостижения тех целей, которые были намечены. Вы это упускаете просто из-за недостатка времени, или вы считаете, что этот аспект не имеет значения?
Due to lack of time, or do you consider this aspect to be non-important? No, on the contrary. And
имеющим, в общем, чрезвычайную важность. Если говорить конкретно о движении, об управлении...
Lately I have been more and more certain of that this is a correct vector.
Это шансы.
There are two parts here. First is chances, and chances, by chances I mean opportunities, and second is risks, and I mean the danger of non-conformance, of non-fulfillment. And I'm now working on the article on the IP rights, companies' IP rights, and I'm describing the importance of this combination. And if we negate risks, of course, we are risking non-fulfillment of goals set. However, if we ignore our goal settings, then we end up in the realm of uncertainty that is very hard to escape. And in a sense, this uncertainty could also be termed a black hole that could consume many efforts. So that's why I fully agree with the comment, and I support the dialectics of this duplicity, the risks and the chances. As for the two precepts, I do not recall exactly, but along with reconstruction, there is certain deconstruction, and if you will, the risk of deconstruction and the chance of reconstruction. They complement each other. Thank you so much. And the last question, please. Vladimir Agafonov here. Georgy Borisovich, thank you very much. A wonderful presentation from you. But I have a question. The systemic view of our environment, we are used to the state, the business, the community, to the three realms. And in conjunction, they create a socio-economic construct system. And in your understanding, does the economy become a full-fledged participant here along with business and the community? Does it narrow down the economy to the actual production relations within the production settings? Production, consumption, and all that. Don't economics actually need this paradigm to exist? Well, yes, thank you very much for the question. Actually, we're used to this triage, yes, to the three. And when business gets the reins of controlling the production process, of course, I'm approximating here, nothing works out. The correlation between the business and the economy should be a correlation between the fully fledged partners. The production, I mean the actual machine tools, are production and interaction is business. And of course, information will allow the business to invest properly into high output projects, and the economy needs business to support the existence of the economy and implement innovative projects as well. And certainly these are two different things. And speaking of the systems theory, economy is a process system. Its challenge is to connect the multiple components within socio-economic environments, enterprises in multiple geographical locations. Business doesn't see this challenge. It's not concerned with that. Its job is to invest, to find the right project and to invest. And of course, the confusion in overlapping here can lead to problems. Thank you.
Еще два слова. То есть таким образом, то, что мы привыкли называть бизнесом, да, превращается, как бы структурируется на две составляющих. Я с этим согласен. Это действительно
So what we are used to see different from the economy, well, it's like a century, it's like a two-headed Janus. These are different people, or maybe and differences. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And now, the next presentation is from George Mapas from US, Systems Project Design and Systems for the Future. And George, you have the floor. George, could you please tell us if you are going to show your presentation?
Сейчас. Переводчики, где перевод?
Перевод, наверное, в русской трансляции.
У нас же русская трансляция идет. Почему?
На Ютубе.
Нет, у нас тоже должно быть. Угу.
Значит, нужно канал переключить.
Все, окей. George, please again, begin.
Okay. I've been listening intently to your beautiful Russian language. I do not understand Russian, but every time I heard the word system, I sort of knew where I was. What I want to share with you right now is a vision for the future. And it was triggered primarily by the advent of this coronavirus, COVID-19. And it has to do with the International Society for System Science. I'm sorry?
Ask about translation.
Сейчас расскажу. Тут внизу с экрана есть кнопочка «Перевод». Вот все участники могут выбрать язык перевода.
There is a button all participants can select the English or Russian channel. There is a button where you can...
What I would like to talk to you about is the possibility of a new human social system. Now, this is something that I presented to you 2 years in a row, a progression towards designing what system science could produce as a social system that would be viable. I'm also going to include a brief on the International Society for System Sciences, the ISSS, which is an international organization. Hopefully get some of you interested in it. I'm going to talk about something that's been going on in the ISSS, having to do with self-reflection, and referring to my previous two presentations and a chapter of the book that I'm writing in progress. Something is happening, and I'll describe it as critical mass and what we have plans for the future. I am getting a lot of feedback of my own voice. So first of all, why a new human social system? Something different from what we have had or have presently. I actually am not going to spend a lot of time. This is a very short list of problems that we have been running into that are clearly dysfunctions of the current human social system. And I think you're all probably very familiar with a lot of these. So how did we get here? It's really hard to say, but cultures evolve the same way that biological systems evolve, except cultures involve a number of human introduced, if you will, concepts that really make it very haphazard. You have an agglomeration of many different kinds of subsystems, an economic subsystem, the education system, the political system, and so on and so forth. And these are all pretty much changing by their own rules. We are noted for our invention, ingenuity, and our aspirations. We love novelty, but we did not have, as this evolution was progressing, we did not have an understanding of what it means to be a system. We also didn't have an understanding of what it means to have limits and boundaries. Now, as of right now, I think we can pretty much agree there's no accepted general systems theory, but there is a movement towards systemness understanding. And the ISSS is one of the many organizations devoted to understanding the systemic nature of the world. So let me brief you on the history of the ISSS. And you can read these bullet points off pretty well, but it's one of the oldest organizations devoted to system science and the interdisciplinary nature of system science and complex systems. It to this day is probably the most broadly inclusive. There are many different societies that are dedicated to various aspects of system science, such as complexity theory and dynamics and things of that nature. The society was more or less born, if you will, at the Stanford Center for Advanced and Behavioral Sciences. You'll probably recognize a number of these names of the founders. And it originally was an affiliate of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. It was named the Society for General Systems Research, but in 1988, the name was changed to the International Society for System Sciences to reflect the broadening scope of its members. Its purpose was really to encourage the development of theoretical systems. So it was very much oriented towards theory and trying to find, for example, a mathematical formulation for a general theory of systems and looking at this in terms of across multiple disciplines to see whether or not there was a not just similarities, but would have been termed isomorphies in the patterns that exist in many different kinds of systems at all different levels of organization. And one of the ideas, one of the founding ideas was to promote the unity of science through increasing or improving the communications among specialists. And that has been one of the things that we have found over the years has been really problematic, even within system science itself. The society evolved over time. It, in particular, expanded its scope beyond the theoretical and technical considerations. And it invited people in who were looking for the use of systems for practical applications, for solving problems. And so today it provides a forum where scholars, practitioners from across the disciplinary spectrum, representing academia, business, government, nonprofit communities, and so forth, can get together and share their ideas and learn from one another. Organizationally, it's guided by a governing council. There is a board of directors, which is really the president, current president, past president, and the president pro tem, and then a number of VPs. There are a board of trustees, which is actually comprised of all of the prior presidents that are still living, and then the general membership. And then the organization is based on this idea of what has been called special integration groups. SIGs, which if you're familiar with a number of other societies and so forth. They have what they're called special interest groups, but the SIGs in the ISSS were not special interest groups, or at least they weren't meant to be. The basic idea was that they would work on topics, but then attempt to integrate those topics into a holistic vision of system science. And so they had paper sessions and worked on their topics. This turned out to have some strengths. There's a real motivational aspect to somebody coming in and working on a specific area of system science and being able to speak to that to the general audience. But then it turned out we discovered there were some weaknesses in this particular approach. We expected the SIGs to interact with one another and to cross-fertilize, it is to share knowledge between them, and hopefully this would lead to a sort of a self-organizing body of knowledge. That does not seem to have taken place. And so there's been a lot of self-reflection among a number of members of the leadership as well as the membership for the ISSS, and it reflects mostly on the SIGs. So just prior to the 2019 annual meeting that was held in Corvallis, Oregon, he's now the past president, Peter Tuddenham, organized weekly online meetings for interested members. And what we're going to do is take a look at these various SIGs and see what they were about, and how they operated. There have been between 15 and 20 participants for these meetings, and they're held regularly on Saturday mornings. Well, Saturday morning for me, since it's a global effort, the times were different, obviously, for different people. The SIG chairs were invited to give a short presentation, and that was followed by a question, answer, and commentary session. The objective of these meetings was to better understand how these SIGs were working and what they did when they weren't presenting papers. In other words, when it wasn't the annual meeting and people were there giving their presentations, what did they actually do? While we were at the Corvallis meeting, we had some sub-meetings, and we basically came to the conclusion that maybe the SIGs were not contributing to the goals of the ISSS exactly as the founders had originally intended. Okay, so what happened after Corvallis? So during the year after the meetings, after the Corvallis meeting, the Saturday morning meetings continued. And it became clear that there was little, if any, actual integration going on. So we made some attempts to try to identify patterns. So you had all of these SIGs, they had names, and they had subjects that they would be talking about. And we tried to see, is there any kind of clustering that would make a lot of sense in terms of trying to find some system of SIG organizations? We did have a few thoughts about, well, it looked maybe like there was, but really we came to no conclusions. So then the discussion turned to the examination of the role of the SIGs, whether they had actually turned into special interest groups, even though that wasn't the intent. And we did find a great deal of compartmentalization and fragmentation, which is quite typical of the scientific silos in academia. So this was followed by a discussion about what kind of organization should the ISSS have in order to fill its objectives, its mission. While these conversations were getting going, getting to a point of really realizing what we were kind of trying to do, something happened that nobody expected. Well, not nobody, but we weren't thinking about it. We got hit by the pandemic. And as quickly as can be, the Saturday morning meetings turned into a kind of examination of what should system science do for this, to address this crisis. Pardon me. And specifically, what should the ISSS do to address the crisis? This was very easy to understand. The sentiments of that somehow systems thinking and system science should be the basis for some kind of solutions to this pandemic. And understandably, it was driven by a desire to do something helpful. Everybody involved was really very intent on what can we do, how can we do it, using our systems thinking abilities. And in addition to that, several of the participants were fairly close to the healthcare system. And so they were truly motivated to try to address this problem. But after quite a lot of discussion, it started to become clear that the ISSS itself might not be in a position to organize any kind of project that would actually be able to deal with COVID-19 as such. And so then a new vision started to emerge. I have been working on a second book, a new book for me, actually a third book, I guess, having to do with the use of system science principles and definitions of systems and so forth, and then a development of methods for systems analysis and design. And just before the pandemic came, I had actually asked several of the people participating in this group to review chapters in the book. And when this conversation turned to how society should address the crisis, the society, our society, ISSS, I introduced the notion that there would be no pandemic if, in fact, our social system were organized along the lines that I had developed in Chapter 15. Also, I had presented that in 2018 to this group, a systems-based architecture design for the human social system. And then last year, I presented an extension of that, which talked about the way in which that kind of human social system very much resembled the structure, architecture, and functioning of the neocortex of a brain. And so I was suggesting that what we call Gaia, the Earth, that the human social system could actually function as a brain for governing the Earth system. And then the idea turned to, well, what the ISSS might be able to do is use some of those ideas to develop and promote a human social system that was far more resilient and sustainable. Not a new idea. Lots of people have been talking about this for quite some time. And if I understood Russian, I'm sure I would understand that many of you are talking about that as well. So what could system science offer? Not how to address COVID-19, or even global warming, or not how to recover the social norms from before the pandemic, which exposed many underlying faults in the current HSS. Not how to transition from where we are to a fixed social system, but what would a blueprint for a better, more sustainable human social human social system after the dust settles look like from a systems perspective? And what concerns me is, what could we leave our successors when the current so-called civilization might not exist anymore? So we formed an exploratory committee, and several members of the larger group formed a subgroup. We're exploring the feasibility of organizing an effort along these lines. And then simultaneously, there was an announcement that we saw of a conference, the 23rd International Conference of Multidisciplinary Studies, and the theme being the resilience for survival. It would be at Cambridge University, although done online, just like we're doing right now. And so we put together a proposal that the ISSS should present a paper outlining what capabilities might be in the way of designing our societies for resilience. And then a vision began to form. We began to start solidifying some ideas. And so bear in mind, two things were going on simultaneously. One was, how do we design or organize the ISSS to be more effective? And at the same time asking, well, what does that effectiveness mean? And then when we began to look at that, we said, well, that means using system science or coordinating the effort to use system science to look at what a human social system could be. That would be resilient, sustainable, and really benefit the Earth as a whole. So that's really what we came down to, this dual purpose idea. We wanted to use some of the methods that I had developed and explained in this new book. First, to work on the ISSS itself, and then when we got to a point where we understood that framework, we would turn to this longer-term goal of looking at what could be done to produce a human social system that would be, as I said, resilient, sustainable, and so on. So we're talking about increasing the viability of the ISSS while at the same time increasing the viability of society. The process of analysis and design is explained in the book, but it would lead to a more systemic ISSS organization, and we'll learn a lot about the process itself. And with these lessons, we can be then turn to the analysis of a viable HSS. We recognize that the ISSS is not the focal point. We're not the only organization that's thinking about these kinds of things, nor are we the end-all and be-all of systems-related organizations. So the effort will need to be expanded to other organizations, and it is global in scope. But we kind of conceive that we may be able to provide sort of a seed crystal. If you drop a crystal into a supersaturated solution, all of a sudden you get crystallization of the entire solution. Our next step is we are putting together this paper presentation for the Resilience for Survival Conference. We're also going to actually formulate it as a report to the governance of the ISSS so as to form what we're calling a community of practice. And we have actually already gotten started. You go ahead and do what you need to do, and then you get permission later. We've started to form a small COP that is from 8 to 10 initial members, and we're actually starting the work already. But we intend to expand the COP as we get organized and we understand the needs and what additional help we're going to need to have. Meanwhile, the annual ISSS conference that had been scheduled for July in Cape Town, South Africa, is canceled due to COVID-19. The upside of that is that there are now a number of members who are devoted to figuring out that conference who are going to be freed up to help with the project. We're also engaged in outreach to other systems societies around the world. And in one sense, that's why I'm here talking to you now. I would really like to get many people from many cultures involved in this activity. So we have two products to produce. One is the viable ISSS plan. The other is the blueprint for a viable human social system. The chapter 15 of my book that I'm referring to here describes what I believe would be a viable system. And it's what I described last year in The Guy's Brain. But it may or may not be. That was just the work of one person. And we're going to put together a group of system scientists and engineers and practitioners and attempt to go through the analysis and go through the design aspects of it in order to see if we come up with maybe the same, maybe a very different structure. But it's definitely, if we apply system science rigorously, we should come up with something that's very viable in terms of how humans should organize themselves to have any kind of future at all. And so that, I hope, gives you a little idea of what some of us are thinking right now. We have members coming from Europe, Japan, China, or Hong Kong, Australia, South Africa, and we've got people from all over the world. Would really love to have more participation from people. We have a couple of Russians in the group, in that larger group. But we really like to have more participation from people from all over the world. So, do we take questions and answers?
Дорогие коллеги, у нас два вопроса. Алина Стеблянская из...
Dear colleagues, we have two questions. One is from China, and Ilinsky Alexander Ilyich.
Давайте в таком же порядке, как вы назвали. Пожалуйста, Алина Стеблянская.
Alina, please.
Здравствуйте, коллеги. Вы меня слышите?
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you hear me?
George, my name is Alina Steblyanska. I'm from Harbin Engineering University School of Economics and Business. And here we also try to do system economics in collaboration with George Kleiner and Russian Financial Academy and Central Economic Institute of Economy and Mathematics of Russian Academy of Science. So it's glad to hear you. Good lecture. Thank you. and it's also exciting idea concerning new human society. But I have a question concerning your special integration groups. Of course, we are all interested in collaboration with you. Is it possible also we take participation in your special integration group meetings with our Russia-China system economics subgroups? Of course, we have many ideas here concerning general system theory development for biodiversity conservation, for system economics, for sustainable growth, for sustainable development, etc. So many ideas. We also try to start projects concerning how we can overwhelm COVID-19. Thank you so much. And if it is possible to collaborate with you together, so thank you so much. It will be very worthwhile.
Well, yeah, here's my feeling about all of this. We have to work together. We have to, stop working in little silos and start thinking about how do we integrate everything together, and produce a consistent, self-consistent, internally consistent, whatever you want to call it, framework for tackling all kinds of problems. And so my recommendation is that you can certainly join the ISSS and then get involved in one of the SIG sessions. And I'd love to see that. But we're not going to individually or even in small groups, we're not going to come up with really good solutions. And even if we did come up with a good solution, we couldn't implement it unless we start working together. So I would encourage folks to get involved in this. We do conduct everything in English. I don't speak Russian. I don't speak any other language except maybe JavaScript or something. But so there is that potential barrier. But if we can work out translators to be involved in that, as I believe you've done on your side right now, that would be something we would actively pursue.
Thank you, George. Thank you, George. We will write to you because we have a group, and well, in China we all know English, so it's easy to collaborate in Russia also. Thank you so much. So we stay in touch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Действительно, нам очень важно объединять усилия.
It's very important for us to combine efforts. And question of Alexander.
Hi, George. Thanks a lot for your brilliant presentation. Let me introduce myself. I'm Alex Ilinsky. I'm a dean of the International Finance faculty here in Moscow, and we have a team of 600 students and 100 professors working in the area of international finance, complexity analysis, artificial society, and other similar things, right? It was very interesting for me personally to learn about ISSS activity and some opportunity for cooperation through the special interest group, SEEK, right? And I have two questions. Is it possible to organize some cooperation between international finance faculty where all subjects taught in English, and we have around 600 English-speaking person interested in the area of system analysis from one hand. And from another hand, is it possible to invite you to visit Moscow as visiting professor for lecturing for a short time convenient for you, at convenient time for you? So thank you very much again for your interesting lecture.
George.
Some problem with
George.
With connection.
George, have you listened to us?
Ну ладно, ничего, в следующий раз тогда. Что ж делать?
Коллеги, посмотрите.
Okay, next time. Please look if he's in the list of participants. It looks like he's disconnected. We cannot see him. Gary Berich wanted to ask a question. Well, I don't know if it's possible to ask question to Professor Mabas. But then I will just draw attention. It's not clear for me what is the connection of this organization that was presented to us with the system of decision making. It looks like they are have their own thing, even in the conference in Cape Town that might have happened. But it looks like it's not a system of country governance and management. And it's an illness that we also have. So this gap, when I was talking about reconstruction, I also meant reconstruction of relationship between economic theory and practice of management. So this striking gap in this sense, I will use terminology that was used by Julia. It's a black hole where our efforts are going to get missed. So it looks like it's the case in the United States as well. So this is my first note. And second, I'd like to remind you about the barrel principle that was introduced in the 70s. This combination of a large number of disaggregated models or systems with a small number of aggregating. So this system of special groups that Professor Mabas was talking about, dealing with particular issues, looks like it was not able, due to lack of these aggregating committees, to create a truly systematic results of this research. And this tells me that in our ideology of systems, we should pay attention not so much to particulars, because special subjects are dealing with it, but rather to general issues, and then the result would be more feasible. And the last thing, regarding the influence of coronavirus or influence on coronavirus, it seems to me that we are missing systematic aspects of this event. Until recent times, we are in the process of globalization, merging boundaries between countries and finance and people. It's obvious that on this path we were way overdone, and the nature, by terminology of Professor Mabas, it's Earth or other forces also influence on this, but the nature itself responded to that with what we see today. So where is globalization? We are so localized now. It's like an iron curtain. We used to have one iron curtain. Now we have a huge number of iron curtains. And this tells that systematic approach should be a combination between diversity, heterogeneity, and homogeneity. So any distortions in any way is threatening. Thank you very much. Next presentation. We're slightly changing our program. Next presentation we'll have Yuri Baturin, Quality Analysis and Evolution of Economic Systems. Please. Good morning, colleagues. Let me demonstrate my screen. Now it's all visible, right? You can see my presentation. Yes, we can see presentation, but not you. To turn on the camera. Now you can see me. Excellent. Good. So, qualitative analysis of economic systems evolution. Let me present this message, and I will talk about soft measurements. I will start with the initial consideration that economic systems are much more complex than physical or technical systems. For you it's easy, but for me you can evaluate what physicians and engineers do. Since economic systems are the most complex, that's why forecasting predictions of the evolution of economic systems are approximate. The character of prediction are very approximate. Really, in most real economic tasks, initial conditions, limitations, and targets are too complex or hard to be determined in order to create exact mathematical model. Moreover, even if we have this mathematical model of economic processes, it needs to be qualitatively interpreted. Only in that case we can refer this model to real processes. Really, if A or B flows are described by the same mathematical equations, it doesn't mean that A equals B. For example, Mr. Kolmogorov in 1942 discovered similarity of spectrum of intensity of financial hydrodynamic flows, fluctuations that you see on the slide. The formula that he discovered, L is a linear dimension of fluctuation energy. This energy fluctuation, C is constant. Kolmogorov. So it doesn't mean that financial flows are the same. So discovery of specific quality expressions in the system enable to correctly describe it. So the problem is that how to build this interpretation. It looks like we need a certain procedure for that. In order to build these procedures, methods were offered like fuzzy sets, spaces of tolerance, numerical estimation, tolerances, thresholds, cluster analysis, distinguishability, etc. Here in this table, depending on the method of quality difference highlighting, they are grouped in four groups. That's the right low corner of the table. So the essence to assess some insignificant quality differences in the system. The task is to create a procedure of quality interpretation of quantitative equations that contains a mathematical model of the process, and only in combination quality and quantity properties gives the understanding about the real economic process or the system. It seems to me that the quality analysis of evolution of economic system should be multi-level. I will note three minimal levels required: physical level, sensory level, and linguistic level. At the same time, each level of analysis is not separate study where conclusions of previous become the subject of analysis, but it's a unified, comprehensive analysis of interaction between levels. So this idea, I came across this idea by computer standards. Open system interconnection, we all use it, although we don't know about it when we conduct our conference. These files as packages or groups of files are circulated by various paths along the network, and it's all regulated by 7-level architecture. Well, we are not involved in that, but all these levels ensure the system that we all see each other and listen to each other and can communicate. So we start with the physical level. I can see some objections that it simplifies too much economic reality, and this is really so. But economic reality is too complex for formal analysis and for measurement as well. Physical model looks like a drawing of a child on a piece of paper in two-dimensional space, and this picture reflects the world. Somehow we can recognize a girl on this picture, on the balloons, but we cannot see economy on this two-dimensional. We see it from the reverse screen on the where projector is on, but the movie has not yet started. In the audience, in the lights, these balloons are floating around. So here it is. They are moving, so they are flying. And we are on the back side of the screen. We see how these figures, they change their dimensions and sizes. Sometimes they fly away after colliding or going through each other. So we are forced to study economics in measuring projections of objects that we don't understand. And so why, among all the potentials, the physical level was selected as the basis? Because the purpose of physics is to reveal the meaning of reality, of the world surrounding us. If you are a physician, you won't try to understand everything at once. You will look at different pieces of reality. You will idealize each piece of reality and create its description. That's why physicists have dealing with approximate idealized situations, and physical models become the first convenient approximation for understanding. In these terms, 20 years ago, emergence of econophysics have been clearly understood. Well, one step has been done, but the further one is not. So we'll need at least 2 other levels that I mentioned, but possibly more. Next level is a sensor level. Sensor level enables to tackle economic models, to feel, to touch the model, and imagine this image of this economic reality, and get subjective information from insiders, experts on the certain economic fragment. But then we need to translate these subjective representations into indicator mode. So for soft measurements of economic situation, we need levels of analysis and reflection of objects of each level. And those values that we assign to objects and their representations. Oh, simple example. Let's remember Kolmogorov discovered similarity of financial and hydrodynamic flows. Let's imagine we have certain economic problem, and analogy of this problem, the task is to take a shower, and we have a certain device with which we can take a shower. Now we have mixes, as you know. In five-star hotels could be quite tricky. First you touch it, and then you need to get the
моделью. Когда физическая модель понятна, переходим на следующий, на сенсорный уровень, поручая делу специалисту по водным процедурам. Ну, он, как и вы, впрочем, обычно без градусника, без иных измерительных приборов, которые показывают нам, например, точные значения напора воды,
Usually these people
просто двумя-тремя легкими поворотами ручек крана быстро устанавливают комфортный режим работы душа.
This also can provide for comfortable operations of the shower tap. And at the next level, we are going to use the linguistic changes to point the necessary parameters. What are the linguistic changes?
Лингвистическая переменная — это переменная, ее ввел математик Клод Физаде в 60-х годах.
This has been introduced by a mathematician called Lotfizadeh in the 20th century, and the linguistic variables carried by words of natural or artificial languages. For instance, the linguistic variable size can be small, big, very big, large, or great. And in this regard, the plus here is not the addition, but a conjunction. And this linguistic variables understanding underscores the story of a professor of the Chicago Gale University. Once he was working in a lab with the students, and he wasn't sure what the current was, 110 or 220. The student was going to run and get the voltmeter, but the professor advised him to check it by hand. And the student says, it will just shake me. But he said, if this is 110, you will jump away and say, oh, damn. And if it's 220, you will use stronger language. And the student thought long and hard. And then he noted, when I was coming here, I met a gentleman in a corridor. I think he must have gotten a 380 current. So on this slide, you can see how to interpret the linguistic value of X when it's not very small and not very large. And when we substitute this, we can get the actual number. the fractions here.
Строгое определение лингвистической переменной показано на...
The definition of the linguistic variable is presented on the slide. Where the linguistic variable is L, it has various variables such as size, income, consumption, inflation, fidelity, and so on.
Представим себе
Please note and try to imagine, in conclusion, this general case. Let's try and imagine that someone who is placed inside the
Для этого он описывает ситуацию, как он ее видит, и описывает на языке, которым владеет.
Complex socio-economical situation is asking for support. And he writes a note, puts it in a bottle, and casts it adrift in the ocean. And we find it at our conference. We see a bottle, and we read the note, and we get, in the initial analysis, the initial scope of the message that we need to read and understand. And we get hereby to the sensory level. However, later, subsequently, we need to find a decoding mechanism to understand the meaning of the message, and that means to get inside the actual message. And this is the most complex.
Придется поработать с самыми разными специалистами, социологами.
We'll need to involve a number of different experts to find that lawyers, linguists, economists, and many others. Let's imagine we noted some unknown symbols. We found some unknown symbols written on a note. C equals alpha plus B plus Y. The linguists told us that the letters from two different families of alphabets are used. The letters can belong to multiple languages, English, Spain, German, but C can even be Russian. Two smaller letters can be Greek. The sociologist supposed that in a consumption society, the most advanced value and notion is consumption. The doctor remembered that his colleague from Wales, Robert Rickard, back in 1557, had proposed to use the equal sign to indicate equalities. And as you know, there used to be a science of mathematics that was replaced and advanced, and signs of plus and equal have been also advanced. Now, what is addition and equation? This was clarified by a logics expert. When we invited a mathematician, he noted that this is a linear function, so straightforward, it's self-obvious. But then they came to a conclusion where Y is the income and B are the elements, the coefficient, C is consumption, and then the mathematician said everything is clear, and he left. But the physicist said, a second, please. What is the mathematical point of this model? Let's suppose Y equals 0, so there is no income, when alpha is the money spent on consumption in a lack of any revenues, of any income, and the experts on their skin can feel the value of living in a country that only is spending, that is consuming, and they appealed for help. So alpha here equals 0 means nothing to spend when there is nothing to make. And we saw in this bottle message a number of symbols that had to be deciphered. And then using mathematical symbols, we defined the concepts and then developed a language that could describe this message. If we introduce the measurement of linguistic variables, linguistic measurement tools, we can get a quality interpretation of this mathematical model describing this economic situation. So please allow me to move on to my conclusions. So we propose the following procedure, 3 levels procedure for measuring the accumulation of qualitative differences within the evolution of the economic systems. Then firstly, the physical model is created for the examined fragment of economic reality. Then a sensitive model is selected.
Выведенные количественные оценки. Спасибо за внимание.
So we mean the language of description. The linguistics variables came third. And that's all for me. Thank you very much, Yuri Nikolaevich. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? Georgy Borisovich has a question.
Юрия Михайловича за, как всегда, очень впечатляющий и глубокий доклад.
Very impressive and insightful presentations. Yuri Baturin's work is always an attempt for a deeper insight into the nature of things, where they're speaking of various economic and social systems. Well, I have a question. I have 2, actually. But the key question is next.
Ведете отсчет построения модели от физического образа. Считаете, что начальным этапом является построение, а может быть тут
and the initial stage here is, of course, building the physical model. Then we speak of the sensory model, and then others, and then the linguistic model. But how do we construct the bottom layer? Where do we derive this physical model, and what is it based on, and why is it physical and not biological or psychological? Thank you for the question, George. It's a very good question for a physicist. Certainly, the choice of a physical model was dictated by my education, physicist education. If I were working in biology, I would have probably selected some different concept. But I tried to, on one of the slides, to explain why physics. Please allow me to demonstrate this again.
Почему физика? Потому что
kind of physics. In my view, the physics goal out of all the other sciences is in the biggest part connected or designed to simplify and derive sense out of separate pieces of reality. This is what it seems to me. And it seems to me that econophysics had not appeared by accident. Not bioeconomics appeared. No, bioeconomics had actually also appeared, don't worry. Well, I won't. But we've never heard of its successes. And it feels to me that economic physics, is a very good level for descriptions here. Well, you see, the question here is not simply from economist to a physicist or from a mathematician to a physicist. I'm trying to find the difference between the physicists that study the objective reality. Well, of course, this is relative in terms of Heisenberg. When you study it, you change the reality. Well, leaving that aside. And on the other hand, the economists, although you put them on the other side of the fence, actually they're between the screen and the fence, because each of them plays part in creating this economy. Even moreover, in my opinion, than a physicist that cannot change the physical laws if he's into micro world. But the economists try to actually change the economic reality. And that's why I have a mental problem, in that I do not see a difference between a physical approach and economic approach.
Первую специальность, которая получена каждым из нас. Но дело в том, что, как не видите разницы? Все-таки экономика сложнее физики как объект.
Не знаю.
Поэтому, мне кажется, так.
Поэтому, this is what it's saying. This is my opinion. They are not able to stand in the same line. We need simplification. Let's take not physics, but a biological model. But you have to begin with a model to construct this multi-level, multi-tier system. It's a pragmatic challenge, really. We need to have a relative dimension, something relatively close. And I propose to begin with physics. Maybe someone can begin with biology. Yes, of course, certainly I understand that. But now, by way of a comment, a reaction, not a question, that prior to physics or biology or prior to cosmology, today I quoted you the cosmological model. Prior to all that, we have the mental model. That is the underlying model that precedes all the others. George, I think we're going into faraway depths here, because this model also contains economics. This is very deep, and I'm not sure of where to approach it. Let's do it together. Okay. Thank you very much, Yuri. Thank you. Can I ask you a question, dear colleagues? Yes, certainly.
Юрий Михайлович, добрый день. Добрый день, Юрий Михайлович.
Good afternoon.
Профессор Горнов Андрей Петрович, Российский экономический университет.
Boдрov Andrei Petrovich, Russian Economic University. Professor Bodrav.
Вопрос такой у меня. Один из больших проблем развития современной
One of the key problems in modern Russian economic development is that we are greatly lagging in terms of modern digital technologies.
И то, что у нас было раньше, получение, прибыли,
the previous paradigm where we used to derive income from oil and gas is changing. For this reason, the greatest challenge today is developing modern technologies. What is your stand on this issue? How do you see the development of this key problem? Because we need a new breakthrough. We see the changes in working models, so we need to think long and hard now. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrei Petrovich. Please allow me to recall when George called digitalization an hour ago. He called it a black hole. I fully agree with you, George, and George Kleiner. And this is why we're behind digitalization. We're behind on digitalization, lagging behind other countries. And this is why we're much more advanced in terms of black hole, because the issue, the point of digitalization, many people are tackling it today. Many ministries are on the job. But the point is that it's not that we are running conferences, that we have computers, that we're pressing buttons. The goal of digitalization is that using symbiotic language is we are separating a sign from the carrier, and so we get the second control channel.
And we continue managing without including it, without using this channel that could bring us to the appropriate path. That's why I think digitalization is a black hole. And another problem of digitalization is that it's not possible to study, for example, digital law emerged, other things. It's not possible to research digital law by the lawyers who don't know the basics of techniques, physics, and mathematics, how signals are propagated, how it is recorded, and how it is described. It is described at a primitive level. So we are going into this digitalization while describing it with primitive language and without using those multiple channels and management.
Можно, Юрий Михайлович, коллеги, извините, я бы хотел связать то, что говорил Юрий Михайлович.
Colleagues, I'd like to connect what Yuri told about it, about difficulties of interpretation. Unfortunately, it's all finished with the numbers, like ratings or other numbers. But interpretation of this, subject to algorithm of deriving it, it's a real black hole. We have a lot of black holes. Another question from Julia Slipsova and Steblansky. Julia, first, thanks for your interesting presentation. I have the following question. When you say that physicists deal with fragments of reality, you say that physicists study fragments of reality, but when you take two models, you describe two fragments of reality, then how do you glue it to each other, connect it? Yes. Really, the task of connecting, gluing models is quite urgent. It turns out that it's connected while using mathematics. Looks like the same equations describe different models, and that's where the seam is going. And mathematical physics is dealing with that. Thank you. Now, Alina Steblyanska, are you going to ask a question? Question from Natalia. I don't see a hand. From Alina. Then Natalia Narinyan. Colleagues should mention your patronymic name. Okay, question. I was surprised that you have this excellent presentation, but in the end, I said that the cornerstone is the importance of controls over incomes and expenses. I think the common problem is that in our society, is that happened. So maybe it's better to pay attention to some other aspects of economy. I think it was the main reason for what is happening now. Well, Natalia, I'm saying thank you and saying sorry if this example is not good. I'm sorry about that. I haven't thought that elementary things that economists study could irritate you at some level, and it wasn't a central part of my presentation. Colleagues, any other questions? So, if not, then we thanks, Yuri Mikhailovich. Then we move to the next speaker, Gerald Midgley, and he will make a presentation. Please turn off the sound and camera for those who are online. Now the floor goes to Gerald. Gerald Midgley will tell us about the systems of thinking for resolving wicked problems. I'm happy to see you, Gerald. So far, we are not hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Fantastic. So I'd like to just start by sharing my screen, and hopefully you'll see the slides. So it's not happening at mine. Here we go. Okay, so what I'd like to use my time with you today for is to give you a very broad overview of the work in the West on using systems thinking for tackling wicked problems. I'm going to go through the following. So I'll give you a very, very high-level overview of wicked problems. Essentially, wicked problems are highly complex and intractable problems that really have to be managed and are not easily solved. And I'm also going to tell you a little bit about systems thinking. Of course, there's a whole variety of ideas on systems thinking, and systems thinking covers ideas as diverse as physics, biology, management, family therapy. But what I'm going to concentrate on for my talk is approaches for policy and management. And I just want to note that in 2017, the UN, the WHO, and the OECD all called for a systems approach to deal with highly complex issues, and especially for working across the Sustainable Development Goals. So we're at a tipping point, I feel, in the systems movement at the moment, because there's suddenly massive, massive interest in our work. And part of that is connected with global agencies seeing the relevance of it. So I'm going to give some examples of different systems approaches for different purposes, and I'm going to give you some practical examples of those from my own projects. Those projects some of them were conducted in the UK, and some of them were in New Zealand, because I worked for 7 years as a senior science leader in a government research institute in New Zealand. And then I'll leave you with some systemic principles for addressing wicked problems. So the term wicked problem was first coined by Rittel and Weber in 1973, and it's still a term that's widely used in policy today, at least in the UK. So it's about dealing with highly interconnected issues that cut across the usual silos. So often you have to have multiple government departments, multiple organizations involved right across the public, private, and voluntary sectors. And they're working at different scales, from the local to the global, many different views on the problem and potential solutions, often conflict, uncertainty, and often skepticism as well about the possibility of change. So we're talking about the most difficult, intractable problems, and it's in these kinds of problems that I think a lot of systems thinking comes into its own. So what is systems thinking? Now, I'll be honest, this slide is talking with you about something that is really obvious to most people in the systems community. So I'm not going to be telling you anything new here, but I think it's necessary to go over this basic information so that the rest of the framework I'm going to present to you becomes more transparent. So let's break that term systems thinking down into two parts. And first of all, thinking. So thinking uses language, and language is socially shared. So actually dialogue helps us think. So this is a broad idea of thinking being both personal and collective. It's not just something that goes on in your mind, but something that also goes on in dialogue between people. Now, I mentioned at the beginning there's a huge variety of systems ideas, and that's the case not only across disciplines, but also even within the policy and management space. So there's hundreds of methodologies that have been developed to support systems thinking. And a question that people have been trying to address really for the last 30 years is how can we make sense of this diversity? Because a lot of these methodologies have their own specialist language, and we talk about systems thinking as something that transcends the disciplines, but the diversity in our field is such that it almost becomes another replication of the disciplines with their own specialized languages. Now, I had a very lucky experience in 2008. I was sent the first paper that Derek Cabrera, who's based in Cornell, wrote for a journal. And he presented a new systems thinking framework. And I reviewed this paper, and I had an incredible aha moment, one of these kind of eureka moments. I realized that the framework he presented can actually help us organize the field and help us make sense of the field. While his paper actually said, let's throw away all these methodologies with their specialist jargon and just go back to the basics of what systems thinking is. I wrote to him and said, let's not do that. Let's use your framework to organize the field. And now we're working on a book together on this work. So what I'm going to present today is the basis of a book that's currently in the process of being written. So basic idea of a system. I hope you can see my cursor as it moves across the screen. So here's a system that's within a containing system. Whoops. And it has subsystems within it. So it has parts in relationship with one another. So it's the parts plus relationships that make the system. And the system has emergent properties that could only be explained with reference to the whole and not with reference to any one part in isolation. The system is distinguished by a boundary, and that boundary might be physical, if it's, for example, an organism, the skin, or it might be conceptual, a marker of what's included or excluded in an analysis. And every system is defined from the perspective of an observer. So this is why I have this woman down in the bottom of the screen. She's looking at the system. Actually, it's not so much an observer, because observers are actually part of the systems themselves. So I've also situated her in here. So that's a very simple idea of a system at the very basic level. There are four concepts in there. There's relationships, there's the system, the idea of parts and wholes and the relationships between parts. There's the notion of boundary, and there's the notion of the perspective that's being taken. A lot of system scientists tend to deprioritize that notion of perspective, but it's actually really quite important, because if you think about, for example, the human brain as a system, to a butcher, the human brain is pretty simple. The brain is very simple. You can just pass a cleaver through it. If it's a neurosurgeon, it's a highly complex organ. And so you wouldn't put a knife in it unless you were being very, very delicate in an operation. So the perspective you take on systems really does matter, and they can be simple or complex depending on that perspective. Now, what Derek Cabrera proposed is that from that basic understanding of system, we have 4 systems thinking skills. So we can think in terms of boundaries, making boundary distinctions. We can look at relationships. We can think about systems as part-whole relationships, and we can think about the perspectives that you can take on a system. And what these thinking skills do is enable more effective critical thinking. And it's critical thinking in 2 respects. First of all, it brings attention to all 4 aspects of a system. So if somebody, for example, is talking about particular relationships, you can ask, so what perspective are those relationships being seen from? Do those relationships make up a system? What's the boundary that's demarcating the relationships you're including or excluding? So similarly, if you're looking at a perspective, what relationships does that perspective have to other perspectives? What boundary judgments does that perspective assume? So it enables critical thinking, because for each thing you're looking at any one time, it enables you then to think about how you bring the other concepts on board. It also, though, enables critical thinking in terms of looking at alternatives. So when you're looking at alternative boundary judgments, for example, it might radically change the system that you're seeing. Or if you look at alternative relationships, you may see impacts and opportunities for innovation that are not visible from other perspectives. Now, as I say, Derek Cabrera talked about throwing out the whole panoply of methodologies and just going back to these basics. And I wanted to instead think about how this helps to organize the field of systems thinking. Now, one of the things that can be said is that Derek Cabrera's framework can be used on its own. So although there's 4 simple concepts here, they can be in infinite numbers of combinations. So it's really useful as a tool on its own. But actually, I think it really comes into its own when you use it as a window on the field of systems thinking. So this is a simple story of systems thinking you can tell to somebody coming to it for the first time. And then if they get interested, they can begin to look at the different methodologies. So what I'm going to do here is show 4 different kinds of systems approach that correspond with the different systems thinking skills. So we have approaches for exploring value and boundary judgments about what should be included in or excluded from analysis. We have approaches for understanding complex causality, feedback, vicious and virtuous circles, consequences of intervention. We have approaches for developing viable organizations at multiple scales, from global to local. And we have approaches for understanding multiple perspectives, addressing conflict, developing better mutual understanding and agreeing solutions that people are willing to implement. Now, every mature systems approach uses all four of the systems thinking skills. So this is not a very simplistic lineup of the approaches with these different systems thinking skills. Nevertheless, I think you can find that each methodology has a dominant systems thinking skill, a skill that it relies on more than the others. So I'm going to go quickly through four different systems approaches here, and I'm going to explain in a brief way each approach and give you a practical example of each. And I also want to emphasize that the systems approaches that I'm going to talk about are all about intervention. They're actually about creating change. They're a form of systemic action research. So these are not approaches simply for observation and reporting like many mainstream science approaches. So let's start with the first one, approaches for exploring value and boundary judgments about what should be included or excluded from analysis. So an assumption of systems thinking is that everything is directly or indirectly connected with everything else. But we can't have a God's eye view of that interconnectedness. Our understanding is actually partial, and it's partial in two senses of that term. The word partial has two meanings in the English language, and both are relevant. So the first meaning is it's limited. Our understanding is always limited. We always have boundaries in play. Hello?
Жареные будем с картошкой.
Okay. So we always have limitations in play. We always have boundaries. The other sense of partial, it means informed by values. This is valueful. So if I can explain the diagram, and this is based on work done across 50 years by Wes Churchman, Vern Ulrich, myself, and others. The oval that you see here is representative of a boundary judgment. That means the inclusion of stakeholders and the issues that concern them. A boundary also marks the exclusion of stakeholders and issues. And every boundary judgment is associated with a set of values that are, and by values, I don't mean general principles like virtues, like kindness and patience. I mean what matters to people in the context of action. So values help us draw our boundaries. It's what's relevant to our purposes. But also the boundaries that already exist in our institutions constrain the possible values that can be expressed at any one moment in time. So there's this tight relationship between making boundary judgments and making value judgments. When I'm involved in practice, I tend to emphasize the values exploration, because it's through exploring values that people begin to see the opportunity for different kinds of boundary judgments. And this is a very basic idea of boundaries. And one of the authors I just mentioned, Vern Ulrich, proposed a way to make it practical to explore boundaries in social planning processes. So, whereas Wes Churchman, who was the first to write on this, talked about expanding the boundaries to be as inclusive as possible without a paralyzing analysis, Vern Ulrich said you can't do that in practical situations because you have time and resource constraints. So the issue is not how to be as inclusive as possible, but how to justify the boundaries that people want to use. And he came up with a set of 12 questions to support boundary exploration and boundary setting. You can use these 12 questions for both exploring what the system currently is and also for looking at what it ought to be. And in my experience, looking at what it ought to be is where it really becomes useful, because you can really get far-reaching understandings of what change needs to be about. So there are 3 questions within each of these 4 categories. So when we're looking at a system, we're asking about the motivation people have. What purposes do people have for this system? Issues of control. Who has decision-making power? What should they have control over and what should they not have control over? Issues of expertise. What counts as expertise? For instance, is it technical and scientific expertise? Is it experience? So, for example, I've done a lot of work in mental health services, and actually having first-hand experience of mental health problems is a form of expertise. And the final category is legitimacy. So what makes this the right thing to do? Why are these boundaries legitimate? So you can use this tool, these 12 questions, for collective planning, trying to secure an emerging agreement on key purposes and values, boundaries and governance processes. But also, if you're in a situation where the planners are not listening to citizen groups, you can actually use it with citizen groups to build an argument that those citizen groups can then use to build a campaign to try to change policy. So I want to give you a very quick example from my own practice. Back in the 1990s, I evaluated the first diversion from custody project in the UK. So there's a significant problem with prisons in the United Kingdom. A lot of people in prison have mental health problems, and when they're in prison, they're not receiving appropriate treatment. And this project wanted to do something about this. It wanted to find the people in prison with mental health problems and get them out of prison and get them alternative sources of help. It also wanted to work with the police stations so that when a person with mental health problems is arrested, they can receive treatment instead of simply being prosecuted. So what we showed through this evaluation was that the project was highly successful in getting people who'd committed minor crimes out of prison. They had a success rate of 87% diversion. So, but the issue came when you looked at the 13% that they couldn't divert. And there were 2 major issues here. The first is with people who'd committed really serious crimes. They were not diverted because people were concerned that if they were taken out into the community, they might commit other crimes again. And the other thing is that if people were not responsive to medical drug treatment, then there was no alternative, and those people ended up staying in prison. So what we did was a complete redesign of the criminal justice and mental health systems within the region of the UK where we were working to prevent people with mental health problems ending up in prison in the first place. We worked with professionals in the criminal justice and mental health care systems, and we also worked with a group of 12 people with mental health problems who'd been released from prison. And we used some ideas from Russ Ackoff, who's a famous American systems thinker. He said, plan as if all of the current systems have disappeared and you're going to build them from scratch. You just have to make sure that what you design is technologically feasible, it's viable, so it's financially viable and viable in other ways, and it's also adaptable into the future. So they did a fundamental redesign, and design new treatment-orientated secure services. They talked about other forms of therapy beyond drugs, like talking therapies, cognitive behavior therapies, for those not responsive to medication. And we presented our work to the Home Office, which is the government department responsible for internal affairs. So that's a typical example. And what we found in that work, and I found in maybe 20 or 30 projects since then, is that ordinary people with no experience of planning can participate equally well as professional planners. So the second approach I want to discuss with you is system dynamics, which is really about exploring complex causality and looking at the possible consequences of intervention. Now, this diagram, I appreciate, looks like a bowl of spaghetti. So you don't bother to even try to look at the parts of it. It's probably not even visible to you on a small computer screen. Look at the form of it. What the form is showing is causal connections among different elements of this system. What this diagram comes from is a project I did in New Zealand when I was working in a government research institute. So some of our scientists had been doing research on why New Zealand has a very high level of food poisoning. It actually has the highest level of food poisoning in developed countries across the world. And what their science showed is that some of this food poisoning comes from cows, and the dairy industry is about a quarter of the GDP of New Zealand. A lot of it comes from cows that poo into the rivers, and the rivers carry the bacteria into the human drinking water system, and then human beings get sick from that. So this was published, and because the dairy industry is such a big part of the New Zealand economy, there was an explosion of anger. The farmers got extremely angry. They said, this is not true. It's a problem of the human sewage system. Some people were saying it's a problem with chicken farms. Other people were saying it's wild ducks. And all of the sides in this argument started blaming each other. And it was a very angry situation. And people weren't even willing to talk with each other. There was so much anger around this. And in this hot situation, I was asked if I can do something to help bring the groups together, not to solve the disagreement, but at least get them talking again. So what I did is I worked and this is work I did with a team, worked with the different stakeholders separately. So there's a whole area up here about human sewage, and the farmers talked about their understanding of causality in the human sewage system. There's an area down here on farming. We talked about the causality in this area. So each group had a model of how it believed the causality happened around food poisoning. And of course, once they developed their models, they were more than willing then to talk with other people because they thought they could justify their position to others. So they were willing to come together. When we brought them together at that point, we didn't let them justify their approach to other people. What we asked them to do is identify elements in other people's models that connected with elements in their own models. And across a morning of work, we developed this diagram, which basically shows that Campylobacter, which is the bacteria they were concerned with, is flowing right throughout the system. It's flowing through farm animals, humans, human sewage system, human beings, wild animals. It's across the whole system, and it just doesn't make sense to talk about one part of the system without looking at the rest of it. And it was a breakthrough, not because we solved the disagreements, but simply because people were talking reasonably at the end of this. They were actually beginning to have a common language that they could begin to talk about, and they had an understanding that you can't talk about these different parts of the system in isolation. So it helped overcome that conflict and help people move on. Now, the third approach for developing viable and highly responsive organizations. And I'm going to talk here about the viable system model, which was first developed by Stafford Beer back in the 1950s, but there's been a lot of work since on this. And I'm going to give you a very, very brief overview. It's quite a complex model. And so I'm going to simplify it for the purpose of presenting it in a couple of minutes. You can use this model to diagnose problems in existing organizations, or you can use the model to design new organizations. So imagine that this shape here represents the environment of an organization. So every organization has to meet some need in its external environment if it's going to be viable. So the first thing an organization has to consider is what are the needs in its environment that it's going to meet. And it will need operational units to meet those needs. Because this is a large organization, let's say this is a university, and the areas in the environment are different groups of students who want to do different degree programs. These operational units might be departments offering the degree programs. And you need coordination of resources across those. You also need management, which will audit the work of these operational units so you can see when it goes beyond acceptable limits. Maybe student numbers drop below the viability limit, or maybe your student numbers have expanded so much you need to open a new degree program. Any viable system needs foresight. So a foresight function looks to the future threats and opportunities in the environment. It also looks at its own organization and its capacity to meet those future opportunities and threats. And it needs strategy or identity maintenance in the organization. And in organizations, you can usually find these functions at multiple scales. So again, if you take a university as an example, these could be faculties, but within faculties, you'll have departments, and this structure should be replicated within those departments. And maybe you have a research team, and this structure should be replicated in that research team. So you really can go from global to local with this kind of model. So one of my colleagues, Angela Espinosa, uses this to show how if the world were to reorganize its international relations using this model, you can actually govern sustainability from the global sphere with things like climate change right down to local levels. Now, one danger I have to flag, I use this after I've already done work with the organization to find what it ought to be doing. Because if you just take an organization's purposes for granted, you can actually make an organization doing the wrong thing worse. So at an extreme end of this, you could make a concentration camp more effective in processing its victims, which is not what you want to do at all. So I always do this work after I've already worked systemically on the purposes of an organization. So some examples from practice. I helped advise a public inquiry in New Zealand into family violence and how to reform the family violence system, because the family violence system was very fragmented. And we used this model to look at multiple scales at how you tackle family violence. I've used it quite a lot for multi-agency working. So when you have, for example, health, housing and welfare organizations, they find it very difficult to join up their services. You can use this model almost like a meta-organization to look at the functions they need to better join up their services. One of my PhD students, Pam Sedelko, has just used it in the United States to look at the interface between international organized crime and local gang violence, because the international organized crime agencies recruit the most violent offenders from local gangs, which is why a lot of the local violence is so bad. The police officers who deal with the local violence, though, are not talking to the agencies dealing with international organized crime. And she brought these agencies together to design an interagency system. And the last application I'll mention, just because it'll be relevant to most of you working in universities, is I use this with my team in New Zealand to actually organize our own research. So we identified the government ministries we wanted to work with. These were the areas in the environment, and we reorganized our research teams to respond to the ministry agendas. And usually when you work with academics, you have a planning day, people propose a reorganization, and then they just go back to how they were working before. It's unfortunate, but academics just have their own mind and want to carry on as before. This didn't happen when we used this model, because we aligned our research so well with what policymakers needed. This actually survived for 5 whole years, the way we had organized ourselves. So one final approach before I close down, and that is about exploring multiple perspectives. And the approach I want to talk with you about is soft systems methodology, which I think some of you in Russia work with as well. It was initially developed by Peter Checkland, and it's a qualitative approach to support learning between people with different views who are trying to manage a messy, unclear situation. So the first thing that they ask you to do is map the mess. Find out as much as you can about the problem situation, and you codify that into a diagram that people can develop participatively. So here's an example of a rich picture, which is the name for this big picture that's drawn right across a wall. And it's a rich picture from a feasibility study for building a water storage dam to address drought in New Zealand. And now, you won't understand what's going on in this picture, but there's obviously a river, there's people fishing on it, there's people boating on it, there's forestry industry nearby. You don't actually need to know what's in this picture. The people in the room who created it do. So this is their representation of the complexity. Let's show you another one. This one is cleaned up a little bit. This comes from a project to design services for homeless children living on the streets. So we were working in Manchester in the UK on this, and there were about 2,000 children living on the streets of Manchester in any one year. And this was a significant part of the problem. So children experience problems at home and in care. They run away onto the streets, and they're often picked up by the police and returned home, or they're picked up by social workers and returned home. And we talked to children who'd been round this cycle over and over again, maybe 20 times in a year, running away, being picked up, being returned home. And as soon as we presented this diagram to the police, they saw they were part of the problem. And the police found a solution. They decided to take the children, and instead of returning them home, to send them to another agency, and so they could get counselling at another agency and find another way through the system. By the way, there's somebody with their microphone off, and there's a lot of noise disturbing the call. I don't know if somebody can mute their microphone. So after you've mapped the mess, you need to identify possible transformations that different people want. And the trick here is not to force agreement on one transformation, but to keep many possibilities on the table, because this is about learning from each other to understand what each other's assumptions are. So you can use this mnemonic to explore the transformation that people want. BATWO stands for beneficiaries, actors, transformation, worldview, owners, which means anybody who can stop the system from working, victims, and environmental constraints, things you have to take as given. And you explore all these things. So from your perspective, who will benefit from this? From your perspective, who might be a victim here? And you can get better clarity of the meaning of transformations to people through this kind of exploration. And then you can map the activities that are needed to make the transformations a reality. And here's an example of an activity map. It's a conceptual model. This comes from a project I did on New Zealand, where they had developed 30-year research investment roadmaps on controversial areas of science and technology, so biotechnology, nanotechnology, energy, and environment. This is the map of how they went and engaged with stakeholders. So don't look at the detail. I'll just tell you the main thing in here. What they did is they framed the initial roadmap, and then they took it out for consultation to stakeholders. And they met a lot of stakeholder resistance, a lot of anger. And one of the things that they did when we were evaluating it is say, okay, well, instead of doing this, we need to actually have the stakeholder consultation before we create the framing. And that completely changed the situation. So the future roadmaps that came out were much more consensual and accepted much more by researchers and industry. So once you have these understandings of the different transformations and how you would put them into action, you can begin at that point to look for accommodations between different perspectives and try to agree desirable and feasible changes. And that then gives you a basis to move to action. And it's important to note that an accommodation is not the same as a consensus. You can actually disagree on quite a lot, but still agree on the next step forward. That's really quite important because stakeholders are never going to agree on everything, but it doesn't mean you can't move forward. Very quick example of this. I did a project on planning for disaster in a region of the UK where we worked with 19 agencies to help them over a 6-day period design a disaster response counselling system. What was interesting about this is that they had tried to develop their own design over 18 months, meeting every Wednesday evening for 2 hours. So 18 months of conventional meetings took them no further forward, and they couldn't agree on what kind of service is needed. And we worked with them for 6 days, and they designed the service and it was implemented. So what I think this illustrates is it's not just an effective approach to think systemically about a complex problem, but it's also very efficient too. If people are willing to put that concentrated time aside, you can achieve in 6 days what's not achievable in 18 months. So let me recap before closing. So to recap, I've talked a little bit about systems thinking skills, so thinking in terms of boundaries, interrelationships, part-whole systems, and multiple perspectives. And I've given you some examples of methodologies that help to support those different systems thinking skills. I've also given you some project examples, and I want to leave you with 3 important principles. So the first one is explore boundaries and values, also processes of conflict and marginalization up front, and revisit those boundaries as new aspects of a wicked problem present themselves. Boundary exploration usually comes first because you don't even know what perspectives are out there, what interconnections might matter until you've begun to do some boundary exploration. The second principle is using methods from across the systems approaches and the biophysical and social sciences. So mix methods. Don't think that one methodology can do everything, because it simply can't. It's simply not true that one methodology can do everything. You need to be able to draw from across the range of different approaches. And the third principle, if you have no previous experience or very limited experience, start from where you are. Start from where you are because you can't start anywhere else, obviously. But try new methods when the need arises and build capacity for the longer term. So I'm just going to leave you very quickly with 2 cartoons, which I think sum up a lot of what systems thinking can do. So the first one, you may have heard of the Indian fable about the blind men and the elephant. So the blind men are feeling an elephant, and because they can't feel the whole thing, they're all thinking it's different things. So one of them is feeling the ear and he thinks it's a leaf. One of them is feeling the trunk, he thinks it's a snake. And systems thinking can help you begin to see the elephant, the elephant in the room, if you like. Now, although it's bad enough when we all have these limited perspectives, there is one situation that's worse than simply having limited perspectives and not being able to see the elephant. And that's represented in this cartoon. When we think we already know the answer, so everybody thinks it's an elephant and it's not. And in this situation, systems thinking can also help through the kind of boundary exploration. So I did a consultancy with the Central Water Company in Peru, who were being privatized and split into 19 agencies. And they thought they had a business problem because they thought there's going to be no role for a central agency after privatization. And I had an intuition that we ought to have an environmentalist in the room. So I said, I can only do this work if we broaden the boundaries and look at environmental issues too. And sure enough, the environmentalists showed how all of the rivers in Peru are connected by aquifers underground. So whatever one privatized water company did to its water would affect the water for all of the other companies. So you absolutely had to have a central facility to monitor the pollution in water. And it's one of those interesting examples because I had to find a way to challenge that assumption that this is a business problem when actually it was an environmental problem. And what I love in doing this work on systems thinking is seeing decision makers have these aha moments. And it's when they have those moments that they really get the value of what we do. Thank you very much. And I'm open to questions.
Yes, there are some questions. First question, we have first question from Boris Kleiner, who wants to ask a question. Please go ahead. Yes, we can hear you. I would like to thank Gerald for his voluminous presentation related to methodology and practical applications of systems thinking that looks very impressive. As far as I remember, I think it's the only presentation that shows the capabilities of system approach in resolving practical issues. But my question relates to methodological principles. You said about the importance of causality. I would like to clarify. Do you mean causes is like one-time movement from cause to effect, or possible reverse movement from consequence to the reasons, to causes, so-called ergaic principle that enables to observe the future of the system while considering other systems that already passed this stage. So the question relates to clarification of the notion of cause and effect connections.
So I talked about cause and effect in the context of system dynamics as a methodology. And I would say it's both types of causality. So certainly when they're building models, system dynamicists are talking about stocks and flows, but they're also looking at the time dimension. So they're looking at delays within the model. But in addition to that, they're looking at what are the effects of some future possible intervention. So you can play out using the model what do you think might happen in that system, which drives learning. And of course, as soon as you have learning from considering the future, it will influence the present. So in that sense, the future does influence the present. I actually have an ex-PhD student of mine, Tony Hodgson, who did his PhD on looking at different notions of the future, doing different notions of how systems thinking and theories of time can be brought together to improve future studies. And he's just written a book on this. And suddenly the name of his book escapes me. But if you look under Routledge, the publisher Routledge, his book is in there. So it's Anthony Hodgson, if you wanted to get hold of it. It's quite a small, cheap book. It's a good one.
Спасибо большое. И спасибо за замечательный доклад.
Thank you very much and for your excellent presentation. We have another question. Vladimir.
Спасибо. Меня слышно?
Да.
Вопрос надо по-английски задать или можно по-русски?
Should I ask question in English or in Russian? No, you can do it in Russian. We have interpretation.
Ну, прежде всего, большое спасибо за интересную презентацию. Вопрос вот какой. У сложных систем, как правило, не бывает четко очерченных границ.
Don't have clearly defined boundaries. If the boundaries are not defined and fuzzy, then how do you deal with this issue?
So systems in the real world certainly don't have clearly defined boundaries, or complex systems of the nature we're talking about. But inevitably, our human viewpoints are always bounded. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the boundary is geographically located, but in terms of what we include and exclude, we always have boundaries. It's not possible to have a God's eye view and see the whole system comprehensively. So certainly in the systems thinking that has happened in the West, we've moved from a principle in the 1950s when people were trying to get comprehensive analyses, what they thought were comprehensive analyses, to realize that what systems thinking is about is dealing with the inevitable lack of comprehensiveness, which means that the opportunity that you have to deal with those fuzzy boundaries is to explore different possibilities for setting boundaries. And there are many ways to do that. You can use the kind of tool I described. You can explore different perspectives. You can look at causality to make sure your explanations actually include all the key factors. You can look at values and what matters in terms of your purposes in relation to setting boundaries. But it's always going to be the case that human beings have a limited perspective on this. The question is, how can you improve on that limited perspective? Instead of taking it for granted, it's about exploring different possibilities.
У меня тогда такой вопрос вслед.
Then I have a follow-up question. Is it possible to consider that definition or setting up system boundaries is a quintessential systematic approach?
It is absolutely. Now, that the translator just said systematic. Did you mean systematic or systemic? Because my answer is different for each of those.
Я имел в виду определение границ.
I mean, definition of boundaries of systems.
Okay, yeah.
Is it quintessential of system approach or system thinking in your terminology?
Yes, I absolutely think it is. Where I wrote a book called Systemic Intervention in 2000, and in that I concluded that it's the most central skill that you have to deal with, because you won't even see other perspectives and interconnections if you have taken for granted the boundaries.
Хорошо, спасибо. Последний вопрос, Марат Фаридович Гумеров, только, пожалуйста, очень кратко.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much, Mr. Midri, for a very interesting presentation. I have a question provided with a slide where were motivation, legitimacy. So you've said that you take purposes in a field of motivation. So I have a following question. Why don't you put purposes in a particular field? Why do you think that it is possible to take them into a field of motivation? Thank you.
Can you give me a bit more explanation of what's behind the question? Because to me, motivation and purposes seem to go together quite naturally. So there's some, what is informing the question?
Well, why don't you make the field provided with purposes, particularly on that slide?
Only because motivation is just a little bit broader, because it talks about the three questions within motivation are the purposes of the system, the measures of achieving those purposes. The third one kind of escapes me, but it's a little bit broader than just purposes, but the other things are linked to purposes.
Mm-hmm. Right, thank you very much.
Хорошо, спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, Gerald. We are always happy to see you at our conferences. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, and I hope I will get to visit Moscow in December. COVID willing. Thank you.
Следующий доклад Александра Ивановича Клеса «Методологические и прогностические аспекты цивилизационной конкуренции. Познание, действие, управление». Пожалуйста, Александр Иванович. Здравствуйте.
Добрый день.
Слышно, пожалуйста.
Вот все, я себя вижу, теперь меня тоже.
Very well. You can all see me now, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. The name of my presentation is Methodological and Other Aspects of Civilization Competition, the understanding, the actions and control and management. If you will allow me, the last discussion was quite compressed, but it seems to me that during discussions, during presentations, discussion play an important role, and we need to go further. The previous question by George about the defining system principle, I do not agree that this is a boundary. We do have systems with fuzzy borders, but fuzzy boundaries, but I think that such defining principle is the organizing systemic structure. 3 years ago, Chinese media published a very interesting article. I didn't catch it. The reform of the structure defining the system is a defining factor of the reform. Please allow me to repeat that. It's not obvious. The reform of the structure, which is reforming the system, is the key. So the point of the reform is in the key principles defined by the system. And the form of organization is the key principle here. Now, closer to the key purpose of this presentation, colleagues. Now, I'm working on my notepad device and also on my computer. So please allow me.
Здесь переключиться на... Вот так. Состоит из 3 частей моя презентация.
My presentation consists of 3 parts.
Вы можете управлять, да?
You are able to control my presentation. I cannot bring it on screen. Can you help me, please? Can you help me bring my presentation on screen? Just a moment. We'll see what we can do.
Сейчас, одну секундочку.
Да, я здесь, но нам...
Maximus here, but we need the file. I've sent it to you. I mentioned that this will need to be done. Just a mention. Just a moment. I will begin while you bring it on screen. And I'd also like to comment on another interesting subject that was mentioned here. I enjoyed the discussion between Yuri and Mikhail about the depth of scope of these subjects. We are coming towards the problems which are very hard to cover within a discussion. This is, of course, a topic for scientific discussions and needs scientific discussions because the discourse can become defective here. Cut down discourse here is just simply working with a text. This actually has direct bearing on the economy, direct correlation to the economy. When we're actually working, we're losing the outside scope of the situation. The text is beginning to dominate over the context, then it excludes it, and then it reduces it, and then the work with reduced texts in economics can lead to, and we can also turn to Stoggerett's work, and where economics as construction is becoming
языке называется финансовая экономика. И получается действительно, да, образцы того, что можно было бы назвать большими пространствами
more and more like
черных дыр.
And we're speaking of also the allusion to black holes. What helps in these situations? Well, crisis does help. So I do have a presentation. I hope that we can show it. It consists of 3 parts. The first part is dedicated to the problem of the crisis that we're going through. So this civilizational transfer that we're living, that we are now seeing. We're seeing a transfer from the simple systems to the complex. We are moving over to a new state. We are moving over to a new state which is simply defined as postmodernistic. So this is a different state to today's. But this division doesn't consider the current structure, its goals and structures. Here is my presentation. 3rd slide, please. Number 3, please. The previous, please. The image. Achilles and the turtle. The famous fresco, which is famous. This aphorism is not interesting in the original form, but I think it's Calvish's. The reverse proportion, the turtle is behind and Achilles is in the front. And the question is, can the turtle overtake Achilles? The question is yes, it can. If it is moving in the right direction and Achilles is moving in the wrong direction. For us, it is important to understand as a problem in correlation of quality and quantity. When working in the previous paradigms, the problem of competent management, this is a problem which is called more and more, where we can see the more and more visible differences between qualification and competence. And the situation we are seeing that many young experts, young men, young people are seeing today when they go to work for a company and having gone through the trial period, then they get rejected after the trial period and they're being told you're qualified but incompetent. So the progress is a progress in the right direction, and it's always been present in the economy. May I go to the 4th slide, please? Following Achilles. The previous part. Thank you.
Нет, прошу прощения, следующий действительно деятельный маршрут.
No, actually, it is next, please.
Экономика, она на самом деле имела свое направление. Причем этот процесс был революционный.
The activity mapping. The process has always been changing in mechanical industrial revolutions. We can count 4 of this. From mechanical industrial revolution, when the engines and the cars were built, to the industrial technological process, which is instilled in our consciousness, and the process of systemic digital revolution, which is taken as something new. But the coronavirus has played quite a positive role in changing our attitudes towards the industrial and the systemic digital phase. It brings us into a new realm here. There was another slide. Slide 7, please. No, sorry, slide 6.
6-й слайд, если можно. Вот. Мы видим, что у нас имеется некоторый геном истории. Вот
Slide number 6, please.
Вопрос, как соотносится причинная история.
So some historic genome, and this is more to the issue of causal effect relationship, and causality here works in the customary paradigm from cause to the effect, but we do see here an ideal rule which allows us to plan not from the past to the future, but from the future to the past. And this transfer of information to the bioecological phase, which is related to the creativity phase. It's a leading anthroposocial transformation where a man changes his functions. And now, if we may return to the problems of modernity and post-modernity, modernity saw the creation of the large engineering mechanism, creating industrial production, assembly production, unification, political engineering, and regimes which we call social or elemental social, but actually these are political engineering cultures. This is creating a type of mechanism of sorts, a statistical phase of political culture. And we have capitalism that plays an important role in urban culture here, but we also have a political setting here, and the cultures take extreme forms at times. In the post-modernity period, this structure is disrupted. We see an agent emerge here, namely man, that attracts the functions that used to belong to the state, national states. The state remains, but the group communities, corporations, all types of interrelationships emerge that in the era of digital transparency, digital communications contribute to leading socio-economic mechanisms, and these social economic mechanisms define the new world order. And in this form of new world order has its own risks, its own problems, and its own effects and achievements. And now, if I may move over to the previous slide, slide number 4, please. Mapping and management. And I think it's very important here to understand that the economy here, in this regard, is not really a science, but actually is a socio-humanitarian discipline, a free art of sorts. Economy has no laws. It has rules, theorems, which are based on a variable axiomatics on the current paradigm views, and the development of modernity that reduced the content and erased the text is very interesting in a way of being seen in the work of various economists at the very outset of the process. I remember reading the work of Adam Smith. I remember that his famous invisible hand that he understood as the hand of God only works in certain conditions, and he mentions fairness. And that was preceded by the theory of moral feelings, but then it was joined by a lecture on jurisprudence, on law. And, of course, the rule of law, which emerges from this paradigm, allows us to see the situation in order. But at a certain point, we see a systemic explosion.
В данной ситуации, сейчас попробую следующий слайд открыть.
And today, we are in a new paradigm. And now we're in a very important paradigm. And in this situation, this is slide number 11. Slide number 11, please. No, sorry, wrong slide.
Так, да. Инженерная культура построена
Engineering culture, which has built its own political mechanism,
национальное государство, построящее экономическую культуру, которая у нас
which has also constructed the economic culture, which is understood by us as capitalism, industrial production mechanisms.
сталкивается эта система.
This system here encounters a sharp rise in regulations in that it is not able to manage.
Ситуация, которая в своем развитии ведет к понятию
The situation
динамического хаоса,
leads us to dynamic chaos
режиму перманентной критичности,
and permanent criticism.
Новым своим состоянием
Interaction with its new condition is removed by a new methodology. And here, I'm sorry that I dwell into this preliminary subject matter that provides a context of the problem which is set by this conference. This conference set a problem of moving from previous methods of work with this instruments and practices like economics to this set of methods and that would be effective in the new environment. We moved through a period last decade by developing system methods. For me, it consists of several blocks. First, research of operations, system analysis, system dynamics. They are based on the practice or event terminology of the World War, either Second World War or could be a period of 30 years war. But during this war, mankind explored the opportunities of building complex operations and complex systems of logistics. And this experience after the end of the Second World War was implemented in practice. So at that time, starting working system analysis, and institution emerged that takes this experience and transforms it to civil practice, like well-known RAND Corporation, moving out of its military profile into various project activities related to resolution of regional problems or other issues. Or system analysis turns out to be effective, but practice, as complicating at these times, leads to a lack of dynamics. So this revolution that takes place in the context of revolution of methods is simultaneously shown in improving methods themselves, development of methods, evolution of methods. Systemic analysis transforms into system dynamics, and system dynamics creates various spaces and parts that are interconnected in movement, but this movement from a certain period of time is difficult to handle by human conscience. Of course, computer technology help us in this, but it's not only a movement, but each of these elements in the system acts different ways. It changes its character. It's not a chess game in relevant literature. It's not black playing against white. We have personalities playing against each other with various intentions and actions. And what makes this system even more complicated and wicked is that this character changes in movement, but this movement, and here there is a real revolution happening. We stop paying attention to scrupulous analysis of system research because it becomes too complicated and not possible. And second, it becomes irrelevant. We find other methods of system interaction. Transition to complex, multi-factor, non-linear systems is accompanied with transition to external management, and it's much more simple to tackle complex systems as black holes and manage them externally, applying various methods. We can split them into two groups. That's emergent anthropological management, reflection, modern reflexive management, acupuncture, role management. That also turns out to be effective. As an example that confirms efficiency of applying this system, this systematization, that's Iraq wars by the United States. With this level of financing of military institutions in the United States, they get the opportunity the first Iraq war was amazing. It was a huge operation that surpasses complexities of operations of the Second World War. That's moving a military and moving in territory of various countries, organization of coalition, and very little losses, very little little casualties at the same time. How it was achieved? He used the methods related to management theories from the new group of system methodologies, method of reflexive management. And I can read more detail in respective literature. I would refer to two sources where you can get to know in more detail what I'm talking about. And this is our website of Intellectual Russia, Intelros, where are issues of my presentations of the last years, where it's all coherently described, better than I did today, moving from one gadget to another, and in annual publications in the journal Polis. Although maybe it's more limited than presentations. Presentation is a very good way. It's verbal, and it excludes many small details that are not correctly included in writing, and verbal is broader, and what we write is not always what we say, and what we say is not always what we think. We speak broader and think deeper than we can say. And the second element here, we're talking about anthropological methods of management that are reflexive, and efficiency is confirmed by Iraq War, and acupuncture is a second Iraq War, using personalities and personal devices, gadgets on the top military command of Iraq army. It's reflectory management, which is extremely wide and wicked subject. And at the same time, what's happening when the system becomes more complicated, at the same time, there is a process of self-organization. In parallel, there are two processes ongoing: multi-factor, transitory, those who take previous systems, and with self-organization, dynamic structures is creating what Bart called self-organized criticality, and that creates what is misunderstood often, which is called sustainable development, which is definitely is not static structure and not the effort to retain. We have professional audience, and we understand that on the other, in highly adaptive systems that are able to comparatively easily survive crisis, go through crisis space, that's highly adaptive, responsive, self-organizing systems. Their methodology also doesn't mean study of this environment, what I studied from building certain boundaries in implementing their activities. In a certain sense, the boundary and targets, purposes are beyond the understanding of those structures that perform certain activities. So it's not surprising that Chinese, and basically what I started from reforms in the structure of reforming system are the most important. And certain hidden way, there is a question that the main block of development of Chinese system is a management structure and the management role. So without reforming this structure, a real process of reform is not possible. But here we move to another huge topic which is beyond our schedule, and I'll go briefly over it. The only thing about methods, currently we form more effective methods of non-classical operator method. By the way, it's related to Andrei Kolmogorov partially. That's his famous expression about equations, solution when we solved equations. He actually didn't solve, he knew solutions, and theoretical proof is secondary, which reminds us of another persona. It's hard to me to pronounce his name. Is from Bangladesh. Some member of the Royal Society of Great Britain in the beginning of the 20th century, which is rare, that made a mass of mathematical solutions, but when it was checked, it was right. But he couldn't produce the proof method. Is what is understood the problem of non-classical operator method. But there is more interesting methods related to synergy management, synergetic management, that probably beyond the scope of our conference. I'd like to say a few words about strategies of evolution, if the time allows. Well, actually, we don't have enough time. Maybe we go to questions. Yeah, I'll go briefly. Let's go to 16th slide and move to questions. While we are in relations from various approaches, our strategies are different. Just to move to questions, I'd like to mention about it. You can read about this. That's Vicarium from Beria, right? Queen, symphonic resonance, non-classical operator. When Stalin used this Vicarium from Beria, Roosevelt a symphonic resonance, Churchill non-classical operator, and somewhere at the threshold there was a culture of death. In Hitler's work, and it was an interesting experiment when mutual force in these strategies was, if not checked, but at least demonstrated in practice. Colleagues, Yakov Yevgarov wants to ask a question. Thank you. I thought I would be 10th or 15th in the queue who would ask questions, but it's surprising that I'm the first. Couple of words that Alexander is amazing and presenter, speaker. He's a genius with ingenuity, speaking about complex issues in simple words. So I enjoyed your presentation very much. I have questions, in particular when you speak about invisible hand of Adam Smith and the hand of God. Unfortunately, dominating position was Keynesian, that only laws, and that what Marx proved, it's even more than during the time of Adam Smith, the basis of economic science. And here I'm with you, that not the laws, but something else is moving economic activities. But the question is about other thing. You say economics is not science, but learning, and it's not based on laws. And what are we going to do? How are we going to live? Our favorite economic science is not a science. It doesn't have any laws. So is it enough to say that economics and other areas of activities do not have any scientific base? And that's why it's not the area of scientific activity. Well, you know, the problem of foundation. Unfortunately, in Russia, is category apparatus is not developed much, and the base is what we operate with. The problem is, from the very beginning of new European science, and I'm off the schedule, but the thing is, new European science is emerging in the 13th century in the foundations and mathematics in the Paris University convent. And the point is in discussions and whether we can rely on Aristotle and by saying that what is true is or not. And they arrive to a conclusion that not, that this subject, that the human brain is not equal to God's brain. God creates the world, and we perceive it in distortive way. And how are we going to exist in this situation? And the answer is not just showing that unfortunately there are problems, but the solution is provided. That's experimental research studies that of subject that God created, not our mistaken notions, but what objectively exists. And there is experimental science, emerging new science. Here we don't understand enough the difference, what is natural sciences and what is scholarship. Because in certain sense it is related to Old Greek division. Economics is part of practice. It doesn't mean there are no laws in there in our understanding. There are no objective laws similar to gravitation laws. There are some trend laws that are effective during certain thinking. When I showed as a genome history, their own.
So at every phase, its own economic laws were working. Practical laws, economic and political, these are two branches of the same, and laws will. And these laws at certain points, they're broken. And at the next phase of that complexity, when the previous methods are not coping, because what combinations are we seeing here? Matrix analysis, no matter what analysis we build here in terms of systemic research, we cannot escape this trap until we get to the self-organizing systems, replicability, and to the external management of certain objects. So new economy emerges, and in the own economy we also see dynamic process that is developing, and this is non-material assets introduction, non-material resources, and the change of goal setting in economics, where the changing roles of production, we see the new rents emerge, rents from innovative activity, from creative work, and so on and so forth. So we are getting new types of economic activity, and in this new economic format, we're still trying to find our way. We are finding new adjectives like here, like soft, flexible, smart, the concepts we're using here with methods. And using these methods, we're attempting to underscore that the nature of the previous formulas tried and tested doesn't work today. Sorry for the long-winded answer. May I ask a question? Thank you very much, Alexander Ivanovich, for this multifaceted and multi-layered, I would say, multi-layered presentation. Of course, we should delve deeper into each layer, and I hope we get this opportunity. But now I'd like to ask a question in terms of one point that seems like a good discussion point. And this is the contradiction between the systemic analysis and systemic dynamics. Under systemic analysis, you mean something static, but systemic dynamic, they're dynamic, right? But let's ask ourselves whether this depends on defining the borders, the boundaries in the system. If we view an interesting presentation by Alexander Ivanovich, what happens after this? Of course, it's an issue of system dynamics, but if we look at Alexander Ivanovich and systemically analyze him, this system, we're not looking at its boundaries in time. We're just looking at it as a given system. And then this understanding of systemic analysis and its methodology will overlap, will supersede the system dynamics in this regard in its notion within today's presentation. Well, Georgy Borisovich, may I comment? Systemic analysis and dynamics and metrics methods for me are the same, are part of one group. Maybe it didn't sound like it, but it's not a contradiction here. I'm not contraposing them. We could call them in world dynamics, industrial dynamics, and then I thought we need more encompassing, something more inclusive, and I changed it to system dynamics. This comes from the
сложной организации той или иной системы именно ограниченной определенной рамкой. А
the same method of looking into the structures emerge. And it's not between the system analysis and system dynamics, but between this type of systemic focus and with the different concepts of a system that emerges more and more focus, a new class of system beginning with Edward Lawrence, or moving over to discussion about complexity, we understand that we are dealing with a different methodology. We're dealing with a different approach, and we begin understanding that we're dealing with a different reality, with a different political reality. We are moving from modernity towards post-modernity. From national states, we're moving over to more complex construct, and this pyramid is endless. Alexander, says George. Maybe you can define what you define as system in your presentation, in your report, so we understand that what you're basing on. Otherwise, we'll move on to post systems, post systems, but we won't understand the essence, the basis. Well, the basis at the foundation is the reality, the future. I mentioned briefly the concept of borderless system. We're dealing with a borderless system. Actually, this is a problem. In essence, I remembered Yuri Mikhailovich, it's overlapping with physics. It's a problem of cosmic organization. Cosmos is also a system, but on the other hand, this system, as we are learning, has no borders, no limits. We don't know that actually, and we don't know in which space it does have borders and which space is it lacking borders, whether it's limited in time or not. Well, in this case, it's a certain sample of what, in terms of having a certain point of reference, an external point of reference. Of course, we are not dealing with a practical notion of borderless systems. We are dealing with systems that have borders. And at the same time, we're speaking about moving towards systems that also have borders. But the problem is whether we're happy, we're satisfied with these borders. The Chinese have carefully put forward the same problem, and today we see this not very perspective in terms of political Chinese structures. Not enjoying much prospects. But replying to your question, we do have a defined concept of a system that we're working with. That includes systems dynamics and system analysis, and everything happens genetically from studying operations, researching operations. And in terms of energy that Second World War brought into these discussions, this period also ended. Alexander Ivanovich, our period is also ended. Our system is not boundless in terms of time. This was just a question. I tried to rehabilitate systemic analysis, systems analysis, so as we not get lost. George, dear Georgy Borisovich, please don't rehabilitate me. Just change a single word. Systemic approach, not analysis, because there's even systems having borders, and both systems that go outside the borders and keeping these borders make them less relevant, discussing new forms of organization. And also the horizons we have to understand exists, but not necessarily approach it. These borderless systems, this is all part of the systemic approach that today is the most effective, the most perspective, and the most demanded type of analysis, not just analysis. So systemic analysis, as I understood from the last, it actually unites the systemic approach, as you just mentioned. Yes, it does. It does. Well, colleagues, please allow me to break into your discussions. May I interject with a question, dear colleagues?
Нет, тут важен короткий ответ. Тут дело не в вопросе.
Но уже не важен.
Александр Иванович, большое спасибо за интересный доклад.
A very short question, of course.
С Ахиллом и черепахой.
At the beginning, I remember the Achilles and the turtle. And instead of Achilles and the turtle, maybe we could use the Lewis-Carroll's paradox. It's called, it's namely called what the turtle told Achilles. And if we look at every distance being endlessly reduced, the turtle asked Achilles, what if these distances were constantly increasing? And I think that when moving forward, using your vectors, we're seeing the same here as what the turtle described to Carroll's Achilles. No, it doesn't seem so, Yuri Mikhailovich. The concept here is the landscape understanding. the turtle has to choose a completely different route. This is the point. And the discussion that occurred happened actually between the turtle and the Red Queen. You remember from Alice. And in the Second World War, this is what played a role, because Hitler's strategy was built on a revolutionary strategy of Red Queen. And when Alice said, I'm running, but you need to run just to stay in place. Yes, I remember. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, so the point is, quantity often has no relevance, only quality has relevance. Action but this is actually loses its point if it's in the wrong direction. Dear colleagues, I beg your pardon. Thank you very much, Alexander Ivanovich. Thank you very much. Now, dear colleagues, unfortunately, we cannot allow any more questions because we are moving outside our agenda today, and I was charged strictly to follow this agenda. So if we're going outside that you're not being tough enough, well, I cannot refuse you, may I? No. We are seeing some changes in our agenda today. Since one of the participants wasn't able to join us earlier, however, she has joined us now. And now I will share, as a hospitable host, I'll share my time to give the word, to give the microphone to Dorian. Please make sure Dorian understands the procedure. Yes, of course, she knows. It's half of my time. It is actually 20 minutes.
Есть подозрение, что не только ваше.
Agenda today, and I was charged strictly to follow this agenda. So if we're going outside that you're not being tough enough, well, I cannot refuse you, may I? No. We are seeing some changes in our agenda today. Since one of the participants wasn't able to join us earlier, however, she has joined us now. And now I will share, as a hospitable host, I'll share my time to give the word, to give the microphone to Dorian. Please make sure Dorian understands the procedure. Yes, of course, he knows. It's half of my time. This is actually 20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I was charged to follow this so if we're going outside that you're not being tough enough.
Thank you very much for your introduction.
We are seeing some changes in our agenda today. Since one of the participants wasn't able to join us earlier, however, she has joined us now.
Yes.
Now I will share, as a hospitable host, I'll share my time to give the words, to give the microphone to Dorian. Please make sure Dorian understands the procedure. Yes, of course, he knows.
Yes.
20 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you see my PowerPoint? Yes, I can hear you. Yes. And can you see my PowerPoint?
Great.
Yes.
Yes, we can see that. Yes, we can see that, Dorian.
Thank you very much to give me the time. Can you see my PowerPoint? Hi, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can see that. Absolutely. Please go ahead,
my time, and sorry for the misunderstanding. And spasiba. Hello, George. Hello, Svetlana. Thank you very much. I will talk about the handling societal complexity. Can you see the PowerPoint? Yes. Okay. Handling societal complexity.
Yes, we can see that.
You see the PowerPoint? Okay. About COVID-19. Can you see my PowerPoint? I sent you the PowerPoint. What I will do on a square...
yes, Dorian.
Screen share.
Yes, it's okay. Please.
Yes, it's okay, Dorian. Please go ahead.
Sorry for the misunderstanding. And spasiba. Hello, Svetlana. Talk about the handling societal complexity. Okay. You see the PowerPoint? Okay. Handling societal complexity. Okay. COVID. See the PowerPoint? Okay, COVID-19 was started in. Sent you the PowerPoint. Started in Southeast Asian, as you know.
Yes, it's okay, Dorian. Please go ahead.
Yes, of course.
And there is in Southeast Russia, China, there was started about the fish market, the COVID, and then it spread through the humans, and we got into a pandemic. And the issue what I want to make is this is not the first pandemic in the world. We had many other pandemics before, and we have regular plagues such as bird plague, COVID-19, bird plague, Spanish war, pandemic, influenza that spread all over the world. And we had, of course, this plague by the fleas in Italy. And now there was among our epidemiologic, already a long time known that we are getting a new pandemic. This is an installation of 2004, which I developed. This is not the first pandemic in the world. We have many before. You see, the point I want to make is that the governments were not prepared, and even when they had seen this COVID-19 pandemic, they did not react. Almost no government in the world. So finally, now they react, but it is like a kind of panicking reaction. What they should do is use the methodology of societal complexity and use the methodology of societal complexity, which is, by the way, very much based on system thinking, but beyond. So in the Netherlands, they only have an expert system of people from many healthcare, but that is not enough. You should have it broader with experts like historians and people from law and people from psychology and people from economics. So in this book, I developed my methodology, and there you can see the description of this methodology. That book is just behind here. And it is described fully how to use it. So, how does this, what we are asking in this field is, what is going on, what causes it, who are suffering, and who is benefit, how we can to change, and what we can to change. This is an advice for policy making. Now, to make it very short, because Svetlana, you give me the floor, this is the definition of complex societal problems. You will see the
Hello, madam, can you hear me? I'm sorry, madam, can I please stop you?
Privatized and the costs are socialized. Now, this is the methodology. You start with three basic elements: knowledge, power, and emotion. And then it's a six-step approach. First, a team of experts, and there we are with a team of experts, and these experts should be broadened and talk every day with each other and to find out what's going on and what we can do in this terrible solution we have now, this situation. Then we ask the actors who have the power, then the experts and the actors, and then we look at the societal reactions and see the emotions. And then the interventions are implemented and the, yes. And this is the first defining the problem, then changing the problem. Now we have the problem defined as a healthcare problem, but it is a complex societal problem. So it includes more than just healthcare. These are the so first experts, each see part of the view. It is how we model, and we describe the model in words, and then system dynamic models to discuss it, and then the actors, and they do the same thing with their own group. Some actors have power, some not. And then we combine the knowledge and to see what kind of interventions we can make, and then the societal reactions and the implementation, and then the evaluation. So this COVID-19 should be treated with the compound methodology. I'd like to thank you very much for my short presentation. You can read everything on my website, and more. I like to thank Svetlana and George. I listened to the other presentations who were very, very interesting. Thank you.
Well, Dorian, I got you. The question is, what do you think? What was the cause of pandemic of coronavirus, whether it really happened, and what will be the consequences of this pandemic, in your opinion?
Перевод есть или нет? Непонятно. Она не отвечает, да?
Hi, Dorian. Have you heard the question? The question was about pandemic.
Dorian, thank you.
think? What was the cause of pandemic of coronavirus? Whether it really happened, and what will be the consequences of this pandemic, in your opinion?
Yes. First of all, there are these markets in Southeast China where are people connected with wild animals and vivid wild animals. Those markets should be shut because they are the cause of every year a flu pandemic and now this corona pandemic. And it was also the SARS, the cause of SARS and MERS. So I don't understand why China doesn't close these markets. That is one.
You heard the question. The question was about pandemic.
Right.
Ладно, коллеги, тогда мы, наверное, прервем этот разговор.
Okay, colleagues, we are going to interrupt this conversation
Наверное, это более сложная проблема.
because it's a more difficult issue.
В этом конкретные люди виноваты, и их стоит за это расстреливать, мне так кажется.
The cause of the consequences of the pandemic will be a huge depression worldwide, and we must really be very carefully to keep together the countries and the peace, because we don't want war or anything else anymore. So we must be very democratic and very careful to have peace all over the world in this huge time of depression. And because people need jobs and need money, and we must support them.
Okay, colleagues, we are going to interrupt this conversation.
Хорошо. Дориан, спасибо. Я тогда предоставлю слово себе, потому что мой доклад следующий. Thank you.
Thanks, Dorian.
Дорогие коллеги,
Colleagues,
пленарной секции
let me start my presentation of plenary session. I will tell you
коротко.
briefly.
У нас осталось до окончания всего 15 минут.
Because we have 15 minutes left.
Обратить внимание.
And I'd like to draw your attention.
У меня чуть презентация не листается.
Я слышу, да, спасибо.
Так, вот. Значит, мой доклад посвящен...
So my presentation is dedicated to cybernetics approach and those consequences that we arrived to. Actually, a person, human, striving to be different from environment and to remove limitations. And as a consequence, first was transition from manual labor to mechanization, then from mechanization to automation, then from automation to cybernetization. Now we are at the stage where AI becomes part of our life, and I think many people would agree it's unlikely makes us happy and sometimes makes us unsatisfied with these conditions that we have to live in. And please know that during all these centuries, the focus of human was mostly about managing external objects. I understand not specifically technical objects that doesn't have form, but broadly speaking, when a person has free time. So the question is how human uses this free time. If we look at the first classical cybernetics model, we see that a system is represented as an agency of management and object of management, and with information communication. And main task of management is to control the results of object of management and make interventions. Of course, this model developed, and first it was about containing system, at a certain trajectory, then the tasks were set to be adaptive trajectories. And however, one condition hasn't changed. Always control is the basis. So control as itself is not bad. Actually, it is required. If we don't control the situation, we don't evaluate what's happening, and we won't be people and humans, and we won't be able to change our life for the better. But it seems to me that thanks to our widespread understanding, this control becomes exacerbated and overdone. It's because the people in charge of the system, they see their function as management of their subordinates and the system that they created. And they are accidentally excluding themselves from this system. On the one hand, it's clear, and on the other hand, thanks to certain mental settings, include mental traps. We often observe the phenomena of change in function and performance, and when we formally achieve the goal, but at the same time, we accompany this achievement with significant negative side effects. For example, we are all in science environment, and we all know that we are stimulated in order to do science and write articles and papers in a huge amount. And we have more articles formally, but for some reason our life doesn't become better. Science is developing, but our life does not improve. So examples of this kind of shifting goals are many, and one of the basic mental settings that prevents the required development of socioeconomic systems is people's conviction that interests of people are not equal. As soon as we are in this position, immediately the system building according to certain rules and principles, and this archetype is forcing the will and competition. We think that most people are convinced that competition is an engine of progress, and without competition, development of socioeconomic system is not possible. Of course, competition is inevitable, and we cannot get away from it, because we live in a limited world, and these limitations of material world, they lead to competition. But as soon as we become to specially build the system that supports competition, reinforce competition, we have this balance of competition and cooperation, and this system, which is built on principles of enforcement in three forms, well known: power enforcement that we'll use in the slavery time, or economic enforcement, some hidden enforcement, carrot, and manipulation, where wrong settings are set for the person to act as someone is interested in, without thinking about it. So I'd like to point out that movement in this direction will always bring to a phenomena of shifting goal and functions, and always accompanied by many problems in the life of society. When people resolve problems that they cannot do it, and the society is swinging from one side to another, whether society can be united, is broadening, or on the contrary, we start separating and each for its own. Colleagues, unfortunately, I reduced my presentation on the go. That's why it's not so good. So, briefly, the problems that we had in the society, they still there, and they will keep it, because we don't involve what is really generating these problems in our life. Any other system is built based on this archetype. And archetype that I voiced as opposite is based on equal interests and equivalent. And then the system should be built based on the freedom of will and cooperation. If we design this archetype on cybernetic model of management, then it automatically leads to the need for improvement and control, not only of the objects of management, but control agencies. And maybe first of all, controlling agencies should be reformed, and organization of the system makes people move in the required direction. I'd like to draw attention that human behavior is based on our mental models, but is more complicated. But we should separate several stratas in understanding this behavior. First, we need to learn to assess our emotions, because emotion always as our comparison of our expectations of situation and our perception of current situation in the current moment of time. Because if they're not different, we don't have any emotions, and this situation goes like in the background. If our reality and our perception turned out to be better than we expected, now we have positive emotions. If it's worse than expected, then negative emotions. So I'd like to draw attention that these emotions emerge before the moment when we think about it. It's already included in our organism, this mechanism is in our body, and if we think about it, then we can evaluate the situation and say that whether we are satisfied or unsatisfied, or we are surprised or where reality exceeded our expectations. Most important in behavior of the human is to understand that there is influence exerted by the power of connection of this person with the system that, for example, they're working, and now there is a slide on the screen which shows behavior of a hired employee. They have totally different models of behavior, different patterns of behavior, because it relates not only to behavior of individuals at work. Any person in the situation where he's been forced to do something, to do some action, they always implement the pattern which is like get acceptable results, minimizing resources, efforts, energy to achieve this result. This result acceptable for the party that requires this action, and only when an individual is excited about something, it's their internal desire, then the person follows a different pattern. It's a pattern when individual tries to maximize the achieved results, but in the conditions of limitations where they're at. And we can, based on that, we can say that effective systems, more accurately, systems built on engagement of people and their motivation, it by default will be more effective than the system built on force, competition, and fear. And you understand the paradox? that starting from those years when I started my presentation, individuals wanted to improve the quality of their life, and because the freedom is one of the basic requirements of people.
Because freedom is one of the basic human needs.
Потребности. Это осознавание своей собственной безусловной значимости и осознавание своей безусловной значимости для целого, то есть сопричастность к целому. Вот если эти
But there are other two key points.
Человек
And here, a person is not born happy, and the society doesn't make him happy. Unfortunately, our time. And I'd like to conclude my presentation with an used phrase. Not any conscious changes of the system may be considered as improvement. We're always trying to improve all the systems now, constantly going through a process of change. But if we do not understand that the management process should include not just the correction and even goals and our mindsets, it won't lead us to any good result. The perfection of the system is started with perfecting a single human being. And a long time ago, I saw a book. I forget the name now. I think it was called Life After Death by Voskresenskaya. And it had an interesting state described, an interesting situation when a person's soul going through purgatory entered a certain village where some of the souls were exhausted with road construction, while other souls were exhausted with disassembling the road, with taking it apart, and some of them had the goal to build it and others had to take it apart. And then she saw that they're moving around in circles because the road is circular. Some people are taking it apart while others are building, and the faster we run, not much is changing. And the key point is that if nothing changes today with the management systems, what is being built today within the digital cybernetic model leads to total inequality, total slavery that overturns all the basic human rights. And only changing the basic models of individuals and institutional norms towards equality can change the vector for social development. Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues. That's all for me. I tried to be as brief as was practicable. Thank you very much, Svetlana Evgenievna. I am under the impression that everything we heard prior to your presentation was only leading up to the main event, what we heard from you. Well, this is really not so, George. It is actually, but it has to do with everyone. But there are many questions that arise, and that's why we're here to put questions forward. And as I say, economics of knowledge is very important, and economics of not knowing are no less important, and economics of ignorance. And also, I would like to ask you a question, if possible. I really enjoyed what you said when a person standing at the head of the system puts itself outside the system and actually is up to his up to his neck and up to his waist in a system where he is, and above the waist he's in a different system with his superiors, with his assessments from those above him. So how can we manage, how can we strengthen the system interaction between the head of the system and the system he's managing, he's heading? Well, the strongest is a voluntary connection, of course. A voluntary connection, fully willful, voluntary, non-dictated. So it should be going from the inside. The motivation should be coming from the inside, and of course it's related to the fact so that people who are managing organizations
и в поведении индивида, и в поведении системы, и как следствие хотя бы задумывались над своими
and systems keep their facing. We feel that the assumptions that the decision making is based on the consequences of the decisions they're making also have to be followed up on. And Edward Deming, that we're going to run a section on, even 100 years, almost 100 years ago, said this type of management disrupt the system because fear creates lies, and based on on lies, no decisions can be taken. Do I understand correctly that these people should not have direct contact with the boss of their superior, because no one changed the hierarchies, and we're going to keep having the vertical hierarchies, and when people are subordinate to someone else and they have to be able to escalate problems and things. Yeah, I really like the idea. They have to learn to listen to each other and to finalize things. The biggest problem is that the people managing the systems and those working within the systems do not understand each other. They have completely different settings, completely different mindsets and worldviews. Actually, none of these views is true, but they don't have a dialogue. Since if a person has a certain mindset, then he has a basis for something. A person usually considers his mindset correct and own, and while others is wrong. Oh, thank you so much, Svetlana. Dear colleagues, do you need to ask any questions or go to lunch? Sergey Ivanovich raised his hand. Please, Sergey. Yes, I raised my hand. I wanted to comment. Svetlana, a question, please. So this ideal world, ideal system that you mentioned has been long organized. Let's take some criminal gang that has a full consensus. Even all the elites are built according to the same principle. They're also kin to each other. And when they have to act against someone, they act as a united front, making arrangements, business-like fashion. So the danger of this approach is that the group of people beginning to build their relationships according to these principles at a certain point of time can understand that they can be a power and dominate against another group of people who don't possess such authority. So do you think that this has a certain danger if this is scaled to the society? I think it's the same as giving a child a knife or a nuclear bomb. Yes, it is dangerous, but when a person starts thinking systemically, when they understand that we live in a world where everything is interrelated and interconnected, and everything they do has consequences on themselves and their children, their desire to dominate disappears. Probably so. Probably so. Well, dear colleagues, I hope no one lost their appetite for lunch. Another question from Grigory Federman.
Есть такой вопрос. хотел выступить как бы в поддержку вашу. Значит, есть такие системы, которые основаны не на наказании, а наоборот, на мотивации. И да, вы точно указали автора, это Дэвид. И здесь возникает очень простая тема, никакая не шайка, а очень скрупулезное изучение того, что происходит не так в организации. Оказывается, что это все следствие системы. Но признание руководителем, что он ответственен за то, что в системе не так, это непроходимая трудность. И только поэтому в Японии удалось такую систему создать. Вам хорошо известно, Toyota и очень много других систем тогда, в 50-е годы, ситуации кризиса возникали. Очень просто. Раз все дело в системе, при чем здесь люди? Почему они должны быть наказаны? Значит, вы что-то не понимаете. А вот люди вам нужны для того, чтобы в этой системе разбираться. И, конечно, вот когда начинаются те самые слова трансформация, преобразование, тогда и возникает, вообще-то говоря, декларация о том, что люди не есть виноватые в том, что у нас нет. Но люди могут помочь мне, руководителю, разобраться, что порождает это не так. Совсем другая атмосфера. Устремление, желание, стремление, возможность изменить эту самую конфликты, все проходит. Это была поддержка Светланы.
This was support. It was a comment in the form of support, or support in the way of by way of a statement. Okay, thank you, Svetlana Evgenievna. Thank you very much. Now, what's next on the agenda? We are almost on the agenda. We are only 5 minutes off. I consider this is on margin, considering the fact that we started late. So, dear colleagues, we're now stopping for lunch. On our website, STEM Economics has all the links to enter your sections. We are also online broadcasting live to YouTube, and everyone is working according to agenda. We are now working within different content of sections, because we planned for 8 people, half an hour each per section, with video presentations for others. But we decided to propose the moderators of the sessions the right to collectively decide whether they want to, how they want to operate the time. So the moderators are able to cut down the meetings of the key 8 and allow some more, or we will hear the video presentations later at our website. So you are delegating part of the responsibilities to the governors. Yes, we are. And we are running until 1830 hours, 6:30 p.m. Following this, the scientific moderators will come back here following a link to the plenary session, same session we're here now, where we are going to recap and sum up. So every scientific moderator is going to report for 3 minutes about the highlights of their sections, and we announce this event closed. Everyone can watch it within YouTube or their sections, or come here as well. Do you have any more questions?
Есть вопрос.
Yes, I do have a question.
Есть вопрос. Светлана Евгеньевна, скажите, пожалуйста, вот я правильно ли я вас понял, что у нас на секцию, вот на 6-ю секцию заявлено 11 докладчиков. То есть и мы уже внутри секции можем решить, заслушивать ли всех или 8, да? Но 11 это уже полное число, да?
Adjusted timing. But 11 is the final number.
Все, спасибо, я понял, да, спасибо.
Thank you very much.
Если вопросов нет, тогда приятного аппетита, коллеги.
If we have no more questions, then bon appetit, dear colleagues, and see you at 2:30 p.m. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye for now.
Светлана Евгеньевна,
Вы здесь еще? Скажите, у нас, получается, первая секция здесь же остается.
Да.
So the first session will still run here. Thank you. Yes. The session will still run here.
Коллеги, спасибо.
You don't need to leave this channel.
Где-то 14:25 можно собираться, да?
Да, Роман Михайлович.
Да, Роман Михайлович, конечно.
So about
Вы, соответственно, собираетесь.
25 minutes past 2, we will gather here. Okay, but we will gather here using that link.
Вам Ольга сегодня с утра еще раз отправила.
Olga sent everyone the necessary links.
Да, и какой-то цифра какая-то. А где эту цифру вставлять-то? Прямо там по ней, что ли?
Нет, там рядом с этим секцией номер стоит ссылка. Вот вы на эту ссылку нажимаете и по ней переходите.
Next to the session number, you see a link, and you can click that and go to a necessary session. You can go to a website.
Нажимаете на нее, перейдете на сайт, и там есть ссылки на все секции. Выберите свою, нажмете «Подключиться».
То есть я подключаю, я сейчас выключусь, допустим, дальше по 20 минут третью я включаюсь и с помощью вашей ссылки выхожу в секцию, да?
Да, если что, позвоните мне, пожалуйста, я вам отправлю персонально вашу ссылку на почту, если у вас не получится.
Да вы сразу отправьте ее, да и все. Чтобы не мучиться.
Хорошо.
Как вам удобно. Если можете, то это хорошо.
Хорошо.
Ладно, я все понял. Спасибо большое. Закрываем.
I'll send you a personal link.
Светлана Евгеньевна, только вы мне скажите, какая секция у Романа Михайловича?
У Романа Михайловича секция, сейчас скажу какая, 5-я. Сейчас, подожди, чтобы я не ошиблась. Сейчас, секундочку. Файл открою, чтобы это...
Да, понял, спасибо.
Да, 5-я.
Хорошо, все, сейчас я направлю. Единственное, там, Светлана Евгеньевна, там немного другая ссылка отличается от всех остальных. На сайт я все добавил, но нужно, чтобы кто-то проверил.
Я проверяла ее сама.
Коллеги, организаторы, пожалуйста, проверьте на всякий случай ссылки на сайте, на все секции. Если там есть какие-то неточности, что-то не работает, сообщите мне, пожалуйста.
Вы должны.
Добрый день, а можно Максима?
Да, Максим здесь, по-моему. Максим, ты здесь еще?
Да, я слушаю.
Максим, будь любезен, помоги мне, пожалуйста. Я вроде посылал материалы сегодня утром, ну, в смысле презентацию, и попросил дать обратную связь. Дошла ли, если вот здесь...
Да, я в чат написал, Ольга Густавовна сказала, что получила. Ну, если получила, значит, в облаке должна быть.
Отлично. Теперь второй вопрос, поскольку я впервые в такой большой конференции Zoom участвую. Вот каким образом я могу пользоваться этой презентацией, вот, если у меня она на компьютере есть? И
ну, если она на компьютере есть, то вы пользуетесь ей точно так же, как обычно.
То есть я ее просто открываю, и она оказывается в Zoom.
Демонстрация экрана, выбираете окно, которое вы хотите показать всей аудитории, да, и мы его видим. Желательно презентацию развернуть на полный экран.
Отлично. Вот если вы, как всегда, чайника вначале берут за руку и ведут, то вот я вроде бы нажал на Zoom, который у меня был в ссылке, но я не повторю, дал ссылку на телефонный имейл. У меня два мейла разделены, один компьютерный, другой телефонный. Мне на телефон не пришло, вот я бы участвовал, видите, и как бы вот все хорошо. Но мне удобнее, конечно, демонстрировать на компьютере, не на маленьком экране, а на большом. Вопрос: можно ли послать на этот мой компьютерный имейл для секции 6 пространстве идей доктора Деминга, вот ссылочку?
Секция 2 у вас. Она секция 2.
Теперь секция 2, пардон, да, вот на компьютерный имейл. Или я могу с телефонного эту ссылку переслать на компьютер?
Конечно, можете. Эта ссылка, она не зависит от того, на каком вы устройстве.
Спасибо большое, все.
Поэтому просто на компьютере ее открываете и все.
Сейчас я ее открою, и там открою тогда файл в том месте, где называется. Ну, если будут вопросы, я тогда дам еще, если позволите. Спасибо большое. Приступайте к вашему обеду, не забывайте.
Спасибо.
Да, мне ваше, так кстати, хотел высказать, вы очень как-то самоотверженно пожертвовали своим временем, Светлана Евгеньевна. Это первый мой респект вам.
Что это был...
Но это респект. Я знаю, что потому что были основания, конечно. Вы все-таки, человек же готовился, он старался, вы его как бы запустили в коммуникацию. Здорово. И как раз в этом плане респект. И второй, мне он очень понравился. Особенно в ключевых темах, связанных с мотивацией. И наказанием. Это же, знаете, это как бы очень-очень ключевая тема. Я надеюсь, что мне удастся. Спасибо вам. Спасибо. Спасибо. Не, компьютер, да. А вы с чего?
Света, вот я, похоже, вошла в эту презентацию, потому что я из нее не выходила. Но вот у меня Дима-идентификатор, видишь?
Алло, меня кто-нибудь слышит?
Hello.
Да, вас слышно. Здравствуйте.
I'm not sure if anybody can hear me. Svetlana?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. No problem.
I think I'm in section 1, and I think I'm the first one to go. So, we should start in a few minutes, right?
Yes, we should start in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be simultaneous interpreting.
Let's wait
for the Russian channel. Can you hear me? We are going to have simultaneous interpreting.
It's at lunch. Yes, I think Maxim is getting here. Yep. Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Well, I can see interpretation English and Russian. Okay, that's true. Yes. Okay, I have done that. That's okay, but we will start. I would just like to double check. Am I the first to start?
Дорогие коллеги, я рада вас приветствовать на нашей секции переводчика.
Welcome to the.
Алло. Сейчас вам один момент.
One moment. Hi, Igor Perka, do you hear me? Do you hear the interpreter?
I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Perfect.
Thank you. I think there will be some words in Russian first, and then they will present you, and then you start.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Коллеги, переводчики, вы меня слышите?
Yes, I can hear you. Svetlana?
Алла Александровна, вы меня слышите?
I can hear you,
Светлана Евгеньевна, вас слышат. Переводчики, все в порядке. Нет проблем со звуком.
No problem with sound.
Светлана Евгеньевна, у вас проблемы.
Светлана Евгеньевна, у вас, наверное, не включен языковой перевод. Проверьте, пожалуйста.
Да-да-да. Игорь, мне кажется, меня слышат люди. Я не могу понять, почему.
Нет, мы вас слышим.
Светлана, вас слышно.
Надо ответить в присутствии.
Я думаю, что все, тогда мы...
Я здесь. Спасибо.
Дорогие коллеги, я рада всех приветствовать.
Dear colleagues, welcome at our section. I think it will be very interesting. The time schedule is half an hour for each presentation, 15-20 minutes presentation and 10 minutes Q&A, approximately. But half an hour is exact limit.
Сейчас мы включаем запись.
Now we are going to switch on recording. We have simultaneous interpreting going on. And YouTube broadcasting in 2 languages. So we start our work. First presentation. 1 second. Igor Perko, hybrid reality, transition from Anthropocene to AI technology. Igor, are you going to demonstrate your screen yourself, or I should?
First of all, I'd like just to say hello to everybody. Thank you for being here. Svetlana, thank you for the great speech you had before. It was, I was wondering, are we going the same way? Should I be here? And after I heard you, now I know we are on the same page and think in the same direction. Yes, and if this is okay, I would like to start. First, my name is Igor Perka, and I come from University of Maribor. More than that, I also work in my free time. I work in the World Organization of Systems and Cybernetics. I think this was how Svetlana and me met. And yeah, we are organizing a congress in Moscow. Sorry, it was planned for this year, but it will happen in next year. And hybrid reality is one of the topics we are going to address there. Can you see my screen? Is it okay? Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it. Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So, let's start with the references, which are at the end. Some of them are systemic, and some of them are biological, and some of them are also organizational. But what I would like to start is just to open up the space to a little bit discuss what's the system, and there are 2 definitions which are very common, and one is more than the sum of the parts. Yeah. And what kind of a system are we looking at in hybrid reality? Well, it's a system that consists of multiple stakeholders, which are people, and we are not separating those. So it's a very high-level view. Organizations, artificial intelligence technology, which is a new player in the game, which we all kind of ignored by now, and the environment, which is still being ignored. Now, how to see what system is actually doing? How to see its effect? Well, you can try analyzing the structure of the system, but really to see what it does, you can observe its activities. So it's quite important points beer made there. It's Stafford beer. Now, we are facing issues on operational level all the time. So what's different this time? Now, I must admit that I'm surprised how bad we are facing operational issues, because if we look at COVID-19, it was something everybody, we saw it coming. It has happened before, so it's a repetitive one. And yet we are facing the crisis really poorly. We are trying to, fight the moment all the time on the operational level, and really do not look 3 or 4 steps ahead. What are we doing? What are the implications of our activities? Now, the problem is that the hybrid reality, which is going to happen, has something going on which has not happened to us before. Now, the technology is for the first time becoming connected with the real world. I mean, intelligent, that means it can reason, and active, that means it can act in the real world. And this has not happened before. This is a new one. So this is, I think, the stakeholder in the hybrid reality systems, which should be addressed more, should has more emphasis. Now, other stakeholders are people, and we are getting virtually connected, self-organizing, kind of insecure of our purpose. We are becoming environmentally aware, and now always more we are provided insight. And this insight is, we are passive players by providing insight. And also this is one of the effects that showed in COVID 2019, the COVID-19, where we are following the instructions, no matter whether they are correct or not. We're just followers, so we are provided insight. Now, what are the limitations with people? We really have problems addressing the complexity we are facing, and the complexity is getting it's rising, and we are limited. And the next problem we have, things are really changing fast. And we have problems keeping up with the dynamics. So we are stuck in trying to see the state of the art, maybe look at the history, and because of the speed of the dynamics, the speed of the changes, we cannot look forward anymore. And I think this is problem with people. Now let's have a look at organizations, right? And with the emergence of artificial intelligence, those are reinvented. They are becoming digitalized. They are gaining on complexity. They are actually user aware. Some of them are actually sharing information. The level of potentials to exploit the environment has risen a lot. Organizations are globalizing, smartening up. And they do something which is very interesting. They are outsourcing reasoning to artificial intelligence, right? Now, this is something we should be aware of, because reasoning, decision making was always part of the organizations, and now it's getting out. Yes. Now, environment. We are extremely good at natural, social, and urban environment manipulation. Now we understand it better. Yeah. Also, not only from the statistical point, but also from the dynamics of events that are going on in environment. But at the same level, exploitation is rising. We understand the environment better only to exploit it more efficiently. And what we can do, what we can see with environments as a clearly a passive stakeholder in the system is that who is the one standing for the environment? Is environment, people can stand for themselves sometimes, but what about environment? We are missing the agents that would speak in the behalf of the environment. If you want to have a dialogue, then it's not only to understand the environment, it's also to have somebody who speaks for the environment, and we are missing that clearly. Okay. Now, let's see. I've been speaking about stakeholders in hybrid reality. Let's try to define what the heck is that. What is hybrid reality? Now, the problem is, if you want to make some boundaries about hybrid reality, it's really hard to make boundaries in the physical space because artificial intelligence is becoming omnipresent. You have it on all levels, from personal through organizational. You can meet it everywhere, but at the same time, you have it on global in organizations, in personal use. Now, how to put some limits, and basically, if we are talking Anthropocene, which is the reign of people, you can see that we have now some kind of a transitional period, which leads us from the Anthropocene to the new state that will emerge after this hybrid reality. And so basically, we can limit hybrid reality in time, right? So we can call it a time frame in which artificial technology gradually develops its abilities to actively participate in the complete loop of observing, deciding, and acting processes in our world, right? So it's something that is not yesterday, it was not there, tomorrow it will be there. It's a gradual process, but it starts with the capacity of artificial intelligence technology. And I'm using the term artificial intelligence technology because artificial intelligence is something, intelligence technology is something that actually is an object, right? And it has the capacity to sense, it has the capacity to reason, and it has the capacity to act in the real world based on its reasoning. So we are talking about implemented artificial intelligence. So basically it starts when artificial intelligence technology gains these capacities. These three ones are important. Now, the question is when it ends, because, in hybridization, this is usually a very fast transition from one state to another. And basically, hybrid reality, I think, ends when the relationship between the AI technology and other stakeholders in the systems become stable. What does that mean? I don't know. We can reach the status where all the stakeholders are satisfied. We can also reach the status when only one of the stakeholders prevails. I don't know, and I'm really happy that we can discuss that now, because right now the hybrid reality is starting. And I don't think we should make the same mistake as we did with COVID-19, because there we waited for it to happen. Now we should think in advance. Now let's see. Are there any systemic tools we could use to fight it, to address it properly? I think, first of all, is acknowledging the complexity instead of categorizing gosh, this is a horrible word, categorizing and simplifying. We're extremely good at simplifying. Now, I think all of the stakeholders that we already mentioned should be somehow synchronized. Individuals, organizations, artificial intelligence, regulators, and natural environment. And none of those should be left out. If we want to create a status of equilibrium at the end of the hybrid reality, and this involves sharing viewpoints, and that's the interesting part, because if we talk about sharing viewpoints, it's not just sharing individual viewpoints, it's also sharing organizational viewpoints, it's also sharing artificial intelligence viewpoints, and yeah, well, try to share national environment viewpoints and respect those. And this should be somehow fundamental characteristics of the system we want to design. I like the picture. I don't know if you notice this, but these two airplanes are coming from different states, right? Yep. Now, the next one is requisite holism. And with requisite holism, we really have a problem with our capacity, because people have, and we need to acknowledge that, people have really limited capacity to see the whole picture. We are what we are. We are individuals. We can group in organizations. So when we're talking about understanding the whole picture, understanding a requisite holism, that means that artificial intelligence technology, which we are talking about, should be involved in first providing the requisite holism, the whole picture, but also understanding it. If we provide only a limited understanding of the whole picture to artificial intelligence, well, it may happen that artificial intelligence will focus in providing more profit for somebody instead of taking care for individuals, environment, and organizations. Okay? Now, since we mentioned it's a process, let's see if we can use some of the tools we do understand to picture them out to the process. And well, one of them is, but there are many. One of them is the evolutionary approach. Now, we must admit that we can expect multiple generations of artificial technology to emerge, and this is basically evolution. And we understand, at least somewhat, how an evolution works. For instance, there are three routes of autopoiesis, which is basically you can create the next generation from the entity itself. And this one is extremely problematic. It's extremely fast, but really has some issues in there. And then it's classical fertilization, where you have two entities joining their DNA together to produce the next generation. And there is a hybridization. The hybridization is really interesting because you have two entities which are not alike, which are different, and they are put together, and then the next generation emerges. Okay? Why is this important? If we want to provide the artificial intelligence, the complete picture of the environment, we should definitely avoid autopoiesis. It is fast, it is efficient, but it's dangerous. Now, let's talk about the speed of evolution. Now, our speed of evolution is, well, we have one generation every 30, 35 even years. Now, speed of evolution for artificial intelligence is now, well, the next generations is every year, half a year. Now, in the moment that when artificial intelligence picks up the speed and develops its own generated next generation, well, the speed of evolution for artificial intelligence will increase considerably. And this is something, this is where people will not keep up. We do not keep up anyway, but now then it will become even harder. Well, and we have some of the results of evolutionary design, right? That's a picture from the year 1928. Yeah, and well, it's an interesting one. One problem with understanding of development of the cognitive and the brain, we all take pictures of human brain as being the best. Well, let's think different. We can expect something completely different to emerge. Well, if you look at the human brain, it looks like that. If you look at the brain of an octopus, it looks completely different. Yeah. Now, what should the goal be? Why should we care? Why is it important? Where should we go? Now, I do think that we should design a supportive environment, and competing environment may provide a very, very wrong learning lesson for the artificial intelligence technology. Now, if we try to design supportive environments where each hybrid reality stakeholder should be protected. 2, first, enhance the environment, and I mean enhance, not exploit, to improve this overall system and to support other stakeholders as main goals. Then, well, maybe we have a chance that AI technology will pick those goals and do not be competitive. Okay, I'm too fast, hopefully. So I will open up the discussion. Before going to the discussion, let's see what's next. Now, the picture I was pointing there was interesting. Now, the question for you is this the way out of the cave? Or is this the melting of the glaciers? Yeah, well, thank you for listening. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to comment.
Только у нас времени уже мало остается, тайм.
Unfortunately, we are slightly out of time. May I ask a question?
Ну, сейчас Игорь закончит доклад, и можно...
Yes, as soon as Igor is finished with his presentation, you can ask away.
Oh, yes, I'm finished. Yes, please.
Igor, thank you very much for an interesting presentation. As far as I understand, the manifestations of this hybrid reality is a challenge, poses a challenge towards systemic approach. And also the very concept of a system is undergoing changes. So I would like to ask you about that. And also, going back to Bogdanov, that that defined the systems as organized complexes, which include people's objects and ideas. And all of this was united by organizations. Bertavanti added the idea of the external environment. And when we are seeing hybrid reality, all of this remains, all of the above remains, but where are the ideas going? Are they being replaced with AI? What is happening with the components in the system?
Yes, well, now, the components of the system right here are still there. Right. First of all, we are used to have a static view of the system. So we say, okay, this is the start of the art. Now, hybrid reality expands that and says, well, no, it's not state of the art. It's a time frame with its dynamics. And we can affect those dynamics. So basically, the roles of the stakeholder of the element, I would call it stakeholders because they do affect the systems. So basically, the stakeholders of the systems change. The level of activity, the level of ability to actually modify the inner processes of the system and also its effects on the environment change dramatically. It's like you can draw a parallel there. If you have a body where cells do interact with a certain level of speed, this is something. When you have the same body where a neural system is placed in, which does connect all of the cells and takes care for the information interchange, that's the next level. But it goes beyond because the neural system is not only about communication; it's also about reasoning. And originally cells have done reasoning by themselves. Now, if you have a neural system that does the reasoning, a large portion of reasoning of a single cell, a single organism goes to the central reasoning part. If you draw this line with the biological subject, So but none of that does change from yesterday. It was nothing, and tomorrow it's there. It takes several evolutionary steps to develop that, and I think that our mission is to understand those steps and try to control them because you can see that they are coming.
Можно задать вопрос?
May I ask a question, please? Yes, certainly.
Спасибо большое за такой.
Thank you very much for your wonderful, for your interesting future, for your interesting presentation, Igor, that described the future. But I missed, I did not fully understand the key concept. So what is the AI here? What should we be dealing with? Or is it entering our lives like planes, steamboats that had significantly increased the speeds we used to travel? Other systems allow us to lift heavy weights that we didn't used to be able to do before. All of this are now part of our lives, beginning with early history of humankind, although the mechanical devices were different back then. So is AI in this paradigm a different form of life, a different biological species that is developing independently, as you're saying, and is able to come into confrontation with the original form? Or is it an immanent part of our lives and is actually not an independent subject?
Yeah, well, thank you for the question. Well, I'll just go to the basic systems perspective that everything is interconnected. Every part of the system has its purpose and has its relationship with other parts of the system. Right. So I do think that artificial intelligence technology will be interconnected with our entities, with all other systems stakeholders. The interesting part is that we can see its potential in the development, and we can see its potentials in affecting other stakeholders. What is different this time is that we expect the artificial intelligence to have the capacity to reason, which was up to now in the domain of people. Up to now, we were the one who were taking the decisions. Now, right now, some forms of reasonings are already there, and we can expect that the speed of the reasoning capacity will increase dramatically. And this was not there. This is for the first time, and we should really try to think and understand the processes of reasoning, and try to keep the artificial intelligence technology part of the system, because this way the system will be enriched and try to coexist with us. Otherwise, yes, as you pointed, it might come to a collision. And I don't know if this is something we would like, if we desire that.
Я все-таки не понял. Значит, логикой обладали также и механические.
I still missed it. So the logic, mechanical, electromechanical devices still had logic that aided us in living during Alan Turing's time and during Babbage's time and other times. But what is the quality difference here? Qualitative difference? Why don't we call AI, why don't we call an ordinary computer AI, or a calculator? Why don't we call a calculator AI? We can program AI into it. It has got its own logic as well. And what is the difference between the calculator and that AI that creates concern in terms of its independence?
Well, it's autonomy to action in the real world. So by now, every technology was, it had a switch on button says, okay, you can, people decide what it will do, right? In artificial intelligence, the all three concepts of observing the real world, the reasoning, and acting upon reasoning and autonomous reasoning are there. So you can have autonomic reasoning and action by artificial intelligence technology, and this was not there before. I think this is the major difference between the current state and the hybrid reality states in the future.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Now we are ending on this presentation. Alla Alexandrovna Nikonova is next. Alla, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Igor, I didn't quite catch. When you spoke about autopoiesis, did you connect autopoiesis with artificial intelligence?
I'm afraid so. If it develops upon its own premises and does not involve,
Thank you, Игорь. Спасибо большое. Так, следующий доклад, коллеги Драгобыцкий, Иван Николаевич. Вопрос установления национальной инновационной системы России. Иван Николаевич, пожалуйста.
Да, я вроде включился, но вы меня не видите, не слышите пока, я так думаю.
Нет, слышим, но не видим.
А не видите, это почему, я еще не знаю. Значит, что касается презентации, вот я вроде бы... А как подключить презентацию? Я тут поделиться, да?
Да, там есть демонстрация. Зеленая такая кнопочка.
Где там кнопка? Настройки конференции.
Иван Николаевич,
вы можете демонстрировать мою презентацию без меня?
Иван Николаевич, не воспринимайте презентацию как искусственный интеллект.
Please don't take this presentation as AI.
Иван Николаевич, вы можете начинать говорить.
You may begin. I will get your presentation up on screen, sir. Thank you. So I will do the following. First, allow me to laconically formulate the key concept of my presentation, because as experience shows, we usually lack for time in our agenda. And the concept is the following. Earlier this century, our country saw active attempts to synthesize, to shape the institutional system of innovations in Russia. It all ended at experimental level. I would like to analyze this experience, and for this purpose, we are going to research the body of knowledge from the national innovation system. Then we're going to look at its functions, and then we'll see the matrix which will allow us to demonstrate what is going wrong and why is the innovative national system exists on paper and less in reality. And this is the key vector of my presentation, the key concept. So let's move on to the next slide. Now, in the last 3 or 4 decades, the key vector in development of human civilization and innovations, and also the economies of developed countries, had extrapolated to provide for this innovation, for this generation of innovations on a permanent basis. And this is usually done with the national innovation systems. As a rule, this includes the 3 key parts: the state, science, and business, or legislation that comes from the government. Of course, it's adopted in socium, and the macro model here is presented on the slide. And in every given country, of course, certain specifics, unique specifics exist, but depending on the fact whether sciences and education is implemented in 2 blocks or separately or together, whether production and market is separated. We can see on this slide that it has science in the center. As you understand, this is conducting scientific research and R&D to generate innovations. And if you need to generate them,
It should be done by smart people. They are prepared in education, they work in science. For them, a certain infrastructure is required. They should be ensured by legislative. Should be participation of the state by legislation. Should be production structures where new products can be produced, and it's all cycled on the market. And next slide, when in the beginning of this century in this country were activities to synthesize a national innovative system, and apart from Russian participants, Western countries, Germany, Netherlands, UK, specialists participated in this process. People who are ahead in innovative development of the whole planet. And there were efforts done to segregate those elements, components that create this innovative system. As a result, our economy was separated into 6 sectors: government, business, science, intermediaries, society, and foreign partners. That's in principle like in other innovative national systems. And the point of this design of national innovative system was about existing economy to have these elements to adjust slightly its configuration, maybe clarify functionality, and finally formulate mechanisms of interaction and establish key connections between these components and all other connections to be established later. That's how it was planned. And is to move to our reality from a different system was not possible. On the other hand, it was too specific. In our country, so I'll go over the sectors briefly. The government sector includes up to 10 components. They are built in the order that they influence innovative development and in the order which means they have the Council on Science and all the rest, the Security Council, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Industry, Rosatom. These organizations are the main part of the means dedicated for innovative development and generating new knowledge. And of course, if we judge according to this sequence, then we can conclude that unfortunately our innovative policies have certain direction because all 4 or 5 main components on this list where the funds are allocated are directly related to this process. And naturally, speaking about innovations of national economy is difficult because real innovativeness is checked at mass markets. Speaking about defense industry, and defense industry has guaranteed customer regardless of the price. But if we look at the military products and high-tech products and we bring it to the mass market, there is no guarantee that there will be a buyer for these products. In the end of last century, we were convinced about that when we made a wide-scale conversion. Regarding business, let's go faster. Next slide is about business sector. In this sector, we have those key subsectors for companies split by key sectors in order to evaluate their level of innovation. First of all, these are enterprises of defense, machine building with concurrent stakes owned by the state. It's all explained because the state is the main consumer of their products and we need to control it. Natural monopolies is the second group. Many natural monopolies are under control of the state. That's regarding transport, power generation, other services. Next group are enterprises for production and processing of raw materials. They represent the flagships of national economy In first two groups, subsectors, innovative policies are determined by the state and financed by the state. Regarding enterprises of the third group, of course, they have large natural resources and acquiring a natural rent. They are very rich, and naturally, they have access to technologies in this area. And for this reason, they don't do active scientific research. Usually, they purchase innovations at licensed markets. They use innovations on their competitors because it's impossible to buy certain things on this market, and our economic flagships are always lagging behind their Western peers. Telecom companies are pursuing active innovative policies. I think in this part the largest results are achieved. Regarding automobile building, we mostly use Western experience or produce joint models of others. The biggest problem is with small and medium business. We've been talking at large about that. That's a separate area of scientific research. But really, through small and medium business, there is a prospect to implement innovations. In this sense, small businesses are very flexible. And if creative people are in charge, they basically can implement any innovation. Unfortunately, we have not worked out the connection of small companies and large corporations. For these innovations to be taken up by large corporations, staff resources for massive production, I mean, products and devices, either they need to buy patents or licenses or take over small companies, but this is not worked out. Next slide is about the scientific sector. As you know, we have always big problems in research science sector. So this is showing scientific subsector and organizations pursuing research and financing innovative development. As at the forefront are state organizations, including academia, research institutions, business organizations, as you see, having the largest financial burden. So each share is about 55% for state organizations, but it was different in various years. In the beginning of 2000, it was 14-15%. This line can be removed from this slide. About foreign institutions. Next is intermediary sector. Why did it come up? As you see, innovations, mostly in the state sector, but should be applied in the private sector. Because we need intermediary organizations that make it closer together. Technoparks, business incubators, their designation in this intermediation different. Some work for a legal area, and technoparks provide premises and production capacities, while business incubators nurture business and bring them to the free market. Public sector
представляет общественные организации, честно говоря,
is represented by public organizations and the three most popular in this country.
Каждая из них тоже имеет свое функциональное
Obviously, they have their own functionality.
Сюда можно прописать четвертую позицию.
Also include a fourth Academy of Sciences. They combine, they unite various researchers and scientists that couldn't find absolute application and recognition in the state and private sectors. Therefore, uniting in various public academia, and there are about 200 of them now. They contribute also in innovative development of the country.
Функции нет. Зарубежные партнеры.
Now, foreign partners, we mentioned their importance is going down. At 18% now, finance investment in innovative development of this country. How it will be in the future, we'll see. Now we'll come to the functions. Main function is the following.
Я уже, давайте так. Функции здесь, а дальше встречные. Давайте следующий слайд.
Functions are here. Let's go to the next slide.
Вот функции — это перевод национальной экономики на инновационное развитие.
That's transition of national economy to innovative development. And now, on the one hand, we have participants, and on the other hand, functions. Functions mean that direct participation and determination in certain area, plus take part and engaged, and minus no participation. So having analyzed this table, we can understand national innovative systems and explain why at elementary level it looks like national innovative systems of other countries, but at the level of functionality and direct actions, unfortunately it is not so. The thing is that we have functions for which nobody is responsible. So it's not determined. It's starting from the third function till then. Nobody is responsible for mobilization and allocation of resources. Nobody is responsible basically for opening new industries, etc. So we have many functions and none of the participants cover. Yeah, somebody is dealing with it on an optional basis, but we cannot ask them. That's the first reason. The second reason, judging by functionality, if we judge by participants, the science is detached from determination and shaping these policies in the area of development and innovation development. Basically, also it takes part in legislative shaming. Science organizations are engaged to scientific works. No customers, they do it at their own risk, hoping that their results will be applied. So, depending on implementation of these functions, having analyzed this table, we can generate ways to improve our innovative systems. If we move to resolving this as realists, speaking as idealists, we have elements of national innovative systems of Russia, but in order for it to be functional and be fully functional, that is supposed to, we need to bring some soul into this. But how to find this soul and how to use it, that's a question that we should take effort. System analysts and experts in system analysis. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to take questions. Excellent. We have time. In order to ask questions, please raise your hand. I would like to ask a question.
Конечно, пожалуйста. Иван Николаевич, вот, может быть, я там что-то прослушал.
Maybe I missed something about the national innovative system. Does it represent a system or just part of national economy dealing with innovations that are actually not connected with each other, but just have the same name? Unfortunately, the second. There are some elements, but no system. So we use the word national innovative systems just to designate the number of participants of innovative activities, right? Yes, something like this. When we started the synthesis, that's how it was named, and there were government documents regarding that. We cannot name it otherwise. Okay, I understand that. Second question, the follow-up, first one. So if it was really a system, we had a minister of agriculture then, Governor Alexei Gordeev.
Он однажды сказал, что в нашей жизни изменения к лучшему происходят так быстро, что ничто не успевает закрепиться.
That we're going so fast that it cannot be reinforced. Unfortunately, I have to agree to you.
Не будем, значит, об этом высказывать долго.
Okay.
Значит, вопрос.
The question is, who is supposed to take care that innovations will transform into standards? So where they should go? Either die or be enforced and become a certain standard. Yes, I agree. The business should take care of that.
Yes, I agree with you, because the business is one of the key participants in the system, one of the key stakeholders. But unfortunately, the government also comes first, so the powers that be. And this is the fact of life here, and so we think business should be leading the stakes here. But how should this be done? That's a different issue. Well, I call on you not to view business as a mix of investors and tool makers and production specialists. I think we need separate functions for the investors and for the manufacturing sector, the engineers and so on. Different solutions, different paradigm, because they're not businessmen. Thank you very much. This was just a comment. Thank you, Alexander. Your microphone is on. Who is responsible for the standards of the platforms? Yes, the responsibility also needs to be taken. They've been in existence for over 10 years and no one is responsible.
Это удобная площадка для того, чтобы приступить.
Хорошо. Алла Николаевна, конечно, согласен.
Вы слышали, нет?
Did you catch that? So, did anyone catch that?
Так. Коллеги, следующий доклад.
Так, отпускаете живого?
Да, отпускаем, Иван Николаевич. Спасибо.
So, you're letting me off. Yes. Thank you very much, Mikhail Nikolaevich.
Сирота Ефим Наумович. Опять тематика по инновационному процессу. Инновационный процесс как система
Thematics. The subject is innovative project, boundaries, and management.
Так. Пытаюсь включить звук.
I'm trying to turn on the sound. I'm sorry. Yes, you can hear me.
Поздороваюсь со всеми. Так, видео я не могу включить. Так, а что у меня видео не включается?
рядом с... Ага, все, включилось. Видим вас.
Включить звук. Приветствую, уважаемые коллеги.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to welcome you all here in good health, and so I wish you to remain.
Мой доклад инициирован. Сейчас я сделаю демонстрацию экрана и...
Now, please allow me to demonstrate my screen.
И приступлю к демонстрации.
And I will show my screen now.
Вот.
Да, видно.
Видно, да? Значит,
you can hear it. Oh, you can see it, Alex?
Значит, ну, мой доклад, так же, как доклад Ивана Николаевича Дорогого.
My presentation, same as the previous one, will discuss the systemic attributes of the digital economy as the environment for development of innovative process in Russia, second stage. And of course, measures have to be formulated, systemic structured description of problematics of management of innovative process in Russia, which allows to present certain demands as to the structure and systemic attributes of digital economy. Of course, the problem has to be described, which will allow us to formulate the requirements to the systemic attributes. I saw the challenge of my presentation, first of all, to understand the innovative process and the system within the concept that is being developed by the head of our faculty.
Значит, классификации системных образований в пространственно-временном аспекте.
Here you see the spatial time coordination.
Инновационный процесс, именно как процессную систему, определить его содержание, границы.
We'd like to define the process, its borders,
по которому управление этой процессной системой можно осуществлять.
And how we can manage the process.
Как известно, понятие инновации, которое мы используем для единообразного понятия.
The innovations we hear about is widely represented in the federal regulations and federal legislation, also in a legislation on the science and policy and other regulations and laws that have bearing, but in some context they're somewhat limited or do not fully satisfy our needs. I'm trying to understand, to think of the concept of the definition of innovation, which would be the most convincing and satisfactory, and I looked at the I detailed 6 key components of this definition. First is the novelty. Second is scalability, reproducibility, then adherence to the culture of the social, whether it corresponds on innovations to social culture, its usefulness, its economic efficiency, and lastly, we are looking at social, political, legal, and moral grounds. And also, as we have learned after the pandemic, COVID-19, many companies were actually working on studying the virus. Although it is banned in many countries, but their curiosity knows no borders, and they look for opportunities with no such restrictions. But unfortunately, this is not always done in the safest way. Accounting for these 6, in my opinion, most important elements of the proposed definition, I propose this definition of innovation. Innovation is a cultural phenomenon, which means steady accumulation by a social person their adaptive opportunities, which are manifested in created extracorporeal work organs, motorics, movement, locomotion, and from recently sensory outputs, cognitive and communications, and also in products, services, institutes, having novelty, scalability, inherent culture of the society, usefulness, economic efficiency, and corresponding norms of law. If you have any comments, I'm ready to also discuss them later in the Q&A. It should be noted that despite the availability of material in the law and other bylaws and regulations, regulatory framework legislation, only about 10 positions of these concepts are mentioned in our legislative documentation. So they lead concepts of innovative project. So a system which is always full but discrete in terms of time. I've never seen any of this, although I've seen some of the elements of innovative projects. In my opinion, the semantic core of the process system includes activity and the circle of definitions, the whole scope of definitions that I tried to define. But due to interests of time, I will be able to present them separately. However, this scope of definitions in the semantic core of the process include activity, action, state, subject of activity, object of activity, the goal, resources, inputs and outputs, values, and clients. The actions and states are 2 interrelated basic concepts of the process-based system. And if you will allow me to use a metaphor, or instead of formalization, we can present the action here as the curve, and the state is the top of the chart. And here the other components of the semantic core are more or less less understandable, more or less familiar, I may comment further. So, if we view and adopt this semantic core, we can provide the following working definition of a process system. This system works on transforming resources, objects of activity, subjects of activities according to a certain goal, according there are certain conditions, and of course manifested in the corresponding states of the object, the results of which are the corresponding goals of the subject in the actions going outside the scope of the processing system and possessing value for the very subject of the activity and or other subjects' clients. Of course, this is a bit unwieldy. Maybe some of the components are superficial, but hopefully we can improve it in a process of discussion, not necessarily at this conference. We will certainly discuss this within our workflow, and I think it should be clarified. Innovative process as an education system includes three systemic levels. These are the levels of separate innovations, which is discrete, so limited on time, but not in space, and is a typical processing system which is manifested in the certain certain periods of time and life cycles. Yes, this is a typical project system, process system, sorry. The next is a cluster level. The cluster level is always technologically or functionally related to innovations in time, and also is a typical processing system which doesn't only have the characteristics in a previous point, but also because of macro and mega scale, it is able to generate what we call Kondrativ cycles of economy in the corresponding social economic systems. And the upper level, the macro level of the total system of culture, which includes in some situations all of the created throughout the history of all the innovations created throughout the history of mankind, those being deployed today, modern innovations, and also future innovations as inevitable, necessary components of social reality. This level of innovative process is not a typical processing system and has elements of the processing and also environmental systems. So, in my private opinion, it is not a typical process system. And certainly this is necessary to take into account.
Если говорить о процесс инновационной системе как процесс,
if we speak about the process environment, about the innovation environment as a process, today at the plenary session we heard a question, a very good question, about viewing the system as self-regulated and uncontrollable. Any holistic social economic system can function and develop only at maintaining or even improving the survivability of life systems, which is understood as a capacity to provide the systems and its members for key requirements for survivability. This is the scope, providing a scope of vital food resources for the reproduction of the system. And although the borders of this definition is a delicate issue, the second component of survivability is a degree of external security, which also helps to maintain the production activities of live systems. And the specifics of our kind, Homo sapiens, as a hyper-aggressive kind, as a hyper-aggressive species, this is also provided by certain evolutionary reasons. And it's a pity that we're hyper-aggressive, but during the civilization levels increasing, the level of aggressiveness falls, level of aggression falls. And also we're seeing here, lastly, the last components are the establishment and maintenance of inter-system order, and also accumulation, maintenance, and transfer of effective forms of behavior and activity. Maybe this is quite a wide definition of survivability, but this is what is proposed. This includes some key concepts, some key understandings that have been developed in science and in systemic thinking. Survivability can be viewed as an objective goal of the system, especially if the system is self-regulating or if the system is managed and logically and rationally managed. It can be viewed as a subjective goal. Within the framework of social economic systems, we note and we see the systems interaction of both types of systems of supporting survivability of social economic systems, and also self-regulation and management. Historically, the first social groups provided survivability based on 4 key premises. This is using different activity sets for different members of the group, different levels of socialization. Of course, it's clear that small children, for instance, didn't take part in some of the social activities, although they got engaged in a process. Socialization happened quickly compared to today. Age division, age and sex division of activities, socialization,
and verbal and actionable education. Third component of survivability is coordination of actions of group members in emergency situations. The leader could be power authority, so with the capability to interrupt socially detrimental process and advance socially positive. This was based on a combination of personality characteristic, physical power, life experience, ability to high-level suggestion, and corresponding characteristics and the going down sibling. So this type is at nano levels in families, in some small informal groups. However, complication of this.
Ефим Наумович, вы меня слышите?
Да, нет, не слышу.
Can you hear me?
Вы время
No.
на вопрос оставите, потому что уже 9 минут осталось.
It's 9 minutes left
Быстро закончить.
for questions. I'm going to finish very soon. I'd like to fundamentally mention the following, that management
которым переходят по мере
that moves with widening scale of socioeconomic groups,
переход к управлению.
this transition to management was accompanied by shaping at least 4 elite groups that still retain their importance in transforming to a more developed state. That's production, commercial layer that ensures coordination, production, circulation, allocation of life values. This is business, also military, policy, defense, ideology, religion, and scientific educational, which is especially important for us. It ensures reinforcement of effective behavioral activities. So transition to self-regulation provides and survival and creates problems. It creates multi-level self-identification and what we call today conflict of interest, stemming from this identification. And the last thing that I wanted to dwell briefly today it was mentioned already in a number of presentations. It's important to correctly set the boundaries of innovative systems. It's important because the boundaries determine inputs and they generate the arsenal of actions that we can use in managing innovative processes. If we make mistakes of the first order, we lose the opportunity to effectively manage this process. And it happens from time to time. What we discussed today about missing factors, and it's about unclear definition of this list of inputs. Please leave some time for questions. Well, basically, that's it. I would like to note that the 11th slide suggestions here, lists of managed entries, productive, innovative ideas, and cognitive transformational requirements, vital resources of individuals, and socioeconomic systems of various levels, and finally, subjected and institutionalized subjects knowledge. Institutionalized, I mean scientific and technological schools, universities. And very briefly, last thing, that's inclusion in discussion of all this wide arsenal of managed entries would enable long-term factors of investment process management like psychological, pedagogical technologies of shaping national innovative potential, shaping social-oriented co-created innovation and values and priorities of effective allocation and using limited demographic resources. That's it. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I would be able to take them. May I ask a first question? You mentioned about factors of survival and mentioned external environment. How people can influence the environment to increase its survivability? Well, that's a tricky question. With development of culture, our opportunities become wider. It's about 60 million years ago, mankind didn't exist, but there was a space catastrophe that radically changed life. And it was meteorite going down to Earth. During 5 or 8 thousands of years of our cultural development, mankind was not able to influence it. But now, due to development of nuclear energy, developed cultures can trace it, can trace this movement in space, and will be able to do something. That's expanding the potential of cultures. I think mankind will be able to cope with COVID-19 with less losses rather than coping with other diseases in the 15th century. And although we are living in a difficult situation. So if I answered, good. If not, I will think about it. We'll discuss it. Okay. Colleagues, do you have any other questions? I don't see any hands. Oh, we have one. Hello, Alexandrova. Okay, let me turn on the sound. I like to be in control. Efim, now please tell us, I liked your definitions, and I would call it that I agreed to you for 50%. What about the remaining 50%? I'm sorry, I haven't heard it. Can you speak up? Well, regarding definitions of innovations. And the last word, like 50%, I agree. Okay, I heard. What about your last word? Okay, Proskati management, does it agree with you? Proskati, Oslo. I don't know about that, especially the 4th edition. And when our innovative enterprises increased, doubled basically. I'm saying there are some detrimental innovations, and in order to speak with the science community on the same language, we need to operate the whole clear categories and definitions. Your definition is very good. If there were no detrimental innovations in the world, Warshawski is writing about. I understand your question. Partially, it's taken into account in definition of innovations. In my definition of innovation, there is one condition which sounds, if my memory serves me right, as a legal and moral acceptability. If we need to add economic acceptability, possibly. But I try to take it into account to the maximum what you said. If we understand loss as inacceptability, if not, we can get into this ivory tower. So we should not set borders and see what's happening around with environment for future generations and for the nature. So your definition does not enable to see it systematically. Well, that's a working moment. But apart from legal and moral acceptability, although moral acceptability can be understood widely, we need to add environmental acceptability of innovations. I think it can be improved, and I'll take into account your arguments and we'll work more correctly on that. Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands. Do you want to ask any questions? Then we'll move forward. Thanks for your attention. Next, Yakov Yedgarov, Conceptual Vision of Sustainable and Crisis-Free Development of Socioeconomic System and Creative Legacy of Charlotte Purrier. Please. Yes, I'm ready. Turn on the microphone. I see my presentation. I don't know if it's going to open. I think it should open. There's some movement on the screen. I think I opened some wrong. Our previous event. Please select the window PowerPoint with your presentation. Well, I sent from my home. Okay, let me open it, please. What I sent from my house. Let me demonstrate my screen. I'm ready to start. Dear colleagues, I'm happy that it's my time. With big pleasure, I take part in this excellent international science practical event, and I would like to thank the organizers, first of all, Georgi and Svetlana, for excellent organization of this event and positive attitude to all of us, and are looking forward this morning or lunchtime. I selected this topic, whether it's visible or not. I don't see. I have already screen demonstration. I open it. Oh, tell me the slide. It should be on the screen in Zoom. So far, I'm on the first slide. The name of my message is that economic activity is a certain socioeconomic system. It existed in various periods of our life in development of economic sciences. But what is sustainable socioeconomic condition and developments? There were different judgments about that in ancient times, in the Middle Ages. Socioeconomic systems should have been under control. You can put it to the power authorities that is coordinating it, and the power of the state. At the moment of transition to the market economy, which is called mercantilism, enrichment, commercialization, all these processes should have been done under the aegis of the state, thanks to protectionist policies of the state. But now it's the period which is called economic liberalism and classical political economy development, when Smithsonians, while applying to the genius of Adam Smith, stated that economic activity is self-regulating, and if the state is not impeding, is not hindering with any measures or thoughts, our decisions. Then, as Adam Smith taught, each economic subject satisfying their own best economic interests would best contribute to the public interest satisfaction. So dominating of the ideas of liberalism, economic liberalism, was determining until the time which is called Industrial Revolution. Manual is substituted by factories, and agricultural activity becomes farm-based, and it seems now it would be best in economic activity and social life, but as we know, with the completion of Industrial Revolution, certain crisis events started. It became obvious that socioeconomic system in the period of Industrial Revolution has not been self-regulating. Equilibrium is not achieved automatically. Economic life continues with crisis and all unpleasant socioeconomic implications. So on the first slide, mention the name of Charles Fourier. Although there were plenty of researchers close to him in the first half of 19th century, Charles Fourier is one of those who was concerned that socioeconomic system has not been sustainable and accompanied by crisis. And what he suggested on this slide, you can see years of his life and his essays are all listed. Possibly I can list here is it possible?
Яков Семенович, Яков Семенович, вот на экране у вас есть, вы просматриваете экран, настройки просмотра.
You look at the screen, settings of viewing, black button on top, where is demonstration of
Есть настройка просмотра, настройки просмотра.
There's a setting of viewing.
Вот стрелочка есть, дальше... настройки...
See the arrow, okay.
Запрос дистанционного управления.
Да, да. Вы мне разрешаете?
Это сейчас...
Okay, you allow me.
У вас будет возможность, как бы щелкнуть в экран.
Svetlana will enable it.
Ну и хорошо.
Okay, good.
Так.
Получается?
А вот уже кто-то пролистал.
Someone already
Где вообще-то кнопка?
Changed. So, where is this button where I can change page? It's in the lower left corner of the screen.
Видео.
В области презентации.
Стрелочками вверх-вниз.
There's an arrow.
Вот если мышкой, да? Ну, понял.
Okay.
Мышкой, я так понял. Хорошо.
I'm trying to do with my mouse. Okay. In my contribution, there are two main subjects. First, I would like to draw attention of this audience. Who are those opposing economic liberalism? This relates to Charles Fourier. This slide designated critics of liberal ideas of classical political economy. They referred so-called romantic economists, utopian socialists, and the German school, so-called historical or social historical. All these three directions are united by the notion that classical political economy issued a certain model of ideal socioeconomic structure that is allegedly self-regulating, and most importantly, so that nobody should interfere in this process.
Так, можно следующий слайд?
Now,
Ну вот, видимо, надо было подождать. Проскочил еще один
I
слайд.
should have waited probably. I was skipped a previous slide. Let's move
Творчеству
to the creations of Charles Fourier. It's one of the representatives of utopian
понятие социализм,
socialism.
конечно же,
It's the notion of utopian socialism is not fully correct, but that's how it historically
Utopic economic socialism is the label it has gotten within the international scientific utopic world. So utopic scientists, as opposed to other colleagues in the early 19th century, were calling
скорректировать хозяйственную жизнь, вмешаться в ее эволюцию, но вмешаться ни в коем образом не насильно.
and take part in the revolution, but not, of course, a violent revolution in no way, and to introduce changes through
Общество, трудящиеся,
the society, the working people, to understand that the changes are certainly necessary, and these changes have to be non-violent, but through the goodwill of the people. However, these changes do not represent the evolutionary process, and waiting for these changes to take place is pointless. So you have to go by propaganda, agitation, and even personal examples, leading by road. And economists, romanticists, according to Marx, including Proudhon and others, stated that management has to be restructured. The stake has to be placed on the development of small structures instead of large business. That this is the basis for stabilization and non-crisis sustainable development. And in this regard, two options are possible here. Initiative coming from up down or from down up. And Fourier, Charles Fourier was one of the researchers who stated that these transformations should be led from the bottom, according to the will of the working people. They will self-organize so that with their own efforts, they can create some association type of unions in their various forms and shapes. So the structures that are going to dominate in this paradigm, he proposed to call them phalansters. I don't think we should comment this to our audience. Many of you remember this since the school days. And the work on phalansters from Charles Fourier is not utopic or unrealistic. In the part that states that joint decisions for household, socioeconomic, and economic problems at any scale, and I mean joint solutions, may always succeed on condition of joint vested interest. According to Fourier class system, the relationships between the classes are not antagonistic, with understanding, with mutual understanding. But what else does he say? Yes, he states that as Smith and the followers of Smith, the economic liberals, they said there are three main classes: the workers, the capitalists, and the landowners. But there is the third There is another intermediate classes and intermediary classes that are not actually no better than the exploitation class that exploits hired labor. I mean, the capitalists, even the landowners. So, according to Fourier, they take part in the economic activity not in the best of ways, and the traders, in his opinion, are the representatives of a very important link in the retail sphere, and the stakeholders in this sphere are also leading largely improper lifestyles. They're also complicit in the inequality and unstable economic development. Although these ideas of Charles Fourier that this phalanxes can see property taking universal, becoming universal in character. What we see today, residential high-rises that are homes to hundreds and thousands of citizens, communal canteens, centralized food distribution, centralized resorts and sanatoriums, so leisure facilities, kindergartens, education facilities, and so on, even universities. So within this context, the stake of Charles Fourier on the universal character of property is that the key role in the economy, the hired workers and the workers, for them not to feel exploited, property has to be universal. Workers should be able to become stakeholders in their enterprise, share in the profits, and I'm going further into my slides. They should have the right to be elected to management positions, and so on. And all of this and other statements by Charles Fourier should not be viewed as purely utopical or non-existent or non-useful. I'm trying to scroll down, but I'm not sure what to do. Please help.
Вот я нашел у себя следующий слайд, открываю.
I found the next slide here. I'm opening the slide.
Шарль Фурье.
So Charles Fourier was one of those researchers, scientists in the first half of the 19th century that wrote a number of works. Let me tell you what are his key ideas running through his work. First of all, this is the criticism of liberal ideas. Other types of ideas. Dear colleagues, we are having some technical issues, dear colleagues. It's freezing up slightly. Just a moment. Self-regulating economy and self-regulation of the economy is promoting the workers into management positions. Well, my microphone is on. I hope you can hear me. Yes, everything is fine. Everything is fine. Please continue.
Так, единственное, что да. Настройки просмотра. Может быть, таким образом, то выходит за рамки экрана. В своей концепции
In his concept,
Фурье, в общем-то, демонстрирует
in his concept, Charles Fourier demonstrates his vision of the system, of the social economic paradigm.
Конечно же, с позиции сегодняшнего
That is certainly
вопросов,
that certainly invites many questions from today's positions.
суд общественности,
But in the concept he presented, first and foremost,
доктрина laissez-faire,
is the doctrine
в
laissez-faire,
том числе экономического человека и невидимой руки Адама Смита,
the invisible hand of Adam Smith and the economic man is really has nothing to do with reality. In reality, things are very different. The next thesis here,
Фурье выдвигает концепцию о
Fourier proposes a concept about non-crisis economic development, sustainable development. And for this type of development, is for every person, it is necessary to understand and to be conscious that they're a part of a social structure, in a society, that they cannot live only their own personal egoistical lives. Простите, не слышно оригинал.
Светлана Евгеньевна, это не палатки со стороны докладчика.
This is some problems, some connection problems on the speaker's side. I apologize.
Может быть, пока мы между собой, может, он появится, у нас еще есть...
Светлана Евгеньевна, я думаю, нужно, огласить порядок нашей работы и спросить, есть ли...
Yes, we have to, let's announce the agenda, the procedure, ask whether anyone is in the audience with us here. Yes, well, we'll follow the agenda. Our schedule is quite tight, so all the other participants are in the other sections. So he is back.
Ну, на самом деле, они в других секциях, но у нас 20 человек участников.
Ну, это просто слушатели. У нас помимо докладчиков есть еще слушатели.
Except for the speakers, we also have the audience.
Семен, вы нас слышите?
Can you hear us, Jacob?
Я включу микрофон и слышу, и вижу, все нормально.
Ага, вот теперь мы тоже вас видим и слышим.
Да, я хотел завершить тем, что Шарль Фурье внес существенный вклад.
I would like to begin with saying that Charles Fourier has made a great contribution into the development of economic science and also has introduced his great contribution into the treasure box of systems analysis and systemic approach, and his premise that economy is not self-regulated, that it does need reforms and changes, has certainly become possible only owing to the fact that he is going by the systemic approach, systemic analysis, and in the last slide, somewhere, we have a list of the innovations that, in my opinion, are a significant contribution of Charles Fourier into the development of economic science. He was non-accepting of ideas of economic liberalism. He had a very positive assessment of the priority role of the workers in preventing economic crisis. And there were another 2 points in the last slides. He focused on the economics of the systems and social vector.
Ну, у нас осталось регламент, у вас 3 минуты, может быть, вопросы мы вам зададим?
We have 3 minutes to go. Maybe we should move on to the Q&A session. Yes, certainly. I'm sorry, I've lost some time running through the slides here. Thank you very much for your attention, dear friends. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions?
По поднятым рукам.
Now let me see a show of hands.
У меня есть вопрос.
Oh, I don't see any, but I do have a question.
Как вы
Colleagues,
считаете,
in your opinion, could you please tell me why did Charles Fourier's fair ideas never became mainstream in of the economic theory,
ну, и в нашей жизни тем более?
especially in our life?
Да, в самом деле.
Yes, thank you for the question. The trouble is, if we go to the works of the very authors of the era, his contemporaries, not only Charles Fourier, but other strong advocates of systems analysis and systems approach. Last time I think I spoke on Proudhon and Sismondi. The problem is that the style, this narrative style, the cases used by scientists, about 200 years have gone by since.
Какая жалость.
Sorry, we lost the speaker. We apologize for the technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. The speaker is having connection difficulties at his end. The organizers would like to offer their apologies. We're waiting for him to come back online. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the technical difficulties on the speaker's connection side. Unfortunately, this cannot be helped by the organizers, and it is time to move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much. We will thank Yakov Semyonovich for his very interesting presentation. It's a pity we didn't hear the reply, but we'll move on to Mr. Rybachuk, Sim Alexandrovich, and we're going to look at Maxim Rybachuk's presentation.
Вот, включаю микрофон, не знаю, я...
Turn the microphone.
Долго и упорно.
Мы вас не слышали, потому что у вас...
We haven't heard you because your internet connection is not. But the time is already for next presentation. Let me ask you this question in person later.
Коллеги, скажите, пожалуйста, видно ли презентацию?
Do you see my presentation? Let me make it full screen.
Так, ну вот должно быть на полный экран. Скажите, пожалуйста, все в порядке?
Should be full screen now. Yes.
Но она сейчас подгрузится. Да. Уважаемые коллеги, разрешите представить мой доклад «Системный подход к инновационному развитию России. Модель четверной спирали». Здесь мы попытались ответить вот на такие вопросы, они представлены на слайде, с позиции системной экономической теории, которую мы развиваем. Первый вопрос: можно ли применять модель тройной спирали в России? Второй вопрос: влияет ли сбалансированность ее подсистем на эффективность инновационной деятельности? И какое место национальной инновационной системы России при таком подходе занимает среди национальных инновационных систем других стран? Ну, я думаю, что тут достаточно подготовленная аудитория, и уже достаточно много говорили о национальных инновационных системах. И вот у Ивана Николаевича был доклад, посвященный национальным инновационным системам. Все мы знаем, что не существует никаких эталонов, и каждая страна выбирает свой собственный путь развития. Существует несколько типовых моделей, и, соответственно, страны их используют, внося те или иные коррективы. И вот появившаяся модель тройной спирали, предложенная профессором Стэнфордского университета Генри Исковицем, она говорит о том, что в тройной спирали должны соединяться образование, бизнес и государство. Почему образование? Потому что в названии книги вообще указано не образование, а университеты. И, соответственно, вместо бизнеса там указаны предприятия, то есть университеты, предприятия и государства. Ну вот мы здесь все эти понятия доводим до макроуровня и говорим о том, что образование, бизнес и государство как компоненты вот эти вот тройной спирали. Соответственно, у данной модели, как самой современной и применяемой в США, появилось достаточно много сторонников, которые говорят о том, что необходимо применять данную модель в России, но мы считаем, что это не совсем корректно, потому что институционально в России сложилось так, что институционально наука и образование были разделены. И вот мы попытаемся с позиции системной экономической теории ответить на этот вопрос, правомерно ли это. Но забегая вперед, я могу сказать, что правомерно, потому что наука и образование оказываются на своих местах. Так. Ну вот слайд наконец переключился, который показывает основное положение системной экономической теории, то есть, которое заключается в том, что социально-экономических систем можно разделить на 4 типа. Это объектные системы, средовые системы, процессные и проектные. Каждая из данных систем выполняет свою основную и дополнительные функции. Вот в данном случае показаны у нас основные функции, которые они выполняют. Данные системы значит, имеют выводятся по различным критериям ограниченности во времени и пространстве. И, соответственно, вот эти вот их ограниченность во времени и пространстве влияет на функции, которые они выполняют, и на доступ к ресурсам пространства и времени. Но вот мы говорим о том, что данная четверка, наука, государство, образование и бизнес, они представляют собой не что иное, как тетрад. Причем наука — это у нас объектная система, это и различные исследовательские центры, лаборатории, академии наук. Государство здесь представляет собой средовую систему или средовую макроподсистему, если мы говорим о таком макроуровне. Государство как представитель общества, образование, здесь можно включить высшее образование, распространение информации в целом, выполняет функцию распределения, представляет собой процессную систему, и бизнес олицетворяет реальных хозяйственных субъектов. Ну, скажем, можно привести на примере образовательной сферы, скажем, наука производит некоторое знание, государство затем его потребляет, проводит его экспертизу, на какую-то стандартизацию, образование получает эти результаты и внедряет их в учебный процесс. В этом учебном процессе происходит распределение этих знаний по выпускникам, и, соответственно, эти выпускники приходят
работать в компании, приходят в бизнес и проводят обмен полученных знаний на... у них появляются в процессе работы новые идеи, и они с этими идеями обмениваются с наукой. Аналогичный контур обратный происходит. Наука здесь выполняет свою дополнительную функцию, она потребляет запросы, которые к ней обращает бизнес. Бизнес производит некоторые требования к образованию, то есть, скажем, к распространению информации о каком-то продукте. Но в данном случае, если возвращаться к примеру с выпускниками, то тогда предъявляет некоторые требования к компетенциям. Соответственно, государство здесь может предъявлять требования. Образование дает обратную связь государству по поводу некоторых образовательных стандартов. Соответственно, государство может давать науке какие-то пояснения по поводу того, каким образом необходимо оформлять те или иные результаты исследований. Я повторюсь, что сейчас я говорю про образование, и вот эти вот цепочки может проходить любой обобщенный инновационный продукт. Соответственно, если мы эту схему представим в координатах пространства-время, то вот эти вот 4 макроподсистемы соединяются в вот эту самую четверную спираль. Вот, если графически представить, будет выглядеть следующим. Значит, когда мы говорим о системной сбалансированности, мы здесь считаем о том, что вот эти вот 4 подсистемы в рамках тетрады, они должны быть сбалансированы между собой, то есть соразмерно и пропорционально друг другу. Здесь равновесной конфигурации или идеальная конфигурация — это равная выраженность объектной, средовой, процессной, проектной составляющей. Соответственно, когда мы получаем эти данные, да. Сейчас вот так, может быть. Скажите, пожалуйста, вот так хорошо?
Is it okay now?
Да, нужно было раньше сказать. Хорошо. Для того, чтобы посчитать индекс системной сбалансированности, то есть определить, насколько данные подсистемы пропорциональны между собой, мы предлагаем использовать индекс системной сбалансированности. Рассчитывается он по такой формуле и измеряется в пределах от 0 до единицы. Причем, чем ближе к единице, тем более сбалансированной считается конфигурация. Соответственно, чем ближе его значение,
configuration, so the closer to zero, the less balanced it is. Next question that we should resolve is how to determine the scope of subsystems.
Средовой, объектный и проектный. В данном случае мы говорим о науке, государстве, образовании и бизнесе. Для того, чтобы их определить, мы предлагаем использовать значения, то есть те статистические данные, которые собирает Всемирная организация интеллектуальной собственности, Корнельский университет для расчета глобального инновационного
Global Innovation Index.
Он рассчитывается. Он рассчитывается
из двух индексов. Это индекс
вклада, инновационного вклада и индекс инновационных результатов. И результат — это на самом деле еще вот этот вот вклад можно считать как базой для получения инноваций. И вот здесь у нас представлен пример России. Россия у нас находится на 46-м месте в общем рейтинге стран. И здесь представлены показатели. В данном случае представлены показатели за 2019 год. Всего здесь их 8. Поскольку мы...
Please speak on a low voice, otherwise it's...
Хорошо.
We cannot hear the interpreter.
Так, ну, попробую потише. Значит, вот эти вот показатели, мы
Hold on a second. Igor is talking.
Слышно.
Maxim, can you hear me? Can you go into the Zoom settings, voice, and reduce the microphone volume 3 times? Because otherwise interpreting is not heard. You have a very loud voice.
Так, сейчас
Can you
попробуем.
do it? In Zoom settings,
Вот так
let me
скажите.
try it. The better like now. It's already...
Переводчик, скажите достаточно такой громкости.
Да, вроде все уже лучше.
Вот так достаточно?
Окей.
Да, вроде все, да, уже точно баланс есть.
Супер, спасибо.
Thank you.
Значит, и нашей задачей было...
So our task was to classify subgroups,
данного индекса
groups of this index
системным типом.
for system types.
Классифицировали следующие.
And here we classify the following way. Institutions is the first group, infrastructure, complexity of the market, market sophistication, business sophistication,
Бизнес-среды. Это
development of business institutions, infrastructure, market sophistication, business sophistication.
Business sophistication не входит.
Is not included, I'm sorry. Institutions, infrastructure, and domestic market. We are related to indicators of object systems from the state for science. As object system, we use group 2, 3, which is R&D, research and development. For education, 2 subgroups, education and tertiary education, which is education and higher university education. And for business, 5th group, business sophistication within innovative index of contribution, and within innovative index of results, we select a group following way: creating knowledge, science, object system. Next, influence of knowledge, knowledge impact, it's the state. As a subsystem of spreading knowledge, that's education, knowledge diffusion, process, subsystem, and 7th group as creative outputs, like project subsystem. A few words about how we calculate global innovation index. It's calculated as average of contribution and innovative results. Each of the group, each of the indexes is calculated as average from indicators included.
So
here we acted the following way regarding 2 indices of balancing system that we found. The same way we combined it and found an average. And we have index of global innovation, index balances, input index and output index, and the general index with QH, which is a quadruple spiral index. So the place of Russia can be observed here. Graphically, the dependence is shown of global index from the system of balancing, and the values changed the following way. You see the trajectory showing the movement of the values of national innovative system in 2 coordinates. First is balanced components, and second is basically global innovation index as efficiency of innovative systems. Here's 2018. In 2017 there was a catch-up because because it happened. Data collected for index, it wasn't possible to find data for several indicators, and they were not included in this report. So I can say that the value of Russia is in one range. So with this shaded lines, the whole area is split into 9 quadrants. Of the top right level is high levels of balancing and high levels of global innovation index. The left lower corner are low values. Next, we decided to take a look at the place of national innovative systems in Russia among innovative systems of other countries. In 2019, value of global innovation index, all 129 countries that were included in the last report were split into 4 groups. Proportionally, in each group, including 32 countries, and then we selected out of these 32 countries, we selected 2 countries. So, and that's the result that we obtained. In green, to show the group of leaders, countries, 4 countries, on top 30, yellow countries from the second group, and orange countries from the third group, and red fourth group. So here I need to explain only for Brazil and South Africa, which are actually at the boundary of the second and third groups, while the index of system balancing in Russia is significantly higher than the index of system balancing of South Africa. So it can be interpreted that way, that Brazil in principle is ready to increase its efficiency of its innovative activities, because components included in national innovative systems in Brazil are balanced, and South Africa, on the contrary, below on the second group. Overall, we can observe direct relationship. I mean, we haven't assessed it yet. It's an initial approach to this study. We can make a diagonal, and there's approximate dependence of global innovation index of the balancing of its components. So that's a confirmation. Requires additional justification, but I think we'll work on that and we'll be able to find this confirmation. In conclusion, I'd like to say the following. The national innovative system of any country should be integrated with the real economy. Moreover, in the realities of Russia, they are often concentrated on achieving results, but not result itself. And we'd like to suggest, in order to harmonize this quadruple spiral system and move into the leaders group of innovative development, we suggest to include in economic policies of Russia certain measures or events that would improve balancing of the system and improve efficiency of innovative activities. So, colleagues, that's the end of my presentation, and I would thank you for your attention. Thank you, Maxim. Because we have some time left for questions, colleagues who have questions.
Да, у Аллы Александровны есть вопрос.
Allah, please manage your sound. The last, which events, which measures regarding the following? We haven't developed that yet. That's what I thought. In the future, we'll offer something specific.
But this is going to be balanced. I have a question. of facultative nature. Faculty question. The index was defined as a median mathematical value. Do I understand correctly? So these indexes range from 0 to 1. Which indexes do you mean? The index of balance, system balance. Which indexes were actually added? Which indexes were calculated as a median arithmetic value, median mathematical value? We calculated two indexes of system balance. First is the information contribution, and the second index of system balance is innovative results.
Точно так же, как сделали с глобальным инновационным индексом, мы нашли среднеарифметическое двух индексов системной сбалансированности.
So we found two indexes system balance.
Вот здесь мы применяли такую же методику, как применяли
we used a similar method here.
Организации, которые рассчитывали глобальный инновационный индекс.
Organizations that were using global indexes. We are seeing a wish here for some foundation to take the median mathematical value. Of course, it's clear that the result depends on a few indexes. But speaking of the integral indexes, we should have some type of basis. Of course, I'm not arguing in any way, Professor, but we have taken this calculation and adopted the same indexes as a global innovation index, just the median mathematical values. This is University of Cornell and World Organization of IP rights and business school INSEAD. Thank you very much. Alla Alexandrovna would like to ask a question. I would like to comment briefly. I apologize. I'm aware of the index. I've been following since year 2007. We have various multiple qualitative indicators. 3 of them are in question. In a global scale, speaking of, in my opinion, they are so hardly compatible. And if you were able to correlate all that, then very well done. But these intergroup comparisons are also a good idea. And because of this difference in quality, this incompatibility. Well, we're all aware that there is a serious problem with searching for good statistical, reliable statistics, and trying to assemble it, put it together, and we used it because, unfortunately, we're lacking such resources. Dear colleagues, any more questions? Anyone else? Well, it's not a question as per se. It's a question in response to a comment by Alla Alexandrovna, who was that makes sense. The problem in this industry is when we undertake measurements in systems science, we are seeing an emergence of imminent problem related to the fact that systems have different functions. They're designed in their very nature to be different. And we are forced to compare various entities of different nature, whether they're arithmetical or not, in values. And basically, we are forced to use data coming from different systems. And the more various the spread of quality between the systems, the more non-uniform is the data, the source. Same could be said about the sources. And of course, in this regard, it is necessary what I once called economic source science. There is historical source science. History is also a very versatile science. Various phenomena emerge. But historical environmental science is designed to verify the historic validity of information and data. In economics, this should have fallen under statistics. However, the statistics is moving away from this type of data. It is attempting to accept the uniform quality. And this is a problem that cannot be tackled within system economics solely, and brings us to current state of statistics science. So this is just a comment. Okay. Thank you, Georgy Borisovich. Thank you, Maxim Alexandrovich. I do not see a show of hands any longer. And that is why we're moving on to our next presentation. Maria Bashkova, jointly with Gerald Midgey. Their presentation is called Impact Assessment with Soft Methodology. Innovation, Soft Systems Methodology. Майя, can you hear us? Добрый день, коллеги, добрый день, здравствуйте. Я хотела бы убедилась в том, что вы меня хорошо... Yes, thank you, ma'am. Yes, please, go ahead. Yes, please, go ahead, please. Please go ahead. Everything is fine. We can hear you very well. Please go ahead. We can hear you very well. Простите.
More mundane, more usual, practical application of a systems methodology. My name is Maya, and I'm really enjoying this conference today. Very pleased to listen to all of these amazing presentations. I am a student of Gerald Midgley. I was very lucky to have been awarded a scholarship with him. And together we've been working on a systemic evaluation of a law that was passed in Bulgaria in 2016. In 2016, Bulgaria banned the Islamic face veil for women. And this happened as part of a wider European movement, which is very closely connected to anti-terrorist policies. However, it seemed to me that after working with refugees and asylum seekers for about 6 or 7 years, and also working in the human rights sector, it seemed to me that very often when there's a crisis in society, women become at the center of it. And very similarly, in Bulgaria, there was a lot of tension and fear of homegrown extremism. And the result of this tension was ineffective legislation, which is banning women from covering their faces. So the legislation was not targeting Muslims as a whole or men, just particularly women. So I was quite curious about investigating this sort of legislation. How is it perceived by Muslim stakeholders in Bulgaria? And I wrote a project proposal, and Gerald was excited about it, and here I am 3 years later. And this presentation is about the PhD methodology that Gerald and I came up with. So it is about my methodology of evaluating and analyzing the data that came from the interviews. And I'm really hoping that it will be useful for you and perhaps for your students if you are ever supervising students that are doing a qualitative PhD in systems. Okay, so let's start from the basics. The phenomenon I was investigating is a piece of legislation. And legislation is an embodiment of human institutions. And human institutions, according to anthropology, are built upon two very simple polar concepts, and they are the sacred and the profane. Now, we do not take these concepts religiously. This is not the sacred religion or the profane sin. It's more abstract in terms of right and wrong. And to be more precise, this comes from Mary Douglas, a very famous British anthropologist and institutional thinker. So institutions are built upon ideas of right and wrong. And what is sacred is ordinary, this is normal, this is safe. That's why I've highlighted it in green. And the profane is any sort of wrongdoing, dangerous activities, and activities that are polluting the social order. So the rule is that institutions are built upon these very basic ideas of right and wrong. And it's usually maintaining the boundary between right and wrong that is done by either police or legislators or any sort of other institutions. There's a whole army of institutions that exist only to maintain the boundary between sacred and profane, or the boundary between right and wrong. And to be more precise, this is how it looks like in my imagination. You have a boundary between what is right and what is wrong, and it's being constantly maintained by regulation. So going back to our empirical example, the face veil, as you all know, is a very controversial subject. To some people, it is normal. Some people view it as a normal practice by some religious groups. Other people really cherish it. They love the veil because it's their way of worshiping God. So they find it something very intimate. And at the same time, there are many people who fear the face veil because the face veil is symbolizing something else. So there are also people who view it as something very dangerous, very profane, almost polluting, especially because the face veil is historically been adopted in Asia and in the Orient. With globalization and the movement of people, the movement of ideas, of values, of lifestyles, there are more and more Muslim minorities that live in Europe and wear the face veil, as well as European people convert to Islam and also put it on. So by many Europeans, in my opinion, as someone who has worked in the refugee sector for 5-6 years, for many Europeans, the veil is almost endangering the sacred order of Europe. And the sacred order of Europe is secular. So such expressions of passionate love for God are usually associated with very old historical things that we have gotten over. So this is an anachronism to many people. But suffice to say that the veil is a very hot topic of debates. And some people see it as a normal thing, other people fear it. So it's kind of on the boundary between sacred and profane. However, when regulation comes to play and intervenes in this kind of situation, regulation is reframing the veil and is determining the place of the veil on the sacred and profane spectrum. And just to remind you, sacred here does not mean sacrilegious, it means right. So the regulation is placing the veil in a certain group. It's either right or wrong. And in Bulgaria, since 2016, similar to many other European countries and Asian countries, the veil is illegal. So if you wear a burqa in public, you would get fined. And then if you repeatedly wear it, you might get imprisoned. So clearly, the burqa is framed as something dangerous because it's outlawed. It's not officially in the penal code, it's in the administrative code, which means there's some sort of degree. So it is not framed as incredibly problematic, but still it is subject to penalty. So in the situation in Bulgaria where the veil is banned, clearly, if we look at the people, the stakeholders, from just what I've been telling you now from this little story, we're able to conceptualize that there are two groups of people. Broadly, they are the face-veiled women, and we can assume their families, although I wouldn't assume that their families are supportive, because I know a lot of women who do cover their faces and their families are against that. But let's say that we have the face-veiled women and the ones who support them. And on the other side of the debate, there is the state, the official institutions that are supposed to dictate the official framing of right and wrong. And these are the two sides of the debate so far. However, Bulgaria is full of many other people, and about 1,000 women, perhaps at the most, according to national statistics, wear a burqa, and at least 13 to 14% of the population are Muslim. So Bulgaria is about 7.5, 8 million people, which means that there are a lot of Muslim people who do not wear the veil. But at the same time, they did not participate in the design of this legislation. So legislation was designed by political parties, and it is no surprise that it was led by the Nationalist Party, and it was right before election time, so it served them really well in recruiting, voting support. But this side note aside, there seemed to be a very large group of stakeholders that were not considered, and that prompted my research. What about everyone else? How do people feel about this legislation? How do people feel about this intervention? And this is a question that I've been wanting to ask myself for a long time, because as a refugee caseworker, I have often had to work with people who suffered persecution that was led by their home country. So often the state frames a certain group as dangerous. And it was very interesting to me how did the rest of their society.
И для меня было очень интересно, как остальное общество реагирует. Как остальное общество реагирует.
And it doesn't necessarily
И не обязательно это должна быть паранджа, это может быть все что угодно, что государство считает неприемлемым. Это
It could be, for example, openly nationalistic protests also have been banned. It's some sort of expression of an identity that is deemed dangerous by the state. So in this case, I have selected the veil, and what I did was I traveled to Bulgaria and I conducted workshops and interviews with Muslim participants that came from all different ethnic minorities in Bulgaria. So another thing to mention about institutions, today many of our colleagues talked about the levels of institutions. And indeed, if we go into the mundane, ordinary individual, there are so many levels of institutions that determine how we think of what is right and wrong. We have our families, our wider network. Sometimes we are members of clubs, or sometimes we're members of ethnic minorities. For example, I'm part of the Eastern European ethnic minority living in the United Kingdom. And this became important to me since I moved to the United Kingdom. I never saw myself as an Eastern European before I came here. So that's why I decided to try and engage all of these different levels of institutions, and through delving into people's understanding of their social identity, to try to make sense of how they feel about this intervention. And another thing that I felt was quite interesting is often people say that these types of interventions, especially against Muslims, that are restricting either mosque prayer time hours or the veil or certain types of conduct or the building of minarets of mosques, are actually doing the opposite, that these interventions are indeed prompting people to become even more antisocial. And on the other hand, they're empowering other people who perhaps are racist or Islamophobic. So I did go to Bulgaria. I did interview about 30 people, 35 people, and it was a very exciting time and very difficult time because many of my participants needed a lot of encouragement in order for them to at all participate. So people were very scared. But at the end of the day, I managed to talk to at least 30 people. And when I came back, my supervisors advised me to look into soft systems methodology. And I'm not sure whether you're familiar. I will just caricature what soft systems methodology is so that I can move on to my methodology for data analysis. Soft systems methodology is a qualitative approach that is usually adopted when you're dealing with some sort of transformation. And it is supposed to be facilitated as a workshop. But in my case, I used it in a very, you would say, static, reflexive way even, because I applied part of soft systems methodology to my interviews in retrospect. And Midgley and Reynolds innovate part of soft systems methodology, which is called the BAT-WOV. And Gerald mentioned it earlier today. It's a very interesting framework where participants reflect on an intervention transformation, and then they try to identify the key stakeholders, such as who benefits from it, who are the actors, what is the worldview, who is the owner, and who are the people that might be losing from this intervention, who are the victims, as well as the environmental constraints of the whole intervention. So, for example, if you take the face veil ban, it is a sort of transformation because through legislation, the state is trying to move society from state A to state B. So from having face-veiled citizens to having citizens with open faces, for example. And if you prompt all of your participants to reflect on this, then you can see, according to this person, what is the transformation, who are the beneficiaries, who are the actors, and so on. However, during my conversations, I wasn't aware that I'll be using soft systems methodology. It only came afterwards. And it was very interesting to apply this particular framework, the beneficiary, actor, owner, and victim, to my interview transcripts. And perhaps it will be easier if I just show you what I did. And I do realize this is so much text for slides, and some of you might be accessing this conference from mobile devices or tablets, and for that I apologize. You're not supposed to read all of this text. I'm just using it as an example, so treat it like an image. On the left-hand side, there is a very simple Batwolf grid. So the B stands for beneficiary, actor, transformation, and so on. So what I did is I came back, I listened to my interviews like a good PhD student, and I transcribed them, and then I translated them. And a couple of months later, I commenced my analysis. And what I did is I tried to fit whatever I had in the interviews with this grid. And this is what happened. This is an example of one of the grids that I created after interviewing a lady of Turkish descent. Like I said, 13-14% of Bulgarians are Muslim, and the majority of them are of Turkish descent, at least 10%. So this lady used to cover her face. She was working for a local authority. And while she wasn't wearing a burqa during work, she was wearing it when she was shopping, when she was walking in the park, and when she was traveling with her family. So this was a very pious lady that I interviewed. And you would see this particular respondent's perspective on the veil transformation. So to her, the ban doesn't serve national security and doesn't serve the reinforcement of European values. On the contrary, to her, the ban, according to her perspective, the ban was dividing people. So actually the transformation was from an undivided, homogeneous group of people. Suddenly the population becomes divided. And my methodology, to be more particular, was to create these grids. So in the first column, it's the Batwolf SSM mnemonic, beneficiaries, actors, transformation, and so on. The second column was the code, and the usual thing that students will do when they approach thematic analysis is look for codes, and codes are everything. And in the last column, I would put direct quotations that are justifying the code. And after I did this for all of my interviews, a pattern started emerging. So around halfway through it, I didn't reach my idea towards the end. It was halfway through the analysis, which was good. So halfway through the analysis, it seemed that the way people view change is extremely dependent on their worldview. And this is something that was already established by Gerald, because Gerald advised me to always look at transformations starting with the worldview when I'm doing this type of analysis. However, what seemed very obvious to me is that the worldview is quite intimately connected with environmental constraints. And usually in an SSM, the regular SSM, and the way everybody does SSM, this type of analysis, environmental constraints are at the end. So you would usually first identify the stakeholders, then the transformation, and follow with environmental constraints. And environmental constraints are a very interesting thing, they're everything. When you try to do an SSM analysis, they're everything you have to take into account, the things that are there. So these are, if you wish, your general boundaries. So this is the resources that we have. This is the climate that we have. These are the socioeconomic constraints that you have to deal with. And very interestingly, it seemed that all of my participants are justifying their worldview based on their perception of environmental constraint. So, for example, this lady that saw the ban as a negative intervention that is dividing the population, her worldview was that this is abnegating human rights, because as a representative of women who want to wear the veil, she felt that she was entitled to do so. And it was her human right to wear the veil. And that having bans like this, this way the state is juxtaposing people and creating conflict between people where conflict didn't necessarily exist beforehand. There might be some sort of tension and lack of acceptability, but there wasn't any open conflict. And her in particular and other ladies that I talked to who either just covered their hair or their face experienced a lot of attacks, Islamophobic attacks, after the ban was passed. So a lot of people felt empowered by this intervention to verbally and physically even sometimes assault obviously Muslim citizens. So according to her, this transformation was an abnegation of human rights, and this was explained by the environmental constraints of the transformation, because Bulgaria, according to her, is full of racist people. So it is the overarching racism that exists in Bulgaria that allows for this sort of abnegation of human rights, or at least this is the perspective of this particular respondent. So to draw to a conclusion, I wouldn't like to talk too much for too long. I would like to leave some space for comments and questions. My innovation of the Batwov mnemonic from the soft systems methodology is the discovery of the importance of environment. And as a side note, I'm very passionate for cybernetics, and I was very excited about using cybernetics in my PhD, but it just didn't work out because of very complicated reasons. But eventually I used soft systems methodology and I ended up falling over back into cybernetics, because it seems that the environmental constraints of where we exist are so determining for our worldview that they sometimes dictate the way we frame other people, the way we frame events. And it, in my opinion, would be very illuminating if we can get people and stakeholders to actually reflect on their environments and on their perception of their environments, and thus perhaps later on engage them in a dialogue so that we have a more systemic understanding of what our environment is and how are we supposed to govern it. And to conclude, I think that this might be useful for other PhD students who are doing a qualitative thematic analysis type of evaluation. And thank you very much. I am open to questions.
Благодарю вас, мои коллеги. Какие есть вопросы?
Colleagues, do you have any questions?
Майя, большое спасибо за...
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting, problematics. And
я могу продолжать?
Да, Слава, продолжай.
Can I follow up? Yeah.
Дориан появилась.
Just Dorian.
Да, хорошо.
showed up. Okay, good. Very interesting socio problems and stakeholders, and you show the methods of soft methodology. I wanted to ask, in the problem context of your study, did you touch upon the issues related to high technologies, in particular anonymity in online? Can it be related somehow to the issues of bans for face veils, because the state is fighting against both?
Well, I believe that, as Stafford Beer says, we should take advantage of the innovations that we have at our disposal, and actually using technology to facilitate this type of dialogue will be possible if there was the will to do it. But that's why most of these evaluations of interventions are bringing the systemic elements retrospectively. So usually you have an intervention that's not very systemic, and then you have someone trying to evaluate it and bring people into the discussion post factum. So definitely I do agree that it's possible to include at least more consultations with the community when you try to craft policies, and many European countries are trying to do it. And I will be delighted if I see this kind of change and a more this kind of change if I'm able to see it in my side of the world. But this is something yet to be seen in the future, I think.
Dorian, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maya Fakova. My name is Doreen Tombe. I'm from Methodology of Societal Complexity. And the research you reflect on, Checkland and Midley, I know them personally. And we worked together and in issues and publications more than 30 years. So your approach is okay. The methodology is okay. Let me say that from methodology point of view. But considering your subject, now a person has only a limited amount of time to do research, right, in your life. So it's the point of view where you select your research time to. And if we look at the position of women, which are totally not very equal to men in all kinds of the world, certainly not in the Arabic world, then we had to have a big fight in the UK and in the Netherlands 30 years ago for the emancipation of women. And we did not succeed yet, although there are many improvements. Now, if you want to dedicate your time to the emancipation of women and to have women equal rights to men and to have them space to develop themselves in science and in art and everywhere with children and without children, then I would certainly not select the veil issue for my PhD. You might find it more interesting to see what happens with sexual misuse on the work stage, or what happens with war and rape. There is a big a relation between that. So I would suggest you're using very good methods, but please go after this research to a more emancipated issue for women, because women, we need to be emancipated, and there need to be more and more research on this subject. And it seems that all people can do that about sexual misuse, etc., but mostly men don't do it. So we need the women to do that. And please look at my research group for joining it.
Okay, that was my comment. And about a 15-year-old girl who has the vial, of course, you know the situation of Jeanne d'Arc. Those girls don't see the consequences of it. And those girls are at that age often very hysterical, anorexia or hurting themselves or drugs or on the boobs. So they don't know how they narrow themselves as second-hand or maybe even third-hand citizens. That was my comment. Thank you very much, Maya and Svetlina.
Thank you.
Ну, я думаю, что у Майи еще много времени впереди, она исследует все проблемы, какие можно.
That Maya still has a lot of time ahead of her, and she'll study all the problems, research these problems carefully. Maya, I have a question. They say that the freedom of one ends where the freedom of another begins. And there are women that wear the burqa not just because they are oppressed by men within that right to walk around with the face open, but because this is their conviction. So how do we find this balance so as not to breach anyone's freedoms? This is in continuation of Vyacheslav Gennadievich's question.
Pertinent question. I think we are not going to solve the main problems of liberalism in this workshop, but my personal position is that bans on a non-violent expression of the self are not probably the best way we should be trying to regulate society. But I'm saying this from the position of someone who is married into a Muslim family, and perhaps this informed initially my research because my choice of life partner was a big problem for all of my family. And it took me a long time of convincing my family. So I think that we are forced to eventually accept that there are different types of lifestyles, and perhaps a boundary could be drawn at structural violence. Obviously, some women are forced into living lives that they have not chosen. But I think that perhaps forcing people to condone to an outlook and something that is defined as from the state as normal is, I wouldn't imagine it as the way forward.
Thank
you very much for your participation and for your presentation, Maya. Now we're moving on to the next presentation, transdiscipline approach and analogy of three worlds in practice. Vyacheslav Gennadievich, you have the floor. Dear colleagues, very happy to welcome you and to greet you in this friendly, united, international team. Now, do you see my presentation here, colleagues? Today, I would like to discuss the importance of systemic examination of sociality in terms of the technological challenges that we are seeing in the modern world. And also, in particular, the challenges posed by digital transformation of the world, which leads to regulatory conflicts between the requirements of the technological standards and cultural codes, because digitalization, apart from the positive opportunities it offers for our development, it also removes the informal component of public relations, even when today, in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic, we are moving on to the distant methods to communicating through digital technologies. In our communications, we have to abide by stricter procedures. And when we speak of total digitalization, the situation is becoming even more problematic. And this break, this gap between technological standards and culture should be presented, attempted to present it as a gap between environmental and social-cultural world, and view this through the prism of ontology of three worlds. And in this regard, I was inspired on the one hand by the ideas of Alexander Bogdanov and Karl Popper, but both ideas had to be reconsidered within the modern setting. So in any case, this conflict is accompanied by change of management paradigm, and this change of paradigm in management, this is not only institutional but also organizational, and here we may point to the phenomena of networkization, which is not only technological and also organizational. This is network type of organization with a sharing, consumption, and management paradigm. And also other various types of networks. This leads to various social changes, and accordingly, this new social reality breaks the existing models and is full of underlying wicked problems that require their own definition and ontology, but without detecting the essence and the specs characteristics of this new social paradigm. Our conclusions on digitalization and social development in particular that we see today in the media, the discussions of the change of technological paradigm, Industry 4.0, all of this is running a risk to bring us down from the level of knowledge down to a lower level. We may be having some slight technical difficulties on the speaker's end. Apologize for the slight technical difficulties on the speaker's end. This is his connection problem. We do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, and we are planning to continue in the nearest time. We're waiting for the speaker to rejoin us. In case he isn't able to do so, we'll be forced to continue the event. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a slight technical delay on the speaker's connection, and we are now waiting for the speaker to rejoin us or proceed with the event. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the technical difficulties. This is a problem on the speaker's end. It is his internet connection problem. We apologize for that, and we'll be back to you soonest. We're expecting the speaker to rejoin us or proceed with the event.
Я думаю, нужно какое-то время подождать. Если он не восстановится, то тогда передаем Александру слово.
We'll spend a moment waiting. Maybe it is worth having an off-site discussion. Does anyone have any questions or any comments for discussion before the speaker rejoins us?
У меня вопрос госпоже Славе, не Славе, как сейчас.
Майя?
Да, Майя.
Maya Vashkova.
Speaking of Maya, I have a question for Maya. Sorry, Maya, you're with us here. Maya, the first question. I heard the I probably missed the translation. Could you briefly tell me about the goal of your research and the purpose of your research? This is the first question. It's a very hot topic. I'd like to thank you. Thank you for choosing it.
This question. The goal of my research is to see how these interventions reflect on the system of identities that is usually inside the boundaries of a country. Because within the country, you would have a social system, and there's clearly some sort of organization of identities. So this was the goal, and what I presented was a side finding. The methodology was one of the unexpected innovations that came with the PhD.
Спасибо, Майя.
Thank you very much, Maya.
Уважаемые коллеги, да, я прошу прощения, цифровой мир.
I beg your pardon. The digital world probably heard me and was out and kicked me out of Zoom in outrage. Everything was fine all day. I was listening to this. I've been listening to this conference all day, and I apologize for this technical difficulty. We are now back. I stopped at the actual line of development of systemic concepts that I'm going by. Alexander Bogdanov's systems were presented as organized complexes consisting of items, people, and ideas. And this could also be correlated to Karl Popper's critical rationalism ontology in his three worlds ontology. And the change, the shift here is in that for Mr. Bogdanov, for Alexander Bogdanov, because he was a monist, this difference between the objects, between the people and ideas was physical. You could point a finger at it. Here are the people, the things, and the ideas. And if we look at the Popper's view and take the burqa that Maya was discussing in her report, on the one hand, the burqa is a physical object, but on the other hand, it is perceived in a certain way and leads to a certain social attitude around it. And on the other hand, there are certain ideas, notions, also religious notions and beliefs in play that also interplay here. And when we deal with the world picture, we have to consider the whole three components in the interplay. And if Karl Popper, in his holistic view, systemic view, was going by the notion of nature's systemic unity, if we look at the social context, we have to perform another shift in systemic concepts and not go by the unity of nature, but by the society practices. And in the version that I would like to propose, the ontology of the three worlds is not behind the idea, is actually behind the development of public practice. And in terms of methodology, we have transdisciplinarity notion, interdisciplinary notion that brings us back to Alexander Bogdanov and his organizational viewpoint as the key methodological idea in this technology. And this is a simple scheme I drew here to demonstrate the simple notion of technologies. The technologies do not simply represent the connection of technological operations or processes which are performed automatically, but also at the next level, when we overlay the technological organization on the people and on the workers, and we get an organizational technological system. But at the next functional level, where we see the technological manager, we have to connect not the technological operations, but the systems instead. And here we see a more complex problem, because organizational technical problems have not only environmental but also social elements, and the interrelationship between the people that govern these systems see the interplay of cultural behaviors and norms that regulate these behaviors. And so the cultural norms here also take certain competition with technological standards. And this could be represented here in this way, where you see the technological world in color-coded blue, the social-cultural world color-coded brown, where they overlap a given single relationships and take them to different vectors. And from the technological viewpoint, though, we see here the three ways to remove this contradiction. One of the ways is metaphysical, philosophical monism. Second is dualism. And third is third was proposed by Karl Popper, and this is the idea to introduce the third world. So Karl Popper had this third world notion as interpreted as the world of objective knowledge. And since I'm making a shift towards sociality and community practices, I am seeing this third world here represented not just as objective knowledge, but as an actual world of collective intellect. Or using the tradition of Moscow methodology group that I have the honor of belonging to, it is called the world of thinking activity. And if we return to the problem of methodological work, systemic methodological work with sociality, with social processes, community processes, my hypothesis is that this systemic work is defined within three frameworks. First of all, transdisciplinary framework, R&D. I'd like to clarify that it is different to interdisciplinarity, because interdisciplinarity is always based on two or three chairs, sitting between two or three chairs. So in a way, it's a combination of the subject of the applied or professional positions, where we actually actually see this interdisciplinarity develop. But transdisciplinarity, on the other hand, pretends some type of an intermediary position, claims an intermediary viewpoint that needs its own point of its own foundation that is different from the viewpoints that were actually expressed and have positions that could be synthesized. In these slides, I have a number of cases in point for realization of transdisciplinarity principle. And I consider one of these to be Bogdanov's dictology, Alexander Bogdanov, with his organizational viewpoint. That was the basis for that. That was bridging. And another modern example, we see Oriu. He is from the same period, and institutionalism, his institutionalism here is an example of non-eclectic synthesis of methods in state and jurisprudence and government science. Now I'm returning to the three frameworks.
Секундочку, одну ремарку.
Marco, may I comment, please? We have to follow on schedule, please.
Да. Сейчас я, значит, я закончу.
You have 10 minutes left.
Сказал все в начале, так сказать, самое важное. Вот сейчас я как раз и...
I said most important things in the very beginning, and I'm about to finish. In order to respond what transdisciplinary is based on, the second and third frames are introduced. The second frame is system institutional approach as a method of general social analysis, combining socio-cultural institutionalism with achievements of reflexive system thinking. And the general social analysis is the idea of Viktor Poltorovich. He's quite well known. Poltorovich said that the subject of social analysis are institutions and those collective actions of people conducted within this institution. So general social analysis says these projects and the metaphor is like a Schengen unity of social sciences, which social science retains its citizenship, but with general frame there is European citizenship introduced of the general social analysis. And the third frame is ontology of social practices set by the 3-minute three-world scheme. That's the main idea that I already mentioned. So it's surprising that just before my presentation, there was Maya's presentation, including this methodology that opens the opportunities to consider so-called unresolved socio-cultural conflicts and similar issues and situations that Maya considered in her presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I would be glad to take your questions. Thank you, Vyacheslav. Any questions, colleagues? If you have questions, please go ahead.
Так, я смотрю.
Я, кстати, вот присутствующим
by the way, to those present
удастся хорошо перевести.
colleagues, maybe it's not possible to interpret everything. I will send the English version of my presentation to those present.
Dorian и Майя.
To Maya and Dorian, and I've seen our son now. So I send it over to you guys. I have a question.
Да, Георгий Борисович, вам
Sure.
всегда можно.
Go ahead. I don't know when I'm connected or off.
Спасибо большое, очень интересно.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting.
Но я не все понял.
But I haven't understood everything. First question, linguistic. Like interdisciplinarity is between two disciplines, and transdisciplinarity penetrates several disciplines. That's how it is. Yes, it is so. I specifically emphasize that. But the thing is that terminology of interdisciplinarity already established for me a long time ago. We conducting fifth year conference in Rostov-on-Don on interdisciplinarity annually. This year we should have had it in June. We also discussed terminological issues. So the notion doesn't mean that it is between these disciplines. For example, I remember the word international, it doesn't mean that the international subject is between nations or... So in Russian language, inter means between and jointly. And I can remember for a long time inter-regional group in the Supreme Council of the Soviet Union. It's not a group that was between region, but the one that combined them. And so it has both values, and I think that we should use it for aggregating characteristic and not a monodisciplinary. So possibly it's not a question, or maybe you want to object.
Алло.
Вячеслав Геннадьевич. Звук просто сам выключился. Георгий Борисович, расширительной трактовки, ну просто как бы нужно тогда специально оговаривать.
For this broader interpretation, and we need to.
Язычные терминологии там.
In the English language terminology, they have interdisciplinary connection, interdisciplinary and. Yes, more likely like that. It looks like more interdisciplinary is more compatible because international is not between but united. I would like to ask, if possible, if yes, go ahead.
Значит, вот я не совсем понял, просто я с этим.
I haven't understood fully the system institutional analysis. How can we understand that?
Я это понимаю.
Well, I understand it as.
Попробую показать. Значит.
Лучше скажите словами.
Это
to express it.
Способ реализации.
It's the way of implementing system thinking in the area of social issues based on the notions of institutions that is used as a general systemic, because in social sciences the notion of institution is used almost in all social sciences as a general system notion, and I agree with that. But speaking about system analysis, It means considering various systems, including institution as a system of norms, regulations. It's one of the important environmental systems. Saying system institutional seems like it's more voluminous characteristic. And by slash it should be absorbent. So it's either institutional analysis where we consider this system, or institutional technological when we consider two environments like technology and institutional, etc. Well, in the view of social cultural elements, I agree with you. These institutions taken separately is only one of the systems. But within system institutional approach, I don't object. There could be different approaches, but within system institutional, we are considering institutions as elementary blocks of society having a characteristic of reproduction, and then based on these blocks, the middle level is shaped like area of social life, and then the top level, which is called institutional order. So this specificity of institutional approach, although could be other opinions and other views on society, the society is a broader notion, but institutional order can be established. I just wanted without sporting discussion, but in our area we deal with not so many independent words. So when we start using all these words, terminology in local sense, then we make our own life more difficult, because each person can name anything in its article. It's all possible, but when we bring it to the order, then we here encounter with natural multidisciplinarity, polydisciplinarity. Well, it's not a reprimand to you. It's just my opinion regarding terminology shaping in this area. There are various words, and a combination of words. It seems to me we need to be very careful. Well, that's just a general comment. It could become a subject for general discussion about terminology, richness, terminology, area of system analysis. I hope that we dedicate a separate events to this. Yes, of course. That's why we get together in conferences to exchange our positions, including using words that we can clarify by results of discussion. Colleagues, we are closing this presentation. Thank you very much. We have the last, not the least, presentation of Alla Nikonova. Synthesis of viable systems in an unstable environment. All good. Heard. Great collisions that we observe, we can say that we live in a very interesting historic period of time. We like to live in non-interesting, but the world is at the threshold of large, significant changes from all sides. The science should The science should provide the right answers. Restructuring should take place at the shore, and the responsibility of the science is not taken by any social group. We can only transfer our development. So what's the complexity and difficulty? That's why the presentation is not the answer to that. It's rather setting the targets. The difficulty is the situation is extremely unpredictable. We cannot say that we operate fully in full uncertainty. We have some historic knowledge. For example, we know that similar perturbations, which is attributable to transition period of the economic system model in the post-pandemic world, and this restructuring for the future. We know about theory of cycles. We are aware about theory of socioeconomic systems developed by Georgi, naming key elements of the future model. That's why I call it not reconstruction, but reassembly, because it's the object, and they will remain. The question about reforming these links, so it's about the details. Apart from that, we have economic research that says that it's possible to bring to this state. So what we can say from that a large role of selective factors in this situation, that we appeared in the situation of bifurcation is more likely. This modern situation can be called as a crisis, terminal crisis. In order to correctly understand in which conditions we're at, and that we can do this reassembly, we need to define problem situation, first of all, correctly identify specific features of the modern crisis, and determine most important factors. And, as I said, capabilities of the system to adapt. You can ask, why this reassembly requires mobilization of adaptive systems? So jumping ahead, I can say that this is not negation. We already passed it. And the whole world, destroyed the whole world and built a new one. I think that adaptive abilities of the system enables self-development that we need to bring to the new model. So they need to mobilize and support adaptive capabilities at the time of reassembly. So, regarding the crisis, it's terminal. It's going to be finished in terms of deepness and dimension and quality. And you can see it covered almost all facets of life. Geopolitical crisis. The slide shows, if any questions I can elucidate. Climate crisis. social crisis, various social groups, moreover, fight of elites, struggling elites, psychological crisis, psychosis. Can remember the lost intelligence, which is related to this book, which is related to current conditions. It's indicative for the whole world. Due to limitations, also regional crisis, economic crisis, vulnerabilities, and at the same time, agglomerations, vulnerabilities. And it all impacted on security and also inequality between countries, exacerbating. Well, I promised to give you numbers. For example, in April, in Russia was very difficult. And although 10% is the price of declining oil prices, and all the rest is at the expense of self-isolation. And the numbers fell in the first quarter. We have the numbers. And we suddenly see the non-readiness. And of course, this non-crisis plan is really necessary. We see not enough support here of SME and so on. But what else do we see in finances? We can see a growth in the types of businesses, types of activities that use digital technologies, because everything can be done remotely. Online trading, logistics. Let me explain why they have a steady competitive advantage. All they need is ability to work remotely, and they can be quite effective worldwide. And what does this lead to? This uncertainty. Electronic technologies do not contribute to the risks. Actually, it's not the cause. And many opinions correspond. Everyone has just provoked it. The capitalist system should have fallen earlier. It's not actually the subject of this discussion. We apologize, there are some sound difficulties from the speaker side. This is all an extensive model. And then we get back to the Soviet system. Please note, in 1920, we see these curves overlapped the whole 3 cycles. In different stages, it states, it still evidences that 1920s, so 2020s has a change of something. It's a change of this
technological model. And contractive cycles are also seen here. We apologize for the technical difficulties with the speaker's sound. So being organizational, being able to take decisions, being able to navigate. Sometimes there is unity or there is no unity. And personalities. And the level of patience is also very important. The support of social groups, and especially the moral and physical health, the mental health of the community, and people are also very important. So this is speaking of the larger picture. The situation is very uncertain. Information is changing. And intellectual factors. So what is the cause of this developmental problems? We apologize to the sound quality, sorry. The production paradigm is changing.
У вас микрофон на громких частотах начинает трещать. Можете немножко подальше, может быть, подвинуть.
Would you please, you have a very high frequency microphone. It is a real problem. It's impossible to hear you. Just a moment, please. Yes, please allow me to continue. This should be better. And here we have intellect, cognitive abilities and talents, unlimited and renewable resources. You can hear me better now, colleagues. Is it comfortable? Hello? Can you hear me now? Yes, it's better. Thank you. This is better. And all of these factors together define the competitive advantages for the future system. What happens here with a productive function? Yes, with the capital investments. I'm sorry, we are losing the speaker. There are some connection problems. We're back. Globalization and convergence of technologies enable these technological factors because technologies, we apologize, there are technical difficulties. We apologize for the difficulties. There are technical difficulties on the speaker's side.
Рынок труда национализирован, можно выбрать комфорт. То есть на самом деле растет адаптивная система. Ну, адаптивные свойства я не стала.
So we're not going to go.
Это свойства системы, открытость искусственного окружения, уменьшенность внешним воздействием, реактивность, правильность реакции и в случае...
And we go back to the reaction.
Адаптивных систем.
And with adaptive systems, cognitive systems, they can also affect the system. It's a preparedness to shift. So it's a structural preparedness towards shifting. This is the adaptive properties. And this usage of labor in this model improves the resiliency of the system. There are also the downsides. We apologize, there are technical difficulties. This is slavery, this is identifying the person according to the digital footprint and replacing a person with a digital image.
Необходимо осуществлять синтез систем. Вот при этих условиях для макро.
But for the macro system,
это компонент. Вопрос значения.
These are components, and it's the issue of connections.
В таком виртуальном мире какие элементы, может быть, подсистемы элементы, не сразу все системы не нужны. Ну, я имею в виду виртуальные предприятия в данном случае.
So speaking of the virtual enterprises in this case, so this is the question here. This question could have been researched, and the system is a balance of these flows, balanced. We apologize for the sound quality. It's very difficult to hear the speaker in this presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we do apologize for the translation difficulties. Continuing, I attempted to interpolate Grigory Borisovich approach to this approach and study the active construct. So if we construct the innovative matrix, this is what it looks like. I'm sorry.
Здесь социуму требует огромное инновационном процессе.
And we can hear this within the innovative process. We apologize for the quality of this broadcast, that we cannot hear the speaker very well in this particular presentation. And we're speaking of the experts and the consumers. Innovative demand, corrections. These are questions.
Я попыталась, опять-таки, близкую инновационную производственную систему воспроизвести, составить.
I endeavored to reproduce the innovative production system, technological platform, scientific technological environment for innovations, for generating knowledge, where scientific educational processes can aid in generating knowledge and raising talents. Accelerators, leading to accelerators or incubators that can grow innovations and then lead to the project system, back to the clusters of innovation production system at the object basis. To have a proposal, we need to research these processes at the macro level. We're not prepared to present this to the scientific community yet. These are very significant production factors. Macro level may be more straightforward in research. And systemic cycles, they are important. This philosophy, this system of in-depth knowledge, the philosophy of management from the whole to the elements. He stressed the view from without. And only based on that, you can shape the philosophy of management focused on long-term prospects. We apologize for the sound quality of this translation. It is quite difficult to pick up the speaker due to connection problems. It should be examined whether we can use these models, similar models. Research is necessary. Extrapolate this into the Russian environment. Problem horizontal connection evident. One of the latest articles by George, Mr. Kleiner, Professor Kleiner's article, Double Tetrada Model, Market, Environment, Enterprise. Well, what could be said by the way of conclusions? We are now at the bifurcation point. The future is unpredictable. The options of this transition period to the new economic model depend on the power distribution, power balance, and on which tools will be used in action, which tools will be applied. The model will be based on new leading growth factors and scientific technological development. Of course, the demands of system balance are going to remain in place. Disrupting them can lead to crisis. Systemic crisis. In terms of systemic crisis, systemic thinking is very important. Larger picture, knowledge from fundamental laws of world systems, and also the details, the environment and internal evolution in specific historical periods, specific historical context, social analysis, and other things. This is what should be done. They're very important. It is not by chance. I'm not sure why, but science should deal with examining these fundamental issues. And of course, this is another problem of the cybersecurity, data security at the macro level, which cannot be overlooked in modeling, recovering spiritual health, building trust, economic support measures. Priorities of R&D and fundamental research should be the biomedical, other sciences. Thank you very much, Alexandrovna. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions? No more questions, thank you. Dear colleagues, question, please. Please allow me to switch to the speaker panel. Thank you very much for your presentation. A very global perspective was painted. Of course, we would love to take a closer look, but I wanted to ask you about the name. In Russian, you had a bit on the adaptive systems, and in English, you used the term viable. which means viable, able to survive. And that's the reason I'm asking whether you're using any Stafford Beer's ideas about viable systems. And also Alexandra Bogdanova, that has long looked at this concept and use it as a methodological principle in technology. Yes, I am using it, yes.
То есть это не случайно там появилось это слово.
So it is not by chance that this word appeared in the English version. No. Frankly speaking, Vyacheslav Gennadievich, I have changed this word 3 times because I actually didn't know how to unite the two. And that's the reason why I stopped at the genotype, why I noted the genotype. This is to do with the viability, the system's viability. And on the other hand, adaptive, by adaptive, I mean management in cyber context. In terms of feedback, this is also important. And I'm not sure how to unite these 2 entities if to one. I haven't touched upon managing feedback and feedback. This is our problem in the Russian model and applied practice. We are reacting, we are controlling, and there was a question, and this has a certain relationship to the model, but this is not being applied where necessary and in the wrong way.
Те, которых я посмотрел, одинаковые.
Так, следующий вопрос — это Агафонов Владимир Анатольевич.
The next question, Agafonov. Speak up.
Значит, у меня 2 взаимосвязанных
I
вопроса.
have 2 related questions. In conclusions, item 3 or 2,
Условия сбалансированных.
conditions of balancing and others. Of course, yes, we're all striving to harmonize, balance, but they always violate it.
Проблем. Это факт.
But resolution is a factor of development. It goes back to Marxist-Leninism. So contradictions of problems.
Я не поняла, Владимир Анатольевич.
I didn't get Vladimir. Item 3.
Я не поняла пункт 3.
Item 3. It's not clear.
Алло. Алло.
Hello.
Алло, я не поняла.
Анатолий Ильич, включите микрофон, вас не слышно.
Please turn on the microphone.
Так, слышно?
Can you hear me now? Yes. What is item 3? Regarding the importance of balancing and harmonization and other things, this is so, but they are always violated. It's a law of life that is noted by dialectics all time. Yes, and we cannot get away from it. We can try to achieve it and resolve problems and develop that way. Yes. Dynamic equilibrium. Right. You're right. Regarding adaptive reality, reaction, it's kind of conciliatory and reaction, whether active, adaptive, and passive. Adaptive is not active, but active is development, and adaptive is... Okay, I finished.
Георгий Борисович, пожалуйста, я знаю, вы хотите задать вопрос.
Georgi, you wanted to ask a question? No, I didn't. I wanted to thank Paula for her voluminous and wide-scale presentation. Although I regret due to bad sound quality, I didn't get everything, but I hope that all will speak at our workshop and it will be all good there. Okay, I tried my best.
Да. Коллеги. Все, тогда. Спасибо большое, Александр.
Спасибо большое, Алла Александровна. И мы...
Alex, thank you, Allah. And now we come to the end of 3 minutes later than we planned. We come to the conclusion of our finishing session, concluding session and closing conference. And we ask all science advisors of sections to share the most interesting ideas, but very briefly, 3 minutes. Georgi, I would like to speak in the end and say a couple of words about plenary session. Heads of sections, we are your science in charge of your section. Okay, let me tell. We had a very interesting section, and it was about issues relating to mentality, interaction of people, conflict of views, and also development and innovative process. The first presentation there was about important issue about how artificial intelligence will enter our life and what will be our future. Participants offered very interesting ways of resolving issues. So I invite all participants who are in another section to see the video for our section. I think you will not regret it. Now, second section, Yuri Adler, are you here?
Юрий Павлович.
Yuri.
Не видать.
Переходят со второй секции, просто, наверное, не так быстро получается.
Yuri is here.
Вы меня слышите?
Yuri, can you hear me?
Почему-то не подается.
Когда расскажет.
Светлана?
Да.
Это Вадим Лапидус.
This is Vadim Lapidus.
Рад вас видеть, слышать. Могли бы вы мне прислать ваш доклад, а я вам свою презентацию. У нас есть некоторые пересечения.
We have some intersections, yeah. A little bit later after this session, we'll discuss it.
Да, и несколько совпадений было очень сильно.
And a few coincidences
с Кремером. Тоже хотел бы с ним обсудить. Об этом, наверное, потом. Пришлите мне еще ваш телефон, ладно?
Please send me your phone number. Yes, of course.
Хорошо, спасибо.
Роман Михайлович Качалов, давайте мы пока видели, что вы...
Roman wanted to say, please tell about your section.
Роман Михайлович.
Roman.
Может быть, кто здесь из...
Okay. Who is here?
Юрий Павлович здесь, у него отключен микрофон. Надо ему включить микрофон, и все будет хорошо. Он здесь уже пришел.
He's already here.
Включите ему микрофон, я что-то...
On the mic, please.
Включен. А вот теперь он сам включил.
Okay, good.
Значит, что касается второй секции, прежде всего я хотел бы сказать, что мы весьма признательны
for the faculty of system analysis and economics that invited us and organized this nice section, and moreover in the plenary, and I suspect also in the first section,
были доклады, которые
presentations
существенно пересекаются с нашими и дополняют то, что мы слышали
what we heard in our section.
У нас было 11 докладов,
We had 11 presentations.
Мой первый доклад
My first
не представляет
presentation
большого интереса.
is not so much of interest. It's not possible.
Этого не может быть.
It cannot be so.
Нет, почему?
No way.
Вадим Аркадьевич Лапидус во втором докладе
Lapidus in second
замечательно
presentation
рассказал о том, какие
said about
гамбургеры надо употреблять
hamburgers
в
that
пищу.
need to be
До этого я
used as
совершенно
food. Before that,
не
I
ориентировался в этом вопросе. Но теперь
wasn't
я
in the
твердо
know
знаю,
about
что
this
надо
issue, but now I know
трехслойный
that we need to use 3-layer hamburgers,
этому следовать.
and I will follow that in the future.
Юрий Тимофеевич Рубаник,
Yuri
который
Urbanik,
делал третий доклад,
who made a third presentation,
рассказал о системном развитии
talked about
менеджмента,
system development of
основанного на
management
концепции
based on
Флеминга. Потом
concept of
Владимир
Fleming.
Бочкер
Then Vladimir
изложил такую нетривиальную мысль о том,
explained a
что
non-trivial
дело Деминга живет и
in that
побеждает даже в тех компаниях, которые никогда не слышали
and even
или
wins
читали
in the companies
Деминга,
who
но тем не менее
don't know,
существенно следуют
however, significantly following
за его идеями.
his
Примером
ideas.
такой компании, сколько
An example of this
компания
company
Вкусвилл, которая недавно
is
опубликовала две
Vkosvil
большие
company that
книжки о
recently
своем
published
опыте, которые мы
two books about
проанализировали.
their experience
И
that we analyzed,
сделал на этот счет интересный доклад.
and there was an interesting
Следующий
presentation
доклад был
on that topic. Next
Эдуарда Викторовича Кондратьева,
Edward
посвящен
Kondratyev, that was
синергетическому менеджменту
about synergetic
систем.
management of human systems
В соответствии с лейтмотивом
in accordance
нашей конференции,
with the motive of our
он был
conference.
несколько скептичен по
He
отношению
was
к
slightly skeptical
искусственному интеллекту и его
in regards
возможностям
to
в ближайшее
artificial
время.
intelligence
Конечно, никто не
and its
отрицал,
capabilities in the near
что в
future.
будущем он нам
Nobody
пригодится.
argued that we will,
Затем
it will be useful for us in the future.
коллега из
Then our colleague
Франции,
from France,
РБ, сделал,
René Herbert,
на мой взгляд, очень интересный доклад.
made a very interesting
Хотя я и не дал
presentation.
ему договорить до конца из-за того, что регламент был очень жесткий.
Finish
Он
because
был
of the time
посвящен
constraints.
методам
It was about
принятия решений.
management improvement methods.
Далее Григорий Анатольевич Федерман рассказал о своем уникальном опыте
talking about
работы с
his
первыми
unique
лицами
experience working with
предприятий, которые
CEOs
хотели
of companies
бы
that
действовать
wanted to act
в духе идей Деминга.
in the spirit of Deming ideas, and he said about
Затем
his
Вячеслав
experience in
Николаевич
this area,
Нестеров
and followed by Vyacheslav Nesterov, who shared
обширным опытом
his
применения
wide
идей доктора
experience of
Деминга в
applying
конкретном бизнесе,
Deming's
который мы
ideas, applying them to
После
specific
этого
cases in Russia.
Елена Александровна
After
Королева,
that, Elena
она была
Karlova,
единственным представителем
he
медицины
was the only
нашей
representative of
секции, но мы не
medicine
пожалели об
and
этом.
section.
Она рассказала о том,
Didn't
насколько
regret.
опасен
She said about the dangers of fears
и
in medicine,
как важно создать в
healthcare,
медицинских
and how is it
организациях
important to create
атмосферу
a medical
доверия и
organization,
отсутствие
the
страха.
atmosphere of trust and no fear.
В заключение,
And in conclusion,
Светлана Анатольевна
we have
Иванова,
Svetlana
которая, между прочим,
Ivanova,
переводила
who, by the way,
доклад Рене,
René's presentation,
рассказала об одной
and she
своей
said
работе,
about her work
посвященной анализу информации как ключевого ресурса системного управления.
resource and system
В очередной
management.
раз убедились, что в том, что руководители компаний вовсе не руководят своими сотрудниками, а руководят информацией, которую они получают от своих сотрудников и от своих сотрудников, думая, что это и есть как раз эти самые сотрудники, что совершенно не соответствует действительности. Это действительно важно для управления. В целом, на мой взгляд, наша секция прошла успешно, и мы надеемся вернуться к обсуждению с оргкомитетом вопроса о изданию публикаций, помимо аннотаций, с которыми все ясно, уже статей более развернутых, и надеемся на дальнейшее сотрудничество с кафедрой, и еще раз в заключение выражаем большую признательность как Георгию Борисовичу Гайнеру, так и Светлане Евгеньевне Щепетовой за участие в этом, на наш взгляд, чрезвычайно важном деле. Большое спасибо, всем здоровья и до встречи.
Спасибо, Юрий Павлович, большое. Взаимные пожелания благополучия и здоровья.
Mutually, likewise, Svetlana. Next, Alexander. Colleagues, please, 3 minutes. I remind you about the time. Regarding now section of sustainable development in digital world, overall we planned 14 presentations, only 8.
Тематика докладов
subject matter related to digital technologies in various industries, touched upon issues of crisis, wealth crisis, issues of sustainability.
Частым словом, которое произносилось в этих самых докладах, это было слово «система». Это очень отрадно. Далее докладчики были, преимущественно из Москвы, Ростов-на-Дону, Санкт-Петербург. И одна девушка была из Харбина. Это наша сотрудница, с которой там работает. Очень интересный доклад. Она нам сказала, в научном мире в Китае. Намного лучше, чем так, дальше на очень высоком уровне доклады. Очень интересно. Все пожелали обменяться потом телефонами и почтовыми адресами. И дальше вкратце и все. Поэтому спасибо всем организаторам этой конференции. И пожелаем всем здоровья и
prosperity. Thank you, Alexander. Well, I know that participants of your section. I'm very happy about this section, so big thanks. Svetlana, section 4, we planned 8 presentations and 7 were presented due to lack of connection. There was no 8, but we used this time for discussion for general issues on the presentations that we heard. It was important that we continued basically ideas of plenary session because all presentations were related to the objects of system economics or related to methodology, resolution. There's a lot of mathematical ways of presenting and some presentations related to modern intellectual systems. Mine was first related to systems, measurement systems approach in global dimensions. consider global ecosystem in terms of methodology and assessment of it as an object of measurement, of getting measurement information that future is used for making various macroeconomic and geopolitical decisions. Extremely important for society, but this is recorded. I'll not dwell on that. Methodology and ways of solution for this. Second was from St. Petersburg, from Alexei Nedosekin, excellent presentation, following up on general trend in global measurements and methodological sense, and related to industrial objects and physiological modeling, promise of sustainability of enterprises, unconventional approaches, specific methods, and third presentation by Gennady Anatolyevich that was dedicated to today's situation. And one of the main conclusions was made that the crisis would take place anyway. That is already implemented. Here in Maya, in his work, he even predicted this economic crisis in 2018, 2020. So he says that he dedicated 5 main attributes that this crisis should have happened, 5 positions that characterize today's situation, both in economics and geopolitical sense, and was related certain macro dimensions. Next followed presentation by Roman Zhukum from Tula, who presented excellent work, very formalized and with a lot of mathematics related to regional assessment and movement to effective management. Next was Natalia Kontsevaya, was about analysis of actual data, effectiveness of results of modeling for COVID-19. It's a lot of questions to her, and she found a lot of materials that she took from mass media, online publications, and she aggregated and derived some models. And next presentation was made by assistant professor with the State University of Bauman about cognitive measurements and narrow measurements and narrow networks, and very interesting presentation related to IoT, Internet of Things implementation, and modern areas of artificial intelligence like neural networks, was all with cognitive measurements that could be used in case of large uncertainty using these big data, neural networks, and IoT. And provided practical examples. Very interesting presentation by Svetlana Mishchenko about financial measurements in condition of uncertainty in management accounting. And almost all presentations were united by one methodological basis. There's data, how to derive it, which methods to use in uncertainty, what to use, and how they can be useful. Thanks a lot to organizers that this event took place.
So, thank you to the for this month.
Что-то я упустила.
Спасибо,
коллеги, здоровья всем еще.
Чтобы
нам все-таки не нарушать регламент, если...
Спасибо вам, Светлана Васильевна. Вы один из главных организаторов.
Yes. Thank you so much, Vasilyevna. You're one of the voices here. Thank you for adopting this mission.
Расскажете нам?
Роман Иванович, would you be able to take the floor?
Хорошо, спасибо. Значит, у нас была секция, посвященная различным по названию, по крайней мере, проблемам управления.
Dedicated to various control management problems. And we had 9 presentations which were heard. Some of them were dedicated to various management governing aspects, but they had to do with different types of different economic industries, different sectors of the economy. So this was quite a large and broadly painted picture, which was quite interesting. 3 of the presentations were somewhat aside. They were sociological in nature. Certainly very interesting very informative.
Вот. Ну, а что касается управления, то хорошо получилось очень удачно, что вначале был доклад Агафонова, который говорил о постановочных проблемах процессов управления различными системами. И дальше, значит, задало тон всему остальному обсуждению. Поэтому вот такая вот была очень интересная секция, которую мы провели с вашей подачи. Спасибо вам большое. Но после, надо сказать, что после такого могучего, скажем, пленарного заседания с такими интересными и длинными содержательными докладами было очень трудно работать. Поэтому я хочу сказать, что это вообще трудносовместимая вещь. Ну, по крайней мере, для меня было в течение одного дня таких два очень интересных и напряженных таких сессий, скажем так. Но спасибо все равно.
But thank you nonetheless. Thank you very much for taking part in all the sessions, to you and Vladimir Anatolyevich. Thank you very much.
Владимир Анатольевич был там один из ведущих вопрошателей и утвердителей.
Key questions and speakers. Thank you so much. Now this is the last section.
Шестая секция. Да, коллеги, моделирование социально-экономических систем было заслужено 7 докладов. 7 докладов точности соответствовали тематике секции, были посвящены применению различного рода количественных методов моделирования систем в условиях неопределенности. Характерная черта всех докладов — использование достаточно продвинутого математического аппарата. Постепенно требования регламента смягчались по мере продвижения к концу. И последние два доклада, которые были заслушаны, они наиболее фундаментальный характер носили. Это доклад, сделанный Кузьминым Антоном Юрьевичем и Лебедевым Валерием Викторовичем. Значит, они вызвали довольно живое и длительное обсуждение. Ну вот особенно доклад Лебедева Валерия Викторовича, он был посвящен модели коронавируса, в общем, моделированию развития ситуации с этой эпидемией. Использовалась довольно простая, довольно старая модель, но из числа надежных и простых моделей, которые работают в таких вот ситуациях высокой неопределенности, гораздо лучше, более сложно. Значит, эта модель дает верный, построенный в начале апреля, дает верный прогноз в течение 48 дней прошедших. Ну, что там будет дальше, пока не ясно. Значит, 48 дней она предсказывает пока что достаточно правильно. И дальнейший прогноз, скажем так, ну, не очень оптимистичный, во всяком случае, завершение этой эпидемии предполагается в соответствии с этой моделью достаточно медленно. Ну вот, прошло все технически. Я вот хочу выразить благодарность технической поддержке. Все очень было четко организовано, и организационно, и в техническом плане очень удобно и комфортно для работы, несмотря на вот те сложные условия, в которых все оказались. И мне кажется, что общение было достаточно продуктивным и, надеюсь, даст свои плоды. Спасибо организаторам.
Thank you once again to the organizers. Vladimir Borisovich, thank you very much for taking part in this event. It's very important for me personally, as Professor Kleiner. I value our collaboration highly. Thank you. Now this part is over, and we're in for a plenary session. You have the floor, Professor. So let's go back to the plenary session, and I'd like to recall one of the most important presentations It was lost in order of appearance, and so it was the most difficult in realization. It was Svetlana Yevgenyevna's presentation that actually looked at the key problem, the role of a person in the cyber world. What can motivate this person towards creative work, and what can hinder him? And this is the most important. Baron de Tomp, our colleague from Holland, from all Netherlands, as should be better put, dedicated her presentation to the problems and complexity to do with COVID-19 situation. Alexander Nekrasov, man of non-trivial views and knowledge, has shared his intellectual capital with us. A really multifaceted presentation. We were not always sure how to connect the certain parts of it, but this correlation was closely followed up by him. Then we had Gerald Midgley with us from the UK, and he has made one of the most informative, heavy in a good way, one of the best presentations today that touched on the methodological issues, on the classification of the factors affecting systemic activities, also the borderline factors, time, causality effects, and certainly a wonderful palette of applied works in systemic analysis. And it's not for the first time I hear Gerald, but I cannot cease to be amazed at the mastery and success that he's using to apply systemic approach to various problem-solving scenarios. I think we have to learn something from him. And the customers, potential customers we have to learn how to act as Professor Midgley's customers are acting. So provide us with work, namely. And Yuri Mikhailovich Baturin, one of the giants of intellectual thought in today's social, economical, technological, and organizational sphere. Also historical. He was a long-time director of the Institute of History and Nature. And his presentation was very perceptive as usual, trying to penetrate through the depth of data, the depth of text analysis, syntaxis analysis. Also a mass of sensory approach down to the physical basis. And based on that foundation, he had proposed a whole methodology of a systemic approach towards measurements and also to digesting, perceiving information. And also George Mogbas from the United States of America had appeared and in a very interesting and useful way told us the value of organization that he belongs to and he partly takes part in managing. This is a systemic community that, of course, we would love to join. Although there are many obstacles in our way. However, these contacts with Professor Mabasa that became traditional are very promising in our opinion. And finally, I would like to remember my own presentation that endeavored to solve or at least discuss the non-resolvable problem, the problem of reconstructing the social economic environment, beginning with the very concept of the environment, with what is taken as theory theoretical systemic approach as opposed to multiple approach, including various types of reconstruction. I couldn't go into detail, unfortunately, but at least I painted a landscape of reconstruction without which our country cannot do. And our job here is to provide the scientific methods, the approaches, the stages, and the goals of this reconstruction. Can you hear me well, dear colleagues? Very well. So, dear friends, today we have conducted an extremely powerful conference. I'm very grateful to all the participants, those of you that stayed late. Was correctly mentioned, and this full of knowledge, full of ideas, full of problems, and and I feel that we had a very high intellectual index, one of the highest, most eventful conferences I have ever seen. And opening this conference, I have endeavored to paint you a picture of today, a human heart that is beating in the iron cage of modern administrative regulatory measures and institutions. And this shape was transformed by the end of our presentation, of our event. Please imagine that the bars around this cage, the bars in the cage around this beating heart had opened up flower-like, and the heart became half or more free. And this freedom, this intellectual freedom, freedom of heart and emotion and kindness was demonstrated today to each other. And I hope that these bars remain open and never close, transforming into a cell for our hearts. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank the interpreters that have done a great job. The organizers, first of all, Svetlana Evgenievna, Maxim Alexandrovich, and other colleagues that took part today. And see you again. Dear colleagues, Svetlana Evgenievna may like to give us a farewell on some technical or perspective focus. Yes, dear colleagues, I have a proposal to prepare. I'm sorry, to prepare a memorandum by this conference. So I'll ask the moderators of the sections to keep in touch with us. We'll publish everything on the website in scientific work to inform the scientific community, the business community, and the government about what happens at our event. I think they have to know that. The public has a right to know that. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I'd like to wish you all the very best of health, good health, and good luck to you, your families, your loved ones, and your friends. Thank you all, and we hope to see you again. Farewell. Goodbye. Goodbye, dear friends. This event is hereby concluded. Simultaneous translation of this event is now finished. Thank you for listening, ladies and gentlemen.
Goodbye.
This was Dmitry Kulinsky. Thank you very much.
Всем до свидания.
До свидания всем, коллеги. Спасибо.
Всего доброго, до свидания. Надеюсь, скоро.
Надеемся на следующие встречи.
Спасибо большое организаторам. Всего доброго. До свидания всем. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо, да, действительно.
Спасибо всем.
Всего
Светлана
доброго,
Евгеньевна,
до свидания.
спасибо. Всего доброго. Счастливо.
Да, спасибо. Thank you very much. That was a great event. Thank you. Very well done. Thank you very much, George and Svetlana. Great.
Thank you, Darren. Good luck.
Well, yes, was very interesting talks.
Yes.
Так, Георгий Борисович, все, вас отключаю.
Да, отключай, и, значит, сейчас надо поговорить, но я тебе сейчас позвоню.
Я хотела, секундочку, Георгий Борисович, давайте я благодарю, я не хотела после вас это говорить, но всех участников этой конференции, которые организовывали, которые приложили невероятные просто усилия для того, чтобы она состоялась. Вот я приношу от всего своего сердца благодарность вот каждому, всем модераторам секций, нашим молодым людям, которые осуществляли техническую поддержку, компании Da Vinci.
Ну, вот. Надо им написать все.
И мы это обязательно сделаем, мы выпишем там грамоты, благодарность объявим, все, что есть в наших силах. Но вот я хочу, чтобы они видели, прям вот я от души, от всей души их благодарю, что это мероприятие состоялось.
А я вас благодарю.
Спасибо всем.
Светлана Евгеньевна, вы душа конференции.
Спасибо. Спасибо большое. Георгий Борисович, наш мозг.
Ну, известно, это известно.
Ну, коллеги, мы все вместе составляем один организм. Что там делиться
система,
на органы?
Система.
Все, коллеги, будьте здоровы.
Будьте здоровы.
Все, Георгий Борисович, отключаю вас.
Да, хорошо.